Attention, please. The conference will begin now. Simultaneous interpretation devices are available in the back in English, Spanish, Portuguese, and American Sign Language. We invite you to access #Diálogo CAF OEA to follow and share the conference online. Please take your seats now. Thank you. Atención, por favor. Le recordamos que vamos a comenzar la conferencia.
We will begin the conference now. If you need simultaneous interpreting in English, Spanish, Portuguese, or ASL, the devices are available. Please use #Diálogo CAF OEA to follow the conference online. Please take your seats.
The intersection between security and strong democratic institutions is a fundamental pillar for achieving sustainable development goals in Latin America and the Caribbean. Enhanced cooperation among countries in the hemisphere is essential to address common threats such as transnational organized crime, regional instability, and gender-based violence. Latin America and the Caribbean, home to 9% of the world's population, accounts for 1/3 of global homicides, making it the most violent region in the world. 50% of total homicides in the Americas are linked to organized crime. Factors such as inequality, unemployment, easy access to firearms, and overcrowded prisons and detention centers, often infiltrated or controlled by criminal gangs, exacerbate this crisis. The region's rapid urban growth makes its cities particularly vulnerable to pockets of crime, especially in port and border cities, which have become fertile grounds for recruiting a predominantly young male force. This group, which constitutes over 80% of the victims, is also largely responsible for the violence. The environment is increasingly a target of illegal activities as large, unpatrolled areas become hubs for crime financing activities like illegal logging, mining, and trafficking of protected species. Greater citizen involvement in democratic processes is crucial for generating internal consensus and protecting human rights. And subnational approaches to creating safer communities and developing long-term solutions to combat citizen insecurity can significantly contribute to effective strategies for achieving a more peaceful and prosperous region. CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, the Inter-American Dialogue, and the Organization of American States present the 27th Annual CAF Conference.
Good morning, distinguished panelists and guests. My name is Maria Molina. I am a news correspondent in Washington for Univision News Network and also for RCN Radio. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 27th Annual CAF Conference, co-hosted by CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, also the Inter-American Dialogue and the Organization of American States, where we have the privilege to be standing in. We are pleased to welcome also those who are joining us on the OAS, Dialogue and CAF livestream and YouTube channels, as well as through our media partners, NTN 24, El País, UCL, and Latin Finance. The annual CAF Conference is the preeminent forum in Latin America based here in Washington, D.C. With a 27-year legacy, the conference addresses the most pressing challenges and opportunities in the hemisphere. It also reaches tens of thousands of policymakers, experts, civil society leaders, and key stakeholders from across the Americas. The theme of this year is the intersection of security and development. This is why panels will feature high-level conversation on regional stability, transnational organized crime, local strategies for fostering safe communities, gender-based violence, and the impact of this intersection on U.S. relations with Latin America and the Caribbean. Throughout the day, I remind you, you can follow us on Agenda CAF and the Dialogue on X. You will see all the highlights and updates from the conference. Also, we welcome to join us on the discussion using the hashtag DialogoCAFOEA. To start the day off with what promises to be engaging and lively discussions, I would like to introduce Mr. Luis Almagro, Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Rebecca Bill Chavez, President and CEO of the Inter-American Dialogue, and also Mr. Sergio Diaz Granados, Executive President of CAF Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. They will all offer welcoming remarks to open the conference. Let me begin by welcoming Secretary General Luis Almagro.
Américas, Rebeca, Sergio, Roberto, querido amigo ministro, Enrique, Laura.
Enrique, Laura, Isabel, Ronald, Albert.
Dear friends, colleagues, I will talk about what I believe is the most crucial issue that we have in the hemisphere. People in poverty should shame us as societies and institutions and challenge us about our aspirations and principles. There are no magic, simple, or immediate solutions in the fight against poverty. But we need solutions, and we need to start working them. This fight involves policies and works aimed at combating poverty and its causes. Sometimes we have seen countless brilliant speeches to eliminate poverty, but they remain only words, this reason. Sometimes without policies or concrete actions to achieve them, which allows poverty to keep reproducing under the umbrella of the speech. We want to live in the region of peace, a region that expresses peace and lives it. And for peace to be the main source of identity for the region's people. A region of peace, a region at peace, is the best possible way to put an end to the scourges afflicting the hemisphere. Peace offers a solid foundation for identifying structural solutions to the problems we face. Similarly, peace needs support to take it stable and enduring, and that support is the elimination of poverty. We live in the world's most unequal region, and as nations, and as people, we should be ashamed of that. We do not identify with inequality. We identify with equity, justice, and equal access to rights and development. We live in one of the world's poorest regions, yet we do not identify the condition of poverty. We do, however, identify with a region of increasing prosperity and with a framework of rights for more people in our hemisphere. We identify with the political choice that acts for freedom and equity. Poverty is the enemy of both. In recent years, the fight against poverty has been impacted by falling rates of growth, the pandemic, and rising inflation, which has exacerbated our structural problems and crises. And a good number of forecasts indicate that it would be worse in the near future. Poverty and extreme poverty have been on the rise, and we cannot either accept that they will never fall again. That is why it's necessary to start working solutions. And of course, we are going to face obstacles, social, political, economics, obstacles that lie and want the structures that exist to be kept, this structure, this special interest. The fight against poverty is not impossible, and it should be an imperative to tackle with seriousness, discipline, and perseverance. We must concentrate our efforts on that fight. It is not impossible so long as we do not allow ourselves to be dragged by ideologies that promote us against them, mindset or promote the idea of the existence of antagonistic projects. Some Manichaean ideologies that seek to separate people into two groups whose entire thought is a reflection of their political identity. This is merely absurd, because those who take this up as an ideological banner for their politics forget that the same problem faces both them and us, and that we all suffer the same consequences, including violence, the proliferation of crime, the environmental degradation. It is poverty a multidimensional problem. It is now commonly understood that over and above income levels, poverty is a multidimensional phenomenon, that those multiple dimensions involve access to certain rights: housing, education, health, work, and access to public service. The fight against poverty is a fight about access to rights and equity. It's a complex problem. The existence of trapped and vicious circles within the problem of poverty is also common knowledge. Those phenomena describe how different poverty-related factors interact in a system of interplay, that it makes it difficult to establish causal relationships between them and generate mechanisms whereby the phenomena feed back into each other. Instead of an institutional change, what is needed is a shift in the extractive nature of institutions toward inclusiveness. Incremental progress with the institutions' level of inclusiveness can be made, and those marginal changes can allow the emergence of capacities that transform the vicious circles and virtuous circles in countries, in community, and in households. It's a geographical problem. The rich live where the rich live, and people in poverty live where people in poverty live. In the conditions that prevail in neighborhoods made up for poor households, the environment does not help aspirations. Destitution, overcrowding, violence, and drug trafficking do not make for an environment where people can entertain aspirations for the medium term. It's a real problem, and we need real solutions. All institutions should address the problem: the executive, the legislative, the justice. How all our policies related to fundamental freedoms, access to rights, fiscal policy, agriculture, education, housing, they must point in the same direction, looking for the same solutions. Of course, it requires dialogue among decision makers and political, economic, and social organizations to build social, economic, and political cohesion. But we need institutions that ensure rights for the people. This is not ideology. We have seen countries with alternating government from the left, right, and center that achieve conditions of development and quality through design, implementation, and execution of appropriate public policies. We have also seen the same alternation, what we poorly designed and executed policies, which reproduce inequality and poverty. Without alternation, the situation is even worse. Will always be oppressed and oppressors, and conditions for inequality and equity will never be achieved. You can see a rich country transform in a poor country like Venezuela with a lack of fundamental freedoms, recreating and creating more poverty. We have to overcome the obstacles, and we have to work in this direction, every single institution. And we highly appreciate that the Manifesto Against Poverty that we have done here at the Organization of American States has the support of CAF to implement further policies, further projects that can help institutions to overcome this scourge of the continent. And the obstacles will be from the left and from the right, because it has to be like that, because the interests protected are sometimes on the left and sometimes on the right. But the case is that we still have the same poor in the continent. We still have people that live in extreme poverty, people that live in poverty, and we still have the most unequal region in the world, and that is shame on us. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. Now we'd like to welcome President Rebecca Bill Chavez to the stage.
Good morning. Luis, I just want to say, I can't believe this is our last time we're going to have this CAF conference with you as Secretary General, and I want to take this opportunity to to thank you so much for your partnership with the Inter-American Dialogue over the years, but also for your leadership and your steadfast commitment to advancing democracy across the hemisphere. It is such a pleasure to join my good friends and close colleagues, Luis and Sergio, on the stage this morning. I'm so grateful for the collaboration among our three organizations, and not just on this annual conference. Our partnership is much broader, and it is I believe it's one of the most impactful partnerships that works towards addressing the most fundamental issues, challenges, and opportunities facing the region. So for that, I'm tremendously grateful to you both. Today, we're going to have the opportunity to delve into the issue of citizen insecurity in the hemisphere. And this issue is particularly timely given the coming elections in the United States and the elections that have spanned the year and the region. This is an opportunity for government leaders and other stakeholders to take a closer look to develop long-term solutions to address insecurity. The need to address crime and violence, it's urgent and it's undeniable. Reducing insecurity is going to accomplish three goals that I think we'll hear a lot about today. One is would help us secure economic development, which is so important if we are to reach our full economic potential. Second, it will help address one of the root causes of the hemisphere-wide migration crisis, an issue that we need to address humanely and holistically for the benefit of all. Third, it will strengthen democratic governance and help address the crisis of confidence in democracy. Over the past 2 decades, support for democracy has declined in Latin America and the Caribbean. Today, only 3 in 5 believe democracy is the best form of government, and only 2 in 5 are satisfied with the performance of democracy, in large part because it hasn't delivered their most basic needs, including safety. It shouldn't surprise us that people lose faith in democracy when they can't send their children to school safely. So addressing insecurity is one way to increase support for democracy at a time when we're seeing the erosion of democratic institutions across much of the hemisphere. Today, we're going to have the opportunity to hear from leaders across government, from academia, and from civil society to address how, as a region, we can most effectively tackle insecurity. This is an issue that transcends borders, and no single country can address it on its own. So we look forward to hearing from experts and from practitioners from across the Americas to develop balanced and effective solutions. So thank you all so much for being with us today.
Thank you, Dr. Chavez. Now please join me in inviting President Sergio Díaz-Granados to the stage.
Good morning, President Abinader, Secretary General Luis Almagro, dear Rebecca. Edmund Burke once said that the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is good men to do nothing. As we gather today, this quote is a timely reminder that inaction is not an option, in the words of Secretary Almagro. We must build our collective responsibility and influence to take decisive actions against the challenge that threaten hemispheric security and development. The urgency, as Rebecca said, of this challenge demands that we move with purpose to shape a brighter future for the generations to come. It's in this spirit and with a profound commitment to our region that CAF has partnered with the OAS and the Dialogue to organize this 27th edition of our CAF Conference on Security in the Americas. I wish to thank our partners, the Dialogue and the organizations, for the enthusiasm with which they promote the historic partnership, and especially thanks to Luis Almagro. As Rebecca said, it's the last conference in which he accompanied us as a Secretary General. It has been 9, almost 10 years in which Secretary Almagro has been a dean, un decano, como le dicen el equipo de fútbol nacional en Montevideo, in supporting this space, CAF. Yeah, I remember the first meeting with Secretary Almagro was around El Nacional. Well, thank you, Secretary General, for supporting this space, CAF, and the most important agendas in the region. The work has focused on the pillar of democracy, human rights, development, and today insecurity, has been expanding to strategic issues such as climate action, financial inclusion, the labor market, and gender equality. CAF is stronger, and this action is sharper and broader thanks to the contribution of the OAS. So thank to Secretary Mauro and all the team at OAS for having us today here. It's the first time we have our conference in this wonderful venue. And thank also to Enrique Garcia, former Executive President of CAF, a visionary in promoting the conference and projecting over time. We stand on the shoulders of giants, and today's CAF bears witness to this. In 2023, the bank has its best historical results, with access of more than $50 billion and consolidating itself as the issuer with the best rating in the region. CAF is a solid and a prosperous bet that is growing, driven by 26 shareholder countries, and we are adapting the bank to the new global trends and challenge. We are a platform that amplifies and makes visible the voice of the region on the global stage. And we intend to put at the service of the region a series of tools that will allow to successfully overcome the triple transition, green, digital, and energy. And having this conversation here in the United States makes a special sense. We are a hemisphere, a region connected by history, culture, nature, and a common destiny. As is the case with ecosystems, the promotion of sustainable development requires an hemispheric approach. And that's why we also thank Rebecca Bill Chavez, Inter-American Dialogue team, and Michael Shifter for driving this vision. This conference connects Latin America and the Caribbean with the United States, ratifying that more than interdependent, we are one. Although the US is not part of CAF, its support for the takeoff of CAF was decisive. USAID granted the institution, or AID at that moment, in 1970, a loan for $50 million that added to another loan from Canada was decisive for the start of the bank. This loan leveraged CAF first operations in the region, providing credibility and long-term support. Now, at present, successfully overcoming the triple transition in Latin America and the Caribbean is more feasible working shoulder to shoulder with the United States. The digital transition, for example, needs to integrate into the conversation the nation that is leading this process at the global level. The influence of the Latino population in the country continues to increase. Today, 1 in 5 residents is Latino, creating a connectivity that unites us in the daily and family life in the hemisphere. The cities of the region are a key setting for the actions we carry out. And precisely, together with the Inter-American Dialogue and with the support of Secretary of State Antony Blinken, we carry out the Summit of Cities of the Americas, an idea that arose of the Summit of the Americas held in Los Angeles in 2022. All of our actions must be tied to a strategic pillar, which is security. Without security, there is not possible development, and without development, security is not possible. Throughout the day, we will address this challenge from different dimensions, from change in the transnational organized crime market to expression of violence at subnational levels. Also, the best ways to combat gender-based violence at the doors that creative and cultural industries open so that young people stop being the perverse target audience of organized crime. Different governments in Latin America and the Caribbean have asked us to incorporate this issue into our action, and we are doing so. We have had events at the highest level in Ecuador, Paraguay, and Peru. We've also been going to Chile and Trinidad and Tobago very soon. At CAF, we do our part, but the challenge requires coordinated action from the entire development banking ecosystem. Hence, the importance of joining efforts between multilateral banks and other institutions to offer countries a portfolio of knowledge and financing to carry out more effective security policies. 2 weeks ago, in Guayaquil, we signed a memorandum of understanding to advance collaboration and cooperation on this matter with the IDB and the World Bank. Security efforts do not stop here and are not limited to what we have already done. We want to and must do more, and I'm sure that this space will be fundamental for that. Now I would like to give way to President Luis Abinader. The Dominican Republic illustrates very well the potential of actions to address the triple transition. The country became a full member of CAF in 2023. I want to thank also Minister Jochi Vicente for his role as the chair of our board. In April this year, Dominican Republic assumed the presidency of our board of directors, and this marked an unprecedented event with the Caribbean country assuming the reins of this fundamental entity of our bank. President Abinader has set a priority to work for sustainable development, the protection of biodiversity, the promotion of clean energy, and the generation of prosperity for the most remote communities. And we stand ready to support those efforts with knowledge and the necessary funding. Thank you so much.
We welcome now President of Dominican Republic, Luis Abinader.
Buenos días, honorable.
A very good morning, Honorable Luis Almagro, Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Mr. Sergio Díez Granados, Executive President of the Bank for Development of Latin America and the Caribbean, the CAF, Also greetings to Enrique Garcia and the President David, Ms. Rebecca Bill Chavez, Chair and CEO of the Inter-American Dialogue, Ms. Laura Chinchilla, ex-President of the Republic of Costa Rica, Your Excellency Isabel de Saint-Malo, ex-Vice President of Panama, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, Permanent Representatives before the Organization of American States, distinguished panelists, members of the press, communications, it is an immense honor to be able to address you at this 27th annual conference, at which we yet again tackle the greatest challenges facing our region. Last May 19th, I was re-elected in the first electoral tour for my second and last mandate as President of the Dominican Republic. And there was a qualified majority in both chambers of Congress, for which I am deeply grateful. This was the 13th presidential election consecutively in my country from the transition to democracy in 1978. There has been a very great deal of effort to keep matters and the switch from one country to another to go smoothly, and I think this great effort and commitment of the modern Revolutionary Party in the Dominican Republic speaks for itself. We are here, alas, given all of that, facing one of the greatest crossroads in democracy, I believe, in Latin America and in the Caribbean. Rebecca has mentioned this. Only 48% of Latin Americans supported democracy in 2023. That is a drop of 15 points since 2010, when it hit 63%. And if we take into account the degree of indifference to the political system, we need to look at it went from 16% in 2010 to 28% in 2023, and a very slight increase to support of authoritarianism from 14 to 17%. Not good. The multiple factors that I think mark this drop is certainly a result of the economic challenges that have been facing us all since the 90s, but it's more than that. The fact is, citizens are no longer really feeling the benefits of democracy in the study of Latino Barometer that has been carried out. And all of this, of course, goes to the authoritarian governments, the lack of commitment to political and in political parties, and the belief in governance, simply loss of trust in the political parties that are seen, quite frankly, as simply instruments or puppets of the previous one. Now, in the face of this rather inexorable and unfortunate background, let us also take into account that over the last 30 years, a number of tasks are staring at us in the face, and that is, for instance, Venezuela, where the factors of concentration of power and persecution of the opposition and the media speak for themselves. Many would be forgiven for understanding that all of this is incompatible with democracy. And maybe they're simply looking at this as what it is. In 2018, the Conference of the Commission of Venice said that, and I quote, a presidential regime has its limits, and presidential re-election needs to be considered as a hallmark of democracy. But that is, alas, no longer the case in many places. In fact, in the consultative opinion that the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, the ICHR, stated, in pertinent part, that permanence in power for a long period of time is seen as something that erodes independence and representative democracy. This is not nothing. It is grave because, dear friends, we have all seen that alternance in power, some in, some out, some up, some down, is essential to governance. And the loser in an election must accept it gracefully and understand that that's the root and essence of democracy. At the same time, whoever wins shouldn't lord it over everybody else and assume that democracy is only for the winners and tough-o for the rest. everyone must be dealt with equity and justice, surely. This is what equal rights is all about. And so, as citizens in a democracy, we understand that every vote has the same value. And that is why free, just, and transparent elections reflecting the sovereign will of the people is the very essence of that democracy. And trust in the electoral process is key to the same. At the very heart of any authentic democracy, we understand that there is a fundamental commitment to human rights. It's not a take it or leave it. It is something that must be understood as at the very heart of dignity and freedom for each individual. And Jürgen Habermas, the famous philosopher, stated quite rightly that democracy and human rights are essential, one to the other. One cannot exist without the other. Human rights offers equality of conditions for all citizens, and democracy, on the other hand, offers legitimacy and a surveillance over those rights so that they are kept safe for deliberation and consensus. And this is what we must hold high, our commitment to that principle. Elections must not only appear to be democratic, they must be so to the very root of the same. Democracy and human rights was put before the Dominican Congress just a couple of weeks ago as the heart of constitutional reform that I sought to bring forward so that any person wishing to stay in power could not do so, even though elected, for more than 2 consecutive terms. That is one point I put forward, and it was agreed so that we could avoid any rise of a new strong man or strong woman. This essence of democracy must be seen that the essence of a government can only be civil, republican, democratic, and representative. It cannot be anything other. That is at the heart of anything constitutional, and any attempt to work in a different direction will not take us to a good place. We have seen in the past where it will take us, where too many have been very, very happy to sacrifice the common weal, the common good, for their own sake and for their own benefit, certainly. The fight against corruption and impunity has also to be at the heart of anything that is truly good for the people. And that is why it is felt in my country that the general attorney or prosecutor of the republic cannot simply be designated by the president of the day. It must be, in fact, accepted by a national council and seen to be the maximum organ to designate judges to the high courts. One of the greatest reforms in our recent democracy was just recent. The Dominican people entrusted me in these last elections with a majority in Congress. And this, we hope, will be seen over time as a decisive step forward to ensure that our democracy is ever stronger and truly modern. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, the defense of democracy doesn't stop here, as procedural aspects are important, but not all. And as President Joe Biden more recently said at the Summit for Democracy, it's important that these efforts be seen and tasted and felt by every citizen in his and her everyday life. And in order to reach that laudable goal, it's essential that citizen security be admitted and defended to be the great challenge that it is. The rule of law, a guarantee of the ongoing prevalence of human rights and respect for the same. That spells social stability. We have gone from 13.2 per 100,000 inhabitants in 21 to 2022, 9.9 in 24. We feel that this step forward in the measurement of our governance is a very important step forward indeed. But let us not forget that narco-trafficking, drug trafficking, organized crime is the great poison of our societies. It is the source of the corruption of our institutions. And we know that we in the Dominican Republic, like it or not, are right in the middle of one of the most transited traffic routes for drugs. Just recently, I'd like to point out to you that we seized 148,826 tons of drugs over the last 4 years. That's more than double what it had been in previous years. The average, for your information, of narcotics seized had been 38,160 tons, as against 4,845 in the 16 previous years. This is huge. We're at 8 times that per year. But drug trafficking is not an isolated threat, as important as it is. We know that criminal groups involve human trafficking as well. And this is a miserable and a truly intolerable form of abuse that affects our social peace and erodes our institutions. We must do more to defend citizen security, and that is why we have invested so much in education, in jobs, in a hope for a better future by our young people who need to know that they have something better than to join a gang. The crisis in Haiti, needless to say, should be mentioned as a separate challenge. The instability in our good friend and neighbor is one of ongoing grief, and we know, and you must know, that the international community has to do more, has to be a genuine protagonist. We will naturally continue working with the international community in order to reach those goals, and we cannot allow Haiti again to fall off the map, as it were, and to simply become forgotten. Now, let me conclude by saying that my second mandate will be an opportunity for me to focus on the development of economic sustainable development. The Dominican Republic stands for a wonderful example of economic dynamism, tremendous results that we can point to that are concrete, that are measurable over the last couple of decades. Frankly, the record is awesome. In 2023, our GDP per capita reached $11,200, consolidating us into, wait for it, the 7th economy of Latin America and the Caribbean. Between 21 and 23, our GDP grew by an annual average of 6.5%. It was above the regional average by much. 2024, the International Monetary Fund estimated that the Dominican Republic would reach 5.4%, quite above 1.9% as the average for Latin America. And this means that private investment and a public and a stable political atmosphere will certainly be attractive to many. That is why we have reached a record figure, more than $4.39 million since the close of 2023. Recently, the Dominican Republic signed Open Heavens, Cielos Abiertos with the U.S. and Canada, open skies. This will do a great deal to contain air traffic, hence its name. The Dominican Republic, of course, is, by its very position, a logistic hub that is the envy of many, but that is a strategic spot that we need to leverage. Over these 17 years, we have done everything we could to attract greater levels of free trade. Look at the CAFTA arrangement that we have, great numbers of increases in investments and the lowering of trade barriers. We have set up more than 200,000 jobs, and just in 2023, more than $8 billion, I should say, in exports. Industry is doing very well. As I said earlier, this is what, particularly in the area of medical equipment and electronics, going to be the reason why we will be able to continue to offer better and better jobs and to be ensured that in the next couple of years we will be one of the few world economies that will probably be better known for semiconductor production. We have everything in hand to make that possible. Now, it's not going to fall from heaven. International cooperation will be the essence, and we know that that must be through benefits that are applied to and felt by all of our citizens. It would be important for American Trade and the Investment Act, a draft law that we hope very much the U.S. Congress will finally adopt. That will be an enormous benefit for all. In fact, it will be crucial to everything I've stated. This is what will lead us to be able to promote and strengthen the links we have in the offshore production in key areas of our region. We will continue to fight for the Association of the Americas and its economic prosperity, APEP by its acronym. This will go hand in hand with our fight against corruption and greater ethics, and the summit of which will be held 2025, just around the corner, in the next presidential summit to be held in Costa Rica. But before I end, dear friends, let me finally refer to the 10th Summit of the Americas that is going to be held in Punta Cana in the first week of December of 2025. We're working very hard with the Secretariat of Summits of the OAS and the Group on Revision and Implementation of Summits for the success of that conference, which we will consider absolutely key to our own success. Let us also think, as we meet in December, how important it will be to celebrate none less than the 30th anniversary of the Summits of the Americas. The Dominican Republic is committed to lead by example, to be at the forefront of all of these efforts, and to ensure that together, jointly and severally, we will build a future that is prosperous for us all. Together, only together, can we build a hemisphere that will be good for everyone, a basis for our common weal, our common progress, and our common democracy. This, of course, in the context of respect for fundamental rights and freedom for all. I thank the OAS, I thank CAF, and I thank the Inter-American Dialogue, and to each and every one of you for your presence and your kind attention. God bless the OAS and indeed each one of our governments. Thank you.
Abinader would like to invite Secretary General Almagro, Dr. Chavez, and President Diaz-Granados back on stage for a photo with President Abinader. Thank you, President Abinader, and our gracious conference host for these inspiring words. Now, I remind you that you can follow us on X at The Dialogue, also at OEA and Agenda CAF. Please use the hashtag DialogoOEACAF so that way you can participate in all the discussions, you can follow all the updates. You can also watch us in Spanish and Portuguese in the CAF live stream. You can also watch us in English at The Dialogue, and you can watch the live floor at the OAS live stream. Also, follow us through our media partners, NTN 24, El País, UCL, and Latin Finance. Don't forget to post your pictures, your comments, all the updates on the discussion using this hashtag, Diálogo OEA-CAF, so that everybody can watch and follow everything that is happening today here at the 27th Annual CAF Conference, co-hosted by CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, also by the Inter-American Dialogue and the Organization of American States, where we have the pleasure to be standing here today. To give way to our first fireside chat, I would like to introduce our moderator. She is Lilia Luisiano, a remarkable journalist born and raised in San Juan, Puerto Rico. Lilia Luisiano is an award-winning national correspondent and anchor at CBS News. She is a documentary film director, she's a producer, she's a podcaster and speaker. Luciano has spent over a decade covering immigration and drug policy at the US-Mexico border. For this reason, her work earned her an Emmy Award in 2019. Please welcome Lilia and our two featured speakers.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
I'm introducing one of the speakers today, who is a special assistant to President Biden and the coordinator for the Los Angeles Declaration on Migration and Protection. This is Marcela Escobari. Marcela, thank you so much for joining us. And of course, welcoming Ambassador Frank Mora, representative for the United States at the Organization of American States. Thank you. Let's please take a seat. Thank you so much to CAF, and thank you to the Inter-American Dialogue, and thank you to the OAS for inviting us today. When I think back at the last time I was in this room in the last 12 months, I think about the sharp contrast that I have faced in my news coverage. I mean, I was in Medellin covering the Feria de las Flores to bring the story of the culture and the music. I was also doing a profile piece for CBS Sunday Morning on Maluma. During the same week in Colombia, when I got a call that I needed to rush to Ecuador because the presidential candidate, one of the presidential candidates, had been assassinated. That was last August. Over the last year, I have been at the border many times, including when the executive order was handed down. And there, I met groups of people who were crossing the border from Mexico, who were not coming from our region, but from Bangladesh. And just several weeks ago, I was in Venezuela covering the election. When I landed there, I was completely energized by this effervescence of hope. And by now, what I feel is that there has been a suffocation of that same hope. When I think about the people in this room and the ability to effect change, I think about what people that I met in Venezuela who are planning and saving up to cross the border to come to the US because it's the one place where they think that there's some hope. When I think about the people that I've met along the way in countries in the region, what I hear is a desire for quick fixes, quick changes, and messianic leaders. And that's a problem. Polarization and populism are a serious concern in our region, in our hemisphere. And Marcela, I want to start with you because through your work, even before working with the White House, you have dealt with solutions that are not immediate. Let's start talking about immigration because most of what I cover is there. What would you say, as we look into the US election that we're just less than 2 months away from, or 2 months away from, what would you say is the legacy of the Biden administration, and what should people think about if that legacy is continued under a Harris administration? And how does that differ from the previous administration and that legacy?
Well, thank you, Lilia. I think probably the biggest difference and something that has been core to the Biden-Harris administration's strategy is that it saw migration as a regional challenge, that required regional solutions, right? The problem set had changed. We had 8 million people that had left one country in Venezuela. This has been the largest displacement in the Western Hemisphere in its history. But also the migration corridor shifted and expanded way beyond Central America and Mexico. But this is not the first time that we have, have seen spikes of migration in our border. And what the Biden-Harris administration did is implemented strategies that have been stress tested through history, but it did it in a very massive way. It increased enforcement, and not only through the EO, but in collaboration with Mexico, Title VIII, to send a very clear message that there will be consequences for people that migrate irregularly, but it also created alternatives for people to migrate safely, legally, and to be able to work here in the US. And I think probably most importantly, it realized that it needed a hemispheric approach. And that's where the LA Declaration comes. Like President Biden 2 years ago, the whole administration, with 21 countries, signed the LA Declaration. And that's basically a really, truly holistic approach to migration. We all have and face different facets of this challenge, but we can only tackle it if we're all rowing in the same direction, and that's what the LA Declaration does. And just to give one example of kind of the success of that strategy, which I think is going to be its legacy, I mean, the region has legalized and integrated over 4.2 million people in their communities. Every one of these individuals is one less person that has to risk their lives crossing the Darien. It's one more person that gets to restart their lives in their new communities. So I think when you speak about the legacy of this administration, it's going to be an approach to migration that is not rooted on bullying our neighbors or thinking that this problem is just solved at the southwest border, or rooted in fear-mongering. I think it's one that pushed sustainable solutions in a very pragmatic way and in a spirit of partnership.
Well, one thing, and I do want to follow up on that, Marcela, because there is this rhetoric, and the rhetoric goes around the numbers. I mean, last December, we saw record numbers, 250,000 people encountered at the US-Mexico border. And when we think about legacy, what people think about, the Trump administration was border wall, was very harsh or deterrent policies. And fast forward, I mean, I remember covering the border last year and covering the border this year and seeing the impacts, the rapid impacts of the executive order. Drop in migration within 1 month, or encounters within 1 month, of more than 30%. When people think about that, the first question is, well, why did it take so long? If you could have done that all along, why did it take so long for those limits to access to asylum to be implemented, and what were those concerns?
Look, there is no question that the executive order has had results. It has decreased more than 50% in terms of encounters at the border. But that is not an isolated action. There have been actions taken in lockstep with the region in the last few years. And just talking about enforcement, let me give you a couple examples. In the last couple of years, there's been over 300 new changes to visa policies to really clamp down on travel that is intended for irregular migration. I mean, if you take the example of Ecuador, who just imposed visas to PRC nationals, the next month there were 90% less PRC nationals in our southwest border, right? We have increased our biometric sharing throughout the region, where we can flag and intercept, threats and criminal actors before they enter any of our borders. Like, we've worked in an unprecedented manner with Mexico on enforcement. I just came back from Panama and Colombian trilateral, where they're working together to reduce, movement through the Darien. So I think the EO is part of this broader strategy. And to be honest, this was not a decision that the president took lightly. Like, an EO is not a durable solution. It is fragile on the courts. But we put forth a solution that would have required legislative action to really solve a broken asylum system. But what Congress didn't act, the president did.
The kind of collaboration, the kind of transnational, regional, hemispheric collaboration that you're talking about requires dialogue, requires people being able to speak and countries to speak with each other. And Ambassador Mora, I'm so disheartened, to be quite honest, brutally honest, when I come back from the places that I cover, when I go on social media and I see the comments, the way that people cannot even begin to dialogue. People are on one side, and if they are on the right side, they don't talk to the left side and vice versa. And that's not just people using social media, that is leaders. I was in the flight when there were all these former presidents trying to go to Venezuela to observe an election and were kicked out, and we almost didn't get to Venezuela because of that. And we come back and we see that there are, at the OAS, conflicts when it comes to acknowledging something that to everybody, I think, here watching can acknowledge was not a democratic process. And so I wonder, what are the challenges to solutions that require so many different countries to come together and leadership to come together, and how do you defeat the level of polarization that prevents even conversation?
So thank you, Lila. Can everybody hear me, or?
I think the mic is, there it is.
There we go. Good morning, everybody. You put your finger on it, I think, Lilia, because on the one hand, the complex challenges that we face, and we can't think of democratic erosion in and of itself, or migration, or poverty and inequality, or insecurity. These are all connected, right? They sort of reinforce themselves in a very negative way. And those kinds of challenges requires a kind of collaboration that perhaps we haven't seen before. And it is difficult in a polarized environment to get people to collaborate. And that's where the OAS, I think, comes in. Because the OAS, first and foremost, provides a space, a forum for, one, political dialogue, for people to understand what the challenges are and where they're coming from. And I think it's a start. It's not sufficient. It's not the end, right? The OAS is not going to provide the solution to everything, but it creates a space. And these challenges, because of their complexity and their transnational nature, requires, as Marcela was talking about in terms of migration, requires a multinational, transnational response. If we're going to, no single nation or single organization can say, we're going to tackle this problem on our own, you're going to fail. And you're going to fail miserably. So it is important that we try to overcome this problem that you said, polarization, political polarization. And you see it in every forum, you see it in every place. And until we're able to address this issue of polarization, until we're able to take seriously the challenges we face, transnational crime will take advantage of that. We'll take advantage of our own weaknesses, our unwillingness to collaborate, the lack of political will. And so it is pivotal, first and foremost, that we take advantage of forums like this to create dialogue, collaboration, and cooperation that would hopefully then seep into the region in ways that will address the complexities of these problems.
I like to learn with examples, with anecdotes. I know that there have been efforts, incremental shifts in achieving great successes whose stories are hard to tell because it's not in a headline, and we consume information, unfortunately, nowadays in headlines and snippets. And Marcela, I wonder, what is one of those successes? What has been either an effective policy or a victory that you can quantify that people haven't really heard about, that we haven't covered enough?
Okay, I really think
in multilateral collaboration.
No, I think I mentioned it, but I think the story that has not been told enough is the story of what the region is doing when it comes to legalizing and regularizing migrants. Like, when it comes to migration policy, like, we know what the answers are. This is not, brain surgery. It's like, we know that regularizing, legalizing migrants is like better for the migrants, it's better for crime, it's better for the economy. it is just politically complicated because, weaponizing migration is the oldest trick in the book. So despite that reality that has always made this policy issue really hard, in the region, we've had remarkable good policy and remarkable brave leadership, to be honest. Those 4.2 million people that have been legalized and regularized, that's over half of the countries that have signed the LA Declaration have active regularization policies, and they're currently implementing it, right? It started with Colombia with their 10-year temporary protective status to over 2 million Venezuelans. But Ecuador last month just announced a new regularization process for 200,000 migrants. Brazil has, with its interiorization policy, has matched 500,000 migrants to labor needs throughout the country. Peru, in the midst of the COVID crisis, it validated degrees of 500 different healthcare professions so that Venezuelans could go be on the front lines of the COVID response. These are incredible stories. I mean, you have seen them on the ground. I've had the privilege to talk to folks who want to come out of the shadows, want to contribute to their economies. And every time a government does one of these policies and we are able to show their success, it makes it easier for the next government leader. And I'm not saying we're done with this. This is incredibly difficult in this country and elsewhere. But the progress and the life's change is undeniable. And I think we do have the potential for this hemisphere to be an example for the world of how to manage massive displacement in a way that's helpful to migrants, but also absolutely helpful to our economies.
And among the topics that we're really diving into today is insecurity, is democratic governance, the root causes, the reasons why people are forced to leave the places where they're from. And Frank, I wonder if there are examples, if there are perhaps anecdotes or similar cases that you think of where, look, diplomacy is very slow, but that provide the kind of either structure or hope to see that these problems are not just going to accelerate and we don't need to constantly just catastrophize, but you can undo the insecurity and restore democracy.
So one of the challenges, and then Rebecca mentioned this in her opening remarks, if you just look at the issue of democratic erosion in the region, which is a significant challenge that affects transnational crime, corruption, et cetera. I think the OAS, if you just use the example of Guatemala, for example, the President Arevalo came to this hall and gave a speech and was very clear in saying, you all, the OAS, played a fundamental role in me arriving and being inaugurated in January of this year. We did we met 14, 15 times, passed a series of resolutions. Diplomacy worked. Diplomatic pressure worked. Others were involved, of course, but one should not underestimate the role of the OAS and how central it is, the issue of democracy and human rights. That we talk about it all the time. We have a critical instrument known as the Inter-American Democratic Charter, that we're constantly thinking about ways in which we can work. The Secretary General speaks to this issue all the time. And now Venezuela, right? We've had several meetings on Venezuela. We've continued to put diplomatic pressure, but we're part of a multi-front effort to make sure that the will of the Venezuelan people is not dismissed or subverted. And we should and must continue that pressure in Venezuela. And particularly in light of not just the subversion of the public will, but the brutality that's come after it, and the repression and the abuse of human rights. And that should be front and center for the OAS, for the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, and for different organizations and forums and specific governments who are involved in doing this. But what we can't do, whether it was Guatemala, whether it's in Nicaragua, or in Venezuela, we should not abandon the Nicaraguan people. We should not abandon the Venezuelan people. Like we did not abandon the Guatemalan people. We should continue playing that role because it has, Lilia, an impact. it demonstrates how important, how relevant, how credible this organization is in addressing, just on this particular issue, the issue of democracy, the issue of elections, particularly in electoral observation, and of course, the incredible work that the Commission on Inter-American Commission on Human Rights does in showing, demonstrating, shining the light, as they've done in the case of Venezuela, for example, recently, about the brutality that we're seeing in that country at the moment.
And Marcela, I'd love for you to follow up on that, and both, if you can provide some of those examples of what did it look like from the White House in terms of Guatemala, and what is happening now? What kind of pressure, other than taking Maduro's plane, is the U.S. exerting?
Look, Frank and I were there in that epic inauguration, but I actually really liked that you brought this up as part of root causes, right? I mean, this was a fundamental shift when we thought about migration, and when Vice President at the time, Biden, decided and convinced many of its colleagues in Congress that we needed to go tackle insecurity, joblessness, corruption in Central America and the reasons that people migrated. And it was a fundamental change at the time. And then the Vice President, took it to a whole new level, not just with the historic commitment of $4 billion of foreign aid, but in bringing FDI, and most importantly, what Frank is talking about. It's really using all of our tools of government in pivotal moments to really tip the scale in favor of democracy. And that's what we saw happening in Guatemala, where, when the Attorney General was, trying to strip immunity of President Arevalo, of the electoral judges, where Congress stood in the way of a peaceful transition, we acted. We sanctioned 100 members of Congress. We brought indigenous communities together to the private sector to, think about how we share these principles of democracy. We rallied our allies from the EU to our allies within the region so that we all spoke in one voice. This was no longer an ideological battle, which it historically had been in Guatemala, right? And we were there with Frank in that inauguration, and maybe symbolically, we were there till the wee hours of the night until President Arevalo was inaugurated. But I think what it shows is, Frank, what you're talking about, but also the willingness of this administration to use all of its tools when it comes to defending democracy. And I think it's really up to us to do the same in this critical moment for Venezuela.
And I'm curious about that, because, I mean, covering Venezuela, you see the rapid progression of the violence, of the repression, of really the human rights violations. And I mean, the fact that just this week, there's that order for arrest for Edmundo González Urrutia. It's unfathomable, the speed at which things are becoming undone. So at which speed is the United States and people who are in this room and those in power to exert pressure, are they exerting that kind of pressure and demanding that the will of the people be respected? And this can go for both.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the way they commit human rights violations is much faster than any response we might have, right? And certainly at the OAS. But the key is, I think, is that the protagonist in this tragedy, really, is the Venezuelan people and the democratic forces within Venezuela. The international community should be supporting them, right? We are part of the solution, but we're not the solution. We are in support of them, right? And so they need to keep sort of the fight and insisting that the will of the people be respected. And so whatever we can do at the OAS, whatever the United States can do at other states to continue that, to ensure that the Venezuelan people feel, oh, that's it, we're tired. Let's move into the next crisis. We must not abandon them. We must continue to insist. Because I think Maduro is counting on one thing, which is what happened in the past. That the international community kind of says, okay, we did what we can and gave up. We must not give up. And I think with respect to the OAS, I think from the perspective of the United States, we're going to continue insisting that the OAS keep its eye very closely and following developments in that country.
And from the White House?
Look, you know, we all share the incredible frustration, but I think it's helpful to look where we are now and what we could have been, right? When 2 years ago, when I joined the administration, the Venezuelan people had given up on the possibility of electoral change, and there has been a dramatic change in terms of people really rallying behind change within Guatemala, within Venezuela. And as Frank was saying, like, let's look at the different scenarios that could have been, right? It could have been that we didn't have an election, that we didn't have a process. And yet we had a primaries process with 3 million people often risking their lives to go and vote. We had a united opposition in Venezuela. And we had and the other alternative could have been either no election or an election where it would have been easy for Maduro to cheat, right? It was so overwhelming that he had to resort to blatant fraud to claim victory. And now all eyes, and this is what we in the White House, the OAS, and everybody in the room is doing, is for the world to come together and shrink that space for Maduro to have less options in trying to continue this fraud.
Very quickly, we're out of time, but if anybody has a question, there's a microphone back there. We have time for one question. Maybe we have time for it, perhaps not even. But anybody raising their hands? Any question for the panelists? Well, if we don't, I think we are, no? You're just scratching your face. All right. I want to thank you both so much for your work, for your openness in discussing. And if anybody has questions, I think you're going to be around in the room, correct?
Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia.
Thank you all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you to our speakers for such an enriching conversation. Now, we'd like to move on to our first full panel of the day. It's titled The Role of Multilateral Development Banks, Security and Development in the Americas. It will be moderated by Isabel de San Malo. Isabel de San Malo is the former Vice President and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama. Not only that, she was the first woman elected as Vice President and Foreign Minister of Affairs. Currently, she's in her country, of course. Currently, she is Senior Policy Advisor to the Administrator of the United Nations Development Program, and she is also a member of the Board of Trustees of the International Foundation of Reporting Standards. It is known as the IFRS. Please join me in welcoming Isabel de San Malo and the speakers.
Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to join you today. I would like to greet President Abinader, President Chinchilla, Enrique Iglesias, Enrique Garcia. Thank CAF, the Inter-American Development Bank, and the OAS for hosting us today and ensuring that we have these discussions on this very timely issue for the Americas. The panel joining me today represents the multilateral development banks. Starting with my left here, Bill Maloney from the World Bank. Thank you for joining us today. Emilio Pineda, Inter-American Development Bank, and Cristian Asinelli, Vice President of CAF. It's a pleasure to join you today for this discussion to talk about something that is at the core of the issues in the Americas. And I would like to refer to what Sergio Díaz-Granados said, and the Secretary General. We cannot have development without security, and there is no security without development. And we have the numbers for what's happening in the region. We know how organized crime has penetrated institutions, has penetrated governments, is present in most of our countries. It intersects with democracy, it intersects with institutions. It's at the core of the discussions that we're having today. It's at the core of the possibility of progress for Latin America, and this is a very timely discussion. Hemos conversado.
We've been talking about the fact that we will be switching between English and Spanish. So I am switching now to Spanish, and I am first going to ask a question to today's panelists, just to get to know you. First of all, what are your institutions doing with regard to the issue of security in the Americas? I'll start with you, Christian. Please tell us, what is CAF doing and how do you see the situation?
Gracias, Isabel.
Thank you very much, Isabel. Thank you, President Abinader. It is a delight to have heard you. Thank you very much for your words and your generosity with your time in being here. The Enriques, who are two pillars of multilateral institutions, President Chinchilla, the representative of the DR, each and every one of you, thank you so much for being with us today. And generally speaking, I would first like to highlight that the LAC region has a series of pressing gaps, and we need to close them. We know that 1 of every 5 people in our region is impoverished, and 50% of the richest population has 10% of the resources, and 10% of our poorest people means that 22% of the people in this region face challenges in accessing internet services, and we need to increase by 70% our investment in infrastructure in order to close the gap when it comes to infrastructure. But when it comes to these statistics and figures at the CAF, we have to make institutional and policy decisions in order to improve the quality of life, as Enrique Garcia has always stated when he was the president of the CAF, and to generate greater opportunities for our citizens in the region. And so to answer your first question, perhaps I'd first like to mention one gap, which is the gap of access to public goods. And in our region, obviously, we often, in many fields, debate public policies, but given the particularity of CAF in our region, we work a lot with cities, and that is the area where we are trying to change things related to security. And we believe that in order to close these gaps of access to public goods, in addition to technical cooperation, projects for financing, and others, we need to work very decisively on urban issues, security, sustainability, mobility, and that is why our approach is holistic and strategic. And we've had this conversation with both Enriques, and both have brought up the importance of a strategic and holistic vision in order to change the matrix when it comes to security and development in LAC. And I think that this is the macro vision that we need, and it's what we need to keep in mind when we are discussing projects with an institution for safer cities to improve the quality of life in our cities through support and working with the poorest, most vulnerable sectors of society, as well as in crime prevention, and to build the necessary spaces in order to ensure that our communities are able to come together in safe spaces in their cities, their neighborhoods, and other areas. That's what we need to keep in mind, and we are showing that now with 3 very important multilateral organizations that work in the region. This is key in our cities, and it is correlated to dealing with organized crime. As we heard in the introduction, it's also often very related to border cities, port cities. Often we see the phenomenon become much more intense in these areas. And President Abinader also talked about countries like the DR that have been making great strides in the last several years to reduce crime and increase drug seizures in order to ensure that they are less of an attractive transit area. So I think that this vision, as Enrique Garcia and Enrique Iglesias both stated, needs to be comprehensive. We need to have a holistic approach with a view toward addressing environmental issues and ensuring that exclusion is increasingly less a part of our reality when it comes to public goods and public spaces. And so citizen security needs to be addressed facing current conditions, but we also need to change the way that we act. As President Abinader already stated, we need to build financing capacities, and that is why it's so important for us to have these three institutions here. We need multi-sectoral coordination in order to ensure that we're better able to use the resources available, and we also need to change local realities so that we can build this comprehensive vision, as we heard from both Enriques. Thank you very much, Christian, for your response. And I'd like to highlight two things that you stated. That is citizens' power at the very heart, and also the issue of public goods. As you also stated, and as did President Abinader, these allow citizens to have the minimum conditions necessary to live. And also, in our Human Development Report at the UNDP, we talked about the multi-crisis space. This is a multi-crisis space where we see an energy transition crises and the role that security plays. And so now we will give the floor to Emilia with the IDB and your approach to security and what is happening at the Inter-American Bank right now. Thank you very much, Isabel, and good morning to everyone. I'd like to start by thanking all of the presidents of the CAF and the Inter-American Dialogue who are here speaking with us as part of this panel and others. And also thank you to all of the presidents who are with us today. And it's a great honor to be with you in a panel together. I'd also like to give warm greetings to our partners and colleagues from the CAF and the World Bank who are with us today. The main message that I would like to share with you on behalf of the IDB today is, as members of the Multilateral Committee, it is urgent for us to find a new way to work together at the regional and trans-regional levels in order to address the challenges of crime in LAC, particularly when it comes to organized crime. To share some data with you to give an idea and illustrate the urgency of this, I can share the following. In LAC, we have one of every three of our homicides worldwide, despite the fact that we only have 10% of the global population. And this huge prevalence of crime has a major social impact and an economic impact as well. Socially speaking, crime has a clear impact where we see that it has been very clearly demonstrated that exposure to a criminal context has a very nefarious impact on educational achievement as well as social achievements, particularly among youth and the most vulnerable. When it comes to economics in our region, about 23% of companies state that they have had to pay significant losses due to vandalism and theft. And this is much higher than the global average, which is about 14%, and much higher, over double the European average, which is 10%. So crime does have a huge impact on our region economically and socially. And though this is not a new phenomenon, it has changed quite clearly over the last decade, particularly when it comes to organized crime and the way that it has very swiftly changed its scale, its sophistication, its methods, and it now goes much beyond international drug trafficking. In some areas of our region, criminal gangs now are providing social services, which means that they are effectively replacing the state. And so we believe that this means it's very urgent and we have an obligation to work closer together in order to address the challenge of crime, particularly organized crime. We need to have an approach that goes far beyond our own borders and also beyond local or national solutions. That is why, and here I am getting to the response to your question of what we are doing at the IDB. At the bank, we have been highlighting the importance of crime in our day-to-day work. Over 20 years now, we have been working with countries of the region in carrying out institutional reforms to support a reduction in crime. We are raising the relevance of crime as an issue in our institutional strategy and in each of these initiatives at the regional level. Very recently, our president, at the summit on security that was held in Guayaquil just a few weeks ago, announced a proposed launch of an alliance for security, justice, and development. And this is an appeal to each and every one of us from the international community in order to join our efforts, create synergy, and increase our impact in addressing the impact of crime. And we will be expanding on this topic in the coming interventions. Thank you very much, Emilio. And 1/10 of the world's population, but 1/3 of the world's homicides. That is a bone-chilling figure. And we cannot address this without clearly establishing partnerships. And that was very recently signed by our institutions and presented today to address the issue of security, which was announced just a month ago, if I'm not mistaken, in order to address security in the Americas. This is a vital issue that we all need to have in mind with our partnerships between countries and institutions in order to address it. And so, Bill.
The World Bank and the work being done in security in the region.
Well, first of all, thanks to everybody. Muy buenos días. Voy a hablar en inglés because we have a mixed audience. So for us, this is becoming a key issue in how we're approaching Latin America's, principally their growth, but also social protection programs. The issue of violence has risen to the top of the list of complaints that citizens have against their governments, and it's becoming enough of an issue that they're really thinking about how much democracy they're willing to trade off in order to walk their streets safely at night. Is clearly a major issue of social well-being that we need to address, equal to poverty, inequality, or anything else. And what our research has been showing also is that the easy fixes, well, there must be a correlation with poverty. No. Given our levels of poverty, our levels of violence are much higher than would be expected. Given our levels of growth, no. Igualito. Given our levels of inequality, that explains something, but we're far above it. It's a very hard issue that we don't know, and we need to understand what is generating these high rates of crime. I'll come back to it in a second. But the second element is that the region has reached a point of what I call resilient mediocrity on the growth front. We, over the last 30 years, have built very strong professional ministries of finance and central banks, and we have done extraordinarily well over the last 2 decades in managing 2 major crises, in controlling inflation, no worse than anybody else in the rest of the world. And that's a big difference from where we were many years ago, 30 decades ago. But we're not growing. We're projecting 2.5% as far as you can see. Yeah, some countries are higher, some countries are lower. But basically, this is a major problem. We are underperforming everybody else in the world in terms of growth. And then the question comes back, how does this question of crime and violence feed into that? And the issue is a lot. There's a recent paper published in Colombia showing that as it looked like the peace process was going to be signed, business startups increased. And the minute the plebiscite was rejected, they fell back again. Entrepreneurship is a process of informed risk-taking. And when you have the additional risk of violence and of organized crime around you, it just makes it too hard. And even though you see we had some success in unicornios in the region and super huge, yeah, but they're all in e-commerce and things that aren't brick and mortar. You want to be able to leave if you have to. FDI, we supposedly have this window, and I think we do have a window if we meternos las pilas, if we put our minds to it, a window to absorb some of the value chains that are being reallocated across the region. But the 250-pound capybara in the room is this. How much of our ventas are we going to have to spend on security? And when you pile that on the fact that our workforces lag behind Vietnam's, our infrastructure lags behind Vietnam's, you can walk the streets of Hanoi at night, all of a sudden we don't look so attractive. And if you look at the greenfield announcements of where people are investing, yeah, they're going up a bit in Latin America. They're going up much more in Thailand and in India and in Vietnam. Okay? So this window is there, but we're not playing it very well. There's some, Dominican Republic is, Costa Rica is, but this issue of managing violence is key. And the problem is 10 times harder than it was 30 years ago because it's not one cartel out of one city or two cities in Colombia. These are now international cartels that are permeating the region. They have much more power than they did then. And what's missing on the international side right now is precisely the platform that would approach this in a regional way, because it has to be regional. These are not local problems. And we had in our first meeting of the alliance between the three institutions, and the reason that we did this is because we all felt the issue was huge enough that we needed to raise the profile everywhere. But the first meeting we had at the Rockefeller Center at Harvard, the people who had fought the last big war 30, 20 years ago against the Medellin cartel said, the platform's gone. What used to be there internationally to help coordinate is not there right now. You have to help. We can work towards that, but it's going to take much more mobility on the part of the international community to address this problem. At the bank, we don't yet have the programs that, for instance, the BEAD has on judicial reform or on policy. We may work towards that. We've now put a lot more money into analytics. Let's understand this problem. Where are the pressure points? What's driving the simple things like homicides? What can we possibly do in terms of organized crime? And then we will work, but hopefully in conjunction with our partners in the alliance, we can make some progress on this.
Muchísimas gracias, Billy. Has traído a la mesa.
Thank you so much, Emilio, and for bringing to us the issue of economics, of course, and how tough all that is at the end of the day. So let me just put it out there for the panelists so that the next time we have a round of questions, we focus on that aspect, drilling down, if possible, on the causes, the root causes of the issues that we are facing in Latin America and the Caribbean. I speak of inequity in Latin America and the Caribbean, called poverty, called a series of all kinds of health issues. It goes on and on. We all know it. But let's try to drill down, and we'll come back with you, Christian. CAF has a program through its portfolio, and you've mentioned it, that focuses on poverty, inequity, lack of opportunity, you name it. Here's the question. How can we do better? How can we, in fact, strengthen the link between the potential solution to these issues in Latin America and the Caribbean on the one hand and security on the other? Good. Well, here you have it. This is the second huge gap. We talked about homicides. Look at health. Look at the pandemic. You know, more than 30% of the deaths as a result of the pandemic in the world happened, you know where? In our region. And so this is, I would say, something we need to sit up and take notice of and ask ourselves what we can do to do better in LAC. Because better we must do. And certainly it is a no-brainer. This is a gap that we simply cannot keep dragging on. More than 30 years ago, you know, it was Enrique that launched this here. And not that long ago, we touched on the social issues, and they showed way back when that there was a huge persistence intergenerationally as among lack of social solutions 81% of people who had a low level of education were linked to, no surprise, parents who were in the same situation. This is perpetuating. None of us can be surprised by that. And so it's not just the charitable thing to do to look at people who are less well off. Indigenous, Afros, the very poor people, and need I say it, women in all of those groups and more, because they put in a heck of a lot of more hours than any man does at any level and any age, I might add, and whatever the access to education. More than 15% of young people with disabilities, by the way, don't have the necessary educational training. And the census recently is now focusing on questions, and in the Afro population, that never were even noticed before. We've got 30-40% in the region of people in those categories. So we can't just say, oh, well, no. President Diaz-Granados said in 2021 how critical it was to focus on diversity and to choose concrete issues. And it was the launching of the program, Ellas se mueven seguras in Spanish. Those girls are safe. Those girls, those women. Because so often that is not the case. So we've done more. We're more aware of the issues. We are very much more attuned to the fact that, again, we need to be sure that women can go from A to Z, take a bus, walk, whatever, safely, without being knocked out or raped or whatever else it is, and with better education and access to institutions to support, to a framework of support that would bring in other institutional interests that will make the difference. We in Colombia are working on that. We're working on gender issues, yes, but from the standpoint of technology. Now, that may appear to be a novel idea, but it is a good one. And so the points you've just been making, bringing in civil society, certainly the state, certainly the private sector, so that everybody gets that security issues, as Sergio Diaz-Granados was saying at the beginning in his introduction, these are linked to development. And for us to even dream of what can constitute citizen safety, we need to be effective in the measures we decide. And by the way, the citizens must understand that this cuts across the board and certainly goes to people who are handicapped, people, the women, young children, indigenous, all of those who are generally at the tail end of the line. So minorities of all types, so that we can recognize the gaps and indeed to what it's going to take to close them. Let's face it, in our region, we're going to find young people in Latin America and in the Caribbean that are as smart, as gifted in economics, in politics, in arts, all across the board. But what is not distributed nicely across the board, guess what? It's job opportunities. That is not distributed equitably. And I suggest that is the change that we need to focus on if we're really serious about closing the famous gap, that social gap that holds us all back at the end of the day. Thank you, Christian. And the marginalized, historically marginalized peoples, I would add, who certainly need to be understood. And that takes me to my next question, Emilio, which has to do with working with particular communities. Why do I say this? You know, we go on and on about public policy, about how important it is to focus on the macro programs. And yes, that is true. But is it not also true that if you don't work at the local level, if you don't drill down to the communities, you're not going to make it? And so how, Emilio, could we do better at that level? Thank you, Isabel. Well, as you rightly said, and indeed as Christian himself mentioned, crime and violence are deeply rooted in poverty and inequality. So we need to understand that in food security, in education, in health, in equal opportunity for genders, to mention but these areas, we have got to do better if we're serious about keeping these people out of the clutches of organized crime. Because that's what it is. It's the clutches of organized crime. We all know it. And there has to be social preventive measures that spots the dangers and what we can do to stem them. And to stop the free flow of young people who fall into those clutches. Now, we've spent between $1-2 million attacking a vast array of issues that we have identified are absolutely embedded in organized crime. Let me give you a couple of examples and also examples of success. In Honduras, and supported by us at the Inter-American Development Bank, we have the case of a national police effort that brought down by 50% the indices of violence. That greatly boosted society in the police. That was a wonderful offshoot of this. And in Chile, we supported women who had been in prison or were about to be and offered reconversion, re-education, a new hope, a new chance. And we were able to help those women who were in jail to get out. After 2 years, I'm happy to say, through this program, where initially after years people were back within 2 years, we've dropped that sad trend by 50%. We've slashed it by half. So that is a social pillar that we take very seriously, and I think rightly so. Now, as we've said over the last 10 years, look, the fact of the matter is, and let's wake up and see it, this is not your same old grandmother's crime or our parents' crime. This is not it. We are in a new place, ladies and gentlemen, with unbelievable technology. This is quintessential global business, the speaker has said in English. That's the catchphrase, quintessential global business, with all of the trimmings. So we in the IDB are pushing for a new comprehensive strategy that will allow us to tackle that challenge, as President Wolfson has said, to stem the flow of oxygen and blood to that criminal quarter. We want to reduce the influence that organized crime has on the most vulnerable layers of society. What does that mean? You want to look at people who are in the most vulnerable situations and what the chances are that they're going to fall into the clutches of crime. Well, there are great chances, but what are they? And we need to focus on them. Now, truth and justice. Truth and justice sounds like a catchphrase, but the fact of the matter is, if our police isn't strengthened, if people don't believe in our justice system, we're not going to make it. And thirdly, I would say, we need to be able also to stem the flow of financing to organized crime. With those three pillars, we believe that this vision we have of cutting off their oxygen, stopping them where they are, won't happen. But we think if we stay smart, it will. And I think we all, in our own ways, and the three organizations met here, I think speaks for itself, states unequivocally that organized crime demands a trans-regional, regional, collective response. Let me also pick up on something you yourself, Isabel, mentioned, and the three organizations here present signed a memorandum of understanding just recently in which we jointly and severally committed to ensuring that we could support policies to improve dignity in the region. That speaks for everything we want to support in the region. And Bill mentioned this. It was in Guayaquil that the proposal was made for a new alliance for security, justice, and development. Security, justice, and development as the new way forward to offer organized crime a more comprehensive and a more effective response. We would hope that that response would complement the regional organization that the three of us already have, but which will offer an arena in which the multilateral organizations, civil society, the vast array of actors in the private sector can play a part and ask themselves, well, what can I do to help us out? We're working collectively. This isn't each one go its own self. We're working with our own partners, those who have said, yeah, we want to help, to see how we formally launch this alliance, we hope, by December of this year. And by the way, I hope everybody present here and is interested in taking part will do so. Well, Emilio, you've talked about governance and security, says the moderator. Let me now move to Bill. We've got 8 minutes, and that's the time we are going to have to work with, the last 5 minutes of which we are going to keep for questions from the public. You'll have roving mics that'll help you when you're ready. Okay, Bill, speaking of governance and institutions, and in this broad spectrum of poverty and how it weighs on us, we know that lack of security is always rooted in that. Well, can you tell us what the World Bank is doing about this and how you see the role of institutions in Latin America and the Caribbean? Thank you.
Problem of having three panelists who are in an alliance working on the same issues is that you're not going to get too much disagreement on where the areas are that we have to work on and even the diagnostic of the problem. But I'll take your question as an opportunity to just take the analysis up a level, which is we have problems of states which are still weak on diagnostics of things and even weaker on implementation. And this is, that may lead to, as we think about things like new industrial policies, that's going to be a problem. But when we're confronted with this issue of crime and violence, particularly with organized crime, it becomes a matter of state life and death. And we've been here before in the region. So this issue of how to strengthen the state, and I think needs to be the top of our list of priorities in all our institutions. One thing that, when I was in my previous job in the center of the bank, we started a project that was distilling all of the literature in the academic world right now, the current literature, on how to measure state capacity and state performance. And then the second half of it was what we know about interventions to strengthen states, from procurement to police to everything. And that is now online. It's called the Handbook of Government Analytics. And we're working on a front end right now for the region to try to help governments see what the next steps might be if they wanted to engage more on this front. On the specifics of courts, of police, all of these things, and these are big issues, judicial systems. It's something like, there's states where 80% of the people in jail have not had a trial. I mean, we have a lot of, we need to do in the reforms of everything from security services to judicial systems in the region. And that's all part of this strengthening our state and making our states more responsive to the citizens as well. So we're hoping we're pushing this agenda. We had 10 fellows from Latin America, government analytics fellows, to come and help learn or dialogue with us on what we can do to strengthen states in various dimensions. And I think this is a very important issue for all of us.
Es un tema central, sin duda, las instituciones. Sin ellas no podemos.
Well, without question, the role of the institutions is essential, sine qua non. We sure aren't going to do it alone. And so we can now invite one, maybe two, I'm not sure more, but let's take it as it comes, talking about the public. I'm Tabilo Enriquez. Thank you. I am studying in Georgetown. I've worked in Colombia in several public entities. I think this issue is fascinating, and thanks very much. Now, we were focusing on Venezuela. Well, I want to ask all of you what the multilateral banks here present have in mind vis-a-vis Venezuela in the situation that Venezuela is in and with the problem of unemployment. But obviously, we know that insecurity is not great there. But what is the position of the banks there? And by the way, also Salvador. Well, that leaves us with 3 minutes for 2 questions. Venezuela and El Salvador are the subjects, says the moderator. If any of our panelists would like to give it a shot, either of the 3 of you, be grateful. Or can we take all the 3 together, or how do you want to do? Yeah, Christian, good idea. Let's take the 3 together. Bonjour, bon dia, good morning, and so forth. I'm from Sao Paulo. I represent a state enterprise in Sao Paulo, Brazil. I'd like to focus on the link between criminality and development and ask what you all think of President Lula's proposal about a global alliance against hunger to fight extreme poverty. Thanks. That's it. And the third question, says the moderator. Hi, I'm Oscar Valsquerer of World Data. You touched on the question of governance. The speaker has used the term in English, governance. Well, I think that hits it right on the head. However, I'd like to delve a little bit more deeply into the concept of governance and ask you by which tools, by which means forward do you think that can progress? Thank you. We've got one last question.
Wondering specifically in terms of diligence, how the banks are taking specific steps to identify corruption and to make sure that financings or projects that they're financings are not being associated or money is not being given or taken to corrupt governments, narcos, like specifics, because this has been great to have a general conversation, but there's missing what's actually being done.
Muchísimas gracias. La última pregunta.
Very last question from the mayor of San Miguelito in Panama. Thank you and greetings to you from the district of San Miguelito in Panama, which is one of the most insecure places in this hemisphere. We are fighting criminal gangs that, trust me, are swimming in money, and that is not our case. So what can you all in the multilateral banking sector do for us, especially in the neighborhoods where these problems are really deeply rooted? Well, 5 questions that have touched on the whole array of issues. So I'm going to ask each of you to intervene briefly and to be sure, alas, to give a final set of closing remarks. Well, I don't need to give people's names. I think it's clear, and I'm pretty sure we'd all agree here, we are in a situation in this hemisphere in which, and the 2 Enriques were talking about this just yesterday, in which we see that there is an ever more yawning gap between the haves and the have-nots. There's a lot of dialogue, certainly, in the region, and it is true that our institutions are stronger, but alas, there is not the level of trust and support that there once used to be. And that is why the message that has been given here in terms of strengthening democracy, I think is key. And since he has the support of the popular vote, which we had never had in the Dominican Republic, or at least not in recent memory, I think there's a chance to go forward. Let's close, and since I'm Argentina, allow me to refer to someone who was born in my country, that's Pope Francis. And he often says, guess what, we're all in the same boat, and no one is alone. Well, that's precisely why we need to remember no one is alone. This is a wonderful, wonderful opportunity to remember that. And as we look in this beautiful room, this historic room, this is a place of peace. Peace treaties were signed here. This place where we are sitting is a place of peace. Let's root ourselves into and move forward with that confidence. Thank you. Emilio. Well, I'm going to do something very similar to what Christian just did. I think there is a guiding light or a direct line among the different elements we've tackled. And Bill, I think, in his statement, said as much. It is critical that we move forward in taking our decisions on the basis of empirical, clear, and compelling evidence. We know by now what works, what doesn't work. So let's get with it. Now, many of us in the region are kind of behind the eight ball in a number of respects, in terms of prison conditions, in terms of any number of other issues that you might point to. But we're determined to move forward, and we at the INDB are working very, very effectively in that sense, and are determined to build on a platform which, by the way, is at your disposal, platform which speaks of justice and peace solutions, and we have in Spanish and in English more than 800 examples, 97 different types of security policies that have been evaluated, that have been used almost experimentally, by which I mean to say with strong and compelling evidence throughout the region, so that we have a good sense of how best we can answer the question, what works and what doesn't. When does hot policing work and when does it not? How about group violence? All those different ways forward that have been mentioned, I think we do well to ponder and to see as we look ahead the importance of specific evidence to specific issues and move on that basis.
And then we have the issues related to migration, and this is something that we've been addressing in the region for some time now. We have seen proactive approaches to analyze the regional impacts of migration in different countries, their tax impacts, social impacts, economic, security impacts, and what sort of measures need to be implemented in response. Thank you very much.
Things. One is just to second what was just said about migration. The good thing about what's happening right now is we've already been through it. So all three institutions have some experience right now in managing migration flows, inserting them in the local labor markets, and we have those programs as well. The second thing, which wasn't actually part of a question, but I just want to leave it here, is that this fight against organized crime is not even regional, it's global. But what has to absolutely happen is more coordination among national governments. Needs to be more coordination on information flows, on policing. All those things has to happen, or we're not going to be able to make progress on it. The third thing is to address this question about how we handle corruption in the World Bank, and I'm pretty sure it's the same with all organizations. We have hyper-strong procurement rules, and actually a lot of governments value working with us precisely because we help put procurement systems on sounder footing. But you don't have to take my word for it. There's a paper by Bob Reichers in the American Economic Review, which got him in trouble in the bank because it showed that, yes, there were leakages. Big surprise. But the leakages are relatively small from our organizations. So yeah, room for improvement. We have to keep improving. Nonetheless, the safeguards are pretty strong. So thank you all very much. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Bill, y llegando.
Thank you very much, Bill. And now we're coming to the close of this panel, and I can't fail to mention that we haven't had the opportunity to talk about this much, but here we are in the home of the Americas, and it's impossible for us to forget the links between security and democracy. Above all, when we are bearing witness to this penetration of resources from organized crime, they're penetrating governments, politics, and this is a very serious problem that we need to address. This extremely complex and related to security. And without any further ado, thank you so much to these extraordinary panelists and their organizations for all of the work that they do. Thank you very much to the CAF, the IDB, and the OAS for giving us this space. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our speakers. And now we move to our third session, titled Subnational Approaches to Crime and Violence. It is my pleasure to introduce its moderator, Dr. Rebecca Bill Chavez. Raised in Austin, Texas, Dr. Chavez received her MA and PhD in Political Science from Stanford University and her BA in Public and International Affairs from Princeton University. Dr. Chavez served as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Western Hemisphere Affairs from 2013 to 2016. There, she prioritized women, peace, and security initiatives, combating the militarization of law enforcement, also expanding defense institution building programs. Dr. Chavez is the President and CEO of the Inter-American Dialogue. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Rebecca Bill Chavez and our panelists.
Great. I wonder if some people think there's a coffee break now. But let's go ahead and get started. I'm so pleased and delighted to welcome our panelists today. We have three distinguished panelists, starting with Diana Alarcón, who served as Chief Advisor and International Affairs Coordinator for now President-elect Claudia Sheinbaum. At the time, she was, of course, Mayor of Mexico City. We have Chinua Alain, who is the Mayor of Port of Spain in Trinidad and Tobago. And finally, we have Eddie Bocanegra, Senior Director at Heartland Alliance, and also Senior Advisor to the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Justice Programs at the U.S. Department of Justice. Okay, let's get started. So I'm really excited. I've been actually really looking forward to this panel on subnational approaches to combating crime and violence. In addition to our partnership on the annual conference, a key element of the Inter-American Dialogue's relationship with CAF has been our collaboration on the critical role of subnational actors, including community leaders, mayors, when it comes to addressing the shared challenges. Sergio mentioned in his open remarks the 2022 Mayoral Summit that we held on the margins of the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles. And at that time, we focused on best practices when it comes to integrating migrants and climate change adaptation. Today, we're going to be able to talk about what mayors, what civil society, what activists are doing when it comes to one of the most pressing issues, as we have been discussing today, citizen insecurity. The innovative policies that are generated at the local level are more important than ever, as we see national governments in many cases stymied by polarization and gridlock. In many cases, it's mayors who are providing the much needed innovative solutions. And in this context, citizen trust in local leaders is actually in many cases higher than it is in national government. And this is critical today, as we're seeing waning support for liberal democracy. So local level solutions can counter the loss of confidence in public institutions and increase normative support for democracy. Our panelists today are all driving innovative solutions and influencing national level policy. So today we're going to have the opportunity to hear about some best practices on a transnational challenge that is impacting cities and communities across the hemisphere. And it's, I think, one thing to keep in mind as we're listening to these and learning about these solutions is that I think a lot of times these can be scaled and adopted at the national level. So, Diana, I'm going to start with you and the experience of Mexico City. Mexico City experienced a dramatic decrease in high-impact crime during the tenure of Mayor Claudia Sheinbaum. I'd love to know from you, what do you attribute that to? Could you talk a bit about what were the pillars of the security strategy in Mexico City?
Sure. First, I will thank you for the opportunity to share the experience of Mexico City in the last 5.5, 6 years, because it is indeed a remarkable experience of how to decrease insecurity, how improve security in a city that is 9.2 million people, in a metropolitan area of 22 million people. So that's a large proposition. Security, of course, is a priority issue from the very first day Claudia Sheinbaum came into the Mexico City government, December 2018. From 2018 to now, we have a reduction of 62% of criminal activity. I wanted to show you a graph of the different incidents of criminality that we have, for which we have information, but it's average 62% reduction of criminal activity. How was that done? There was a four-pronged strategy that consisted on 4 pillars. The first and most important one, an issue that has been discussed here by previous panelists, attention to the root cause of insecurity. And that means mainly attention to young people. It is young people who are at risk every day to engage into different forms of criminal activity. In a city like Mexico City, you may realize, the issue of job creation and education opportunities, sports and so on. It's a big issue for young people. So the first and most important one was addressing the root cause of insecurity by providing opportunities for young people. The second one, which is very, very important, we thought, was improving the conditions, the working conditions for the police. There was an increase of 45% of the salaries of the police. There was an improvement of the career, career expectations for police men and women. That is improving the university of the police and making it a career, an aspiration to become a good police in the city. Recruitment of women, that was very, very important. Now we have about 1/3% of the police force in Mexico City is women, and an improvement in their equipment. We didn't have uniforms for women, so beginning with that one. So improvement of their equipment, patrol cars, and so on. So second part of the strategy was improving the police force. The third part of the strategy, which is very important, is investigation and intelligence. We had to strengthen, and Claudia Sheinbaum sent an initiative to Congress to give the police the authority to do intelligence and analysis of data and investigation about criminal activity. This is something that the police did not have before, and she gave the authority and strengthened the unit that nowadays does intelligence and investigation in Mexico City by the police. And the fourth pillar of this strategy was coordination. In Mexico, and I am sure in many countries, we have something that is called the revolving door. The police will get a bad guy in the street, and it goes to the judiciary, and there is a judge that will bail him out or will do something to get people out of jail. So improving the coordination between the police, the National Guard, the judiciary, and the Attorney General's office with respect to the autonomy of each one of these institutions, but improving that coordination at the highest level was most important. Claudia Sheinbaum held a security cabinet every single morning from Monday through Sunday, 7 o'clock in the morning, to hear about the security situation of the city on the day, with every one of these institutions represented in the room. So 4 pillars, very successful strategy, 62% reduction of criminal activity in the city in 5 years.
So actually, now I'm going to turn right to you, Eddie, because I think that to build on this, because this emphasis on the root causes, Diana, the first pillar that you discussed. So Eddie, you've had vast experience in street intervention work, and you've been involved in multiple successful community-level programs. And I'd love to hear from you when it comes to programming and what your experience, what works, and also what do you see that hasn't worked?
Thanks, Rebecca. So let me just, because this is being recorded, let me just clarify something. So I serve as the senior advisor to the Office of the Assistant Attorney General. It is the funding arm of the Department of Justice. And typically, annually, we push out between $4 and $5 billion out into community, into institutions like law enforcement, supporting survivors of violence and alike. And it's this administration that for the very first time has prioritized community gun violence, or in this case, community violence intervention services, recognizing that we have an epidemic here in our country. And if we are going to tackle this issue, it has to be in parallel, meaning community in parallel working with law enforcement as co-producers of public safety. So having said that, I've been at the Department of Justice for a little bit over 2.5 years. I was asked to join the department because of the experience that I bring in the work that I did predominantly in the city of Chicago. You know, one of the top 3 or 4 cities in the country, and one of the cities that unfortunately often has a stigma based on its violence. You know, sometimes when I go to places, when I've gone to Spain, when I've gone to Haiti or El Salvador, and I tell them I'm from Chicago, the first thing they say, 2 things they associate Chicago with: Michael Jordan and Al Capone. So the city in itself, right, has had a bad, reputation in that sense. But we also would say that it's been a city that's been very rich. Many scholars, sociologists, criminologists come from that city and have studied the same work that many of us are here actually discussing and trying to learn more about. It's ironic that as I went to grad school and studied this work, not much has really changed. You know, the fundamentals of recognizing people and their humanity and recognizing that it is important for us in leadership to acknowledge people's dignity or give back their dignity. In many cases, government or incidents that happen in their communities and their lives robs them of that dignity. And so this idea of belonging, of feeling purpose, of feeling cause, is at the very end the fundamentals of any intervention that you might want to consider in your work. And so the last thing that I'll just say, based on your question, Rebecca, is that I've been very fortunate to do what we call street intervention work. What that really means is that you would hire somebody who came from these communities, you train them, you empower them, and they will leverage their life experience in these communities to connect with people who have many parallels of challenges as the individual that's doing the outreach. We also call them credible messengers or peacekeepers. These are all interchangeable because they all do the same thing. And in that process, I remember the first year of doing this work, 24 funerals I went to. 24 funerals of young men that I was supporting. And I did not know how to support their families, surviving family members. And that really challenged me to think about, how are we healing? How are we validating their lives? And it was interesting, and one fun fact that I'll point out here. When I think about Latinos and when they grieve or their cause of death, when they're sometimes associated through gangs, versus our counterparts with the African American communities, they're very different, and they're very different in the way they mourn as well. In Latino communities, there's a lot of still embarrassment and stigma. And so how you intervene with them, how you work with them is so very different in your approach. Fast forwarding, 3 years ago, leading one of the largest anti-violence programs in the country called Ready Chicago, allowed me to actually study through randomized controlled trials studies about the effectiveness of our interventions, the cost efficiency. So for my economists in the room, for every dollar that we spend, we save the city of Chicago $7, right? So it is really important that we think about how we engage those that are driving the violence and what it takes to support that population.
Thank you. So turning to you, Chinu, and the experience of Port of Spain, I know it's very different in size, especially compared to Mexico City. So first of all, I want to give you the opportunity to respond to what Diana and Eddie had to say, as I know that there is this community policing effort in Port of Spain. And also to talk about, I know a priority for you is coordinating with the national level of government. So if you could talk a bit about both of those.
So thank you very much, Rebecca, and thank you to the organizers for inviting the city of Port of Spain to participate in the dialogue this year. All of local government, it isn't one size fits all.
Yeah.
So that I come from a country that has a population of roughly 1.4 million people. The city of Port of Spain has 50 to 60,000 voters in the city. On a day-to-day basis, Monday to Friday, you get 250 to 300,000 visitors coming into the city. So that I say that just to give the audience a sense as to what our context is, being from the English-speaking Caribbean, being from a small island developing state, and for example, in the US context of local government, you have a federal government, you have state government, and then you have several municipalities. And the responsibility for the municipalities here really is based on their own context, based on their geography. In our context in Trinidad and Tobago, it would not make good sense for there to be several versions of national police, for example. So we have a municipal police force. It is roughly 200 officers is what it's established to have. But there is a national police force called the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. They have the overall responsibility for crime and violence reduction. And our municipal police support their efforts on a day-to-day basis as we are called to do. And we also have our own specific responsibilities that we focus on daily, and we really focus on community policing. So one example of that would be this past summer, we partnered with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. They have the community-oriented policing section, and we partnered with them in doing a summer camp for children from at-risk communities, and we hosted that summer camp at City Hall. Several summer camps as well visited City Hall, and so we view our work as having to partner with as many stakeholders as possible within our own context, and supporting that work primarily in community engagement.
One other thing that I know that you've been working a lot on is urban revitalization, which seems to me is also can mitigate some of the challenges that have been discussed. Could you talk a bit about urban revitalization and how you see that playing a role in this?
Sure. So that the urban revitalization effort is a collaborative effort between the city, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, and the Urban Development Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago, UDCOT. Those are the three primary agencies, UDCOT being a center of excellence for project management, and the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development being the arm of central government that is coordinating the entire activity. That the work that is happening through that committee is primarily with infrastructural redevelopment, so that there are several infrastructural projects that have already been delivered, and some of those projects have had a specific focus on, or all of the projects have a specific focus on revitalizing the community. But I'll highlight one, for example. There's our national instrument, the steel pan. There are steel orchestras, which are musical groups that have developed in the community over the last 100 years or so. And so one of those infrastructural projects is the rebuilding of a new steel orchestra headquarters, a new pan yard in the downtown Port of Spain area. And the view is that that project will help in the revitalization effort in terms of culture and heritage. And that's really important for us. The part of the revitalization that we take some specific responsibility for would be local economic development. And we view that as a means of being able to bring as many people as possible who are not in the formal economy, to bring them into the formal economy, so that we provide services to small entrepreneurs, let's say your street vendor, your roadside vendor, and we would collaborate with other organizations such as the Central Bank in providing for them financial literacy programs so that they can better formalize their business, make their small business more sustainable, and so not having to call on the government, for example, for an employment opportunity. That work is coordinated through my office and is also coordinated through the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. And the Local Economic Development Trust is a specific responsibility of local government in our country. And it's a place that we think is really critical in this work.
Would you let me share
of course.
an experience on that? Because I think that urban revitalization is most important. We didn't call it that way, but there were a series of programs to reduce the inequalities that we had in the city. When we came to the government in December 2018, we had a city that was cut in half. You know, the west part of the city, very affluent, good public transportation, public parks, schools, and so on. The east part of the country with poor infrastructure all along. So the effort of the government was to improve the social, economic, educational infrastructure on the east side of the city. And so we built 17 new public parks on the east part of the city that were lacking of green areas. See, the point was, and many of the problems that young people had is they don't have a space to socialize, to do outdoors activities and so on. So public parks and green areas, recovering the public space was most important. Luminaries, you know, just lighting of the cities, of the corridors where women walk, that was most important for people on the east part of the city. We created, Claudia Sheinbaum created 2 new universities, Rosario Castellanos and Universidad de la Salud. Nowadays, we have over 50,000 new students registered at the university level, an opportunity they didn't have before. She created 300 community centers called Pilares, Puntos de Innovación, Libertad, Arte, Educación y Saberes, which are community centers where young people, especially on the most marginalized areas of the city, can go and they can learn a trade, they can join an orchestra, they can play an instrument, they can paint, they can do sports and so on. 300 of those new public centers we have nowadays. Public transportation was most important. We created a new mode of public transportation that is called cablebus, you know, those gondolas where you go skiing, but here you go to work. We have 2 lines of public transportation on the undeserved areas. People used to take 2 hours to get from home to school to work. Nowadays, you can do the same trajectory in 40 minutes. So I will agree with you, improving just the urban space, urban areas is most important, and integrating the city to a common living space, you know, ending with this separation between the rich and the poor. What we did is to build the best schools, the best public transportation, the best parks on those areas where we're lacking.
Yeah. That's actually, before I ask my next question, I just want to remind people that there's going to be an opportunity for you all to ask questions. So if you want to start thinking about them, I'll turn to you in about 7 minutes. Your point about targeting the most vulnerable areas and then moving in not just with police presence, but with other government services seems very important. And your use of data to be able to identify this. This reminds me very much of the experience, Eddie, that you had in identifying who are the most at-risk individuals. So I would love to know a bit about that, more about that. And also the importance of long-term intervention, that these policies can't be, they're not one and done. They have to be sustained over time. So if you could talk a bit about, you know, based on your experience on those 2 elements.
Yeah, Rebecca, so what I'm about to say might kind of rub some people the wrong way, but this is the truth based on what I've seen and learned. Sometimes the people that are making policy decisions, right, when you think about their experience and the kind of work they're providing recommendations, often are informed by academic institutions, researchers, who often don't come from the same communities that are impacted by these issues. Sometimes they're by economists, sociologists, criminologists, and very rarely do we lean on behavior scientists. So behavior scientists is really important because people, all of us in this room, are very different. And we are all impacted by trauma in certain ways, and we grapple with that trauma in certain ways. We heal differently. Now, there's some common themes, right? But nevertheless,
we heal differently because we also have different support systems in place. Yeah. And so a couple things that I'll share. One, in the last 2 years, and hopefully in the next couple of months, the Department of Justice, at least through the work that I helped lead there, we will be investing about $300 million into community. So it's $300 million. Again, first time that any administration has done this. It seems like a lot of money. We could use more. Point here is that the way that we also make informed decisions and where our money goes and what we support is really by listening to community and community needs. It's also a way we look at research to assess what are some of those needs and how do they actually triangulate, how do they match. So for example, in the United States, most of the violence that we see in the US is about 70–80% of the violence is concentrated in specific communities. So we know that violence is very segregated, and we also know that less than 1% of the people in those communities are driving the violence, meaning they're likely to be the shooters or the victims of gun violence. But a lot of times, our resources, right, don't necessarily allow us to support that particular population. And the reason why, because they're harder to engage. It's what we call non-social service seekers, meaning they don't care about your services. They have found a way, right, through street economy or through other peers to just learn how to survive. And so here's what I'll say based on my previous job that I had that actually brought me here. Through this randomized controlled trial study and through police data, hospital data, and other pieces of data, here's what I could tell you. I could tell you that on average, the several thousand of people that we served in Chicago, on average, they had 17 and 18 arrests. On average, they had 4 to 5 felony arrests. We knew that 60% of them had done prison time. We also knew that 80% of the men that we served, and they were all men 18 years and older, because that's who was driving the violence. We knew that 80% of them had only completed a 10th grade level of education, but they were reading at a 5th and 6th grade level. So think about what that means for the economy. Think about what that means for your workforce. Mm-hmm. The people doing this work, the people supporting this population, is also an emerging workforce. What are we also doing for them in their development, right, to care and support this population? So those pieces of data, and there's many, many more, we just don't have enough time to unpack, is what really informed me in the way that we think about strategies. And we're not going to program our way out of this. No 10-week program, 16-week program, a 20-week program is going to be enough to support this population. We need to think about how you're building an ecosystem, how you're working with the entire family to support an individual, and we have to be better at how we partner and collaborate between institutions as well, whether it's hospitals, law enforcement, direct service providers. That is really critical in how we think about the participants or clients you're working with, because the last thing that I'll say, my friends, progress for this population is not linear, meaning that if you're serious about this work, people are going to digress, people are going to fall back. It is natural for this to happen. It's like no different than somebody who's fighting a substance issues, whether it's alcohol or drugs. Eventually, there are some things that are going to happen in their lives that's going to trigger some things that's going to make them digress. So until we're able to understand that for this population that we are articulating here, we're not going to really see the results that we want to see.
Your point that it's not linear just shows the importance of having the political will to stick with it. So thank you for that. I want to ask one more question before opening it up, and it's kind of a lead into a panel we're going to have this afternoon, which is going to focus on gender-based violence. Deanna, you mentioned the importance of bringing women into the police force. You mentioned these corridors. When it comes to gender-based violence in Mexico City, are there any elements of the strategy that you could share with us?
Yes, and actually this was, violence against women deserved a whole strategy on itself that was made out of 11 points. I won't go on into each one of them, but very important investment of resources and efforts to reduce violence against women, beginning with the urban environment. As I said, these corridors illuminated corridors for women and girls where there was none. That was very important. Camina Segura was called. And Claudia Sheinbaum used to say, if a woman and a girl can walk safely across the city, we are all safe. Increasing the opportunity for women in economic activity all the way, from cooperatives to training to loans for the informal sector, jobs, and so on. Perhaps the most important part of the strategy was a coordinated effort to decrease violence against women across all the different sectors and spaces in the city. Public transportation, for example, there is a lot of sex-related violence, uncomfortable situations for women. So there was not only police, but also a design in public transportation where there are spaces reserved for women only. Probably the most important change that we had in the city was a program, and that required changes in legislation to make sure that whenever there is domestic violence, aggression within the household, it is the aggressor, and usually it is men, it is the aggressor who leaves the household. So in the past, what we had is women with their children moving out of the house to one of these women's refuges, ¿cómo se llaman? Homes for women, which we improved. We increased psychological support and economic support for women that were forced to leave the house. But the most important change was to say, if there is aggression within the household, it is the aggressor, the man who leaves the household, regardless of the ownership of the house, of the apartment. So that was very important because that prevented the escalation of violence, but it was very important for women to feel safe at home with their children rather than moving away. There were many other efforts at the police level, within the general attorney offices to make women comfortable about going and denounce and make abrir carpetas de investigación, expose criminal activity. So there was a whole range of programs to that, but that is an issue that requires a specific attention. It was improved in Mexico City, and now we have the mechanisms to improve enforcement.
Thank you for that. I think this will really feed into the later conversation, but I want to open it up and see if there are any questions in the room for our panelists. I see one right here. Is that Renata? Hi. And if you have any questions, there are mics in the back of the room.
Hi, this is Renata Segura. I'm the director for Latin America at the International Crisis Group. Diana, I have a question for you about how are you envisioning that these mechanisms that work so well for Mexico City can now be expanded now that Claudia Sheinbaum is the new president of Mexico? What of what was learned in the context of Mexico City can be applied to improve security overall in the country?
The sound is pretty bad, but I think the question was how to take this strategy now to the national level. Claudia Sheinbaum is the president-elect in Mexico. She's going to be, the inauguration is on 1st October, so we are very excited for having the first woman president in North America, not only in Mexico. And yes, what she has been campaigning on includes a very well-defined strategy to improve security in the country, which is basically based on these same 4 pillars that I just talked about, plus a 5th one, which is a reform of the judiciary. And I know this is something that is very much in the press, in the 8 columns of all international press. We have an issue, a real issue with the judiciary in Mexico. 90% of criminal activity doesn't go through the judiciary. So the level of impunity in the country is very high. This is a high preoccupation for the country. It's something that we have to deal with. For that, we need a reform on the judiciary system, which is now underway in Congress, and it's going to the Senate. So this is part of the strategy for security, to decrease impunity, to strengthen and improve the judiciary system. Other than that, Claudia Sheinbaum has proposed during the campaign a continuation or an expansion of this four-pronged strategy that we had in Mexico City, to deal with the root causes of insecurity, to improve policing at the national level, and that means that improving the work of the National Guard, to improve intelligence and investigation of criminal activity, and the fourth is coordination. Of course, the challenges are much greater at the national level, but we have very good results in Mexico City, and we are pretty sure that we are going to have good results at the national level going forward.
Okay, I think we have two questions. If we could ask them both maybe at once, that would be great.
Well, hi, Andrew Seeley from the Migration Policy Institute. Good to see you, Dr. Alarcon. A question about immigrants, actually, in your communities, because both Mexico City and Port of Spain have seen large numbers of immigrants arrive, and often people who are distrustful of going to authorities and interacting. What have you been able to do in terms of working with immigrant communities on public security issues? And Diana, I know you did a lot of this in Mexico City, so I'm curious.
So again, in our context, being from a small island developing state, much of that direct work happens with coordination at the central government level. At the local government level, we support those efforts in whatever way we can. I know that the government recently took a decision to formally allow and encourage Venezuelan migrants to enroll at the school level so that they're able to go to school. But the day-to-day operational responsibility for that work is coordinated at the central government level. At local government, we provide support wherever we're called upon to participate.
Diana, did you want to add anything about the
coordination?
Or about the migrant in Mexico City?
Migration?
Yeah.
To Mexico City?
Was your question, sorry, maybe just repeat
the
question.
sound is really bad.
Oh, sorry, Diana, Andrew Seeley. The question is what you did with immigrant communities so that they would be much more comfortable approaching authorities in the city to integrate immigrants.
Integrating migration into the city, yeah. Well, Mexico City as a city does not have responsibility for migration issues, of course, except for humanitarian assistance and making sure we integrate migrants into the life of the city, and this is precisely what we did. That was part of my responsibility within the government. Of course, we have a very large number of migrants that go across the city, do not necessarily stay in the city, but they go across. So, all the facilities for their transit through the city are provided in terms of humanitarian assistance, medical assistance, and so on. But for people who decide to stay in the city, there are whole programs to integrate them as part of the city. There are job opportunities, and now we have specific programs that are opening spaces, job opportunities for migrants, to integrate children into schools. Nowadays, migration is not men who are looking for a job, it's usually families. At least this is what we are receiving in Mexico and in Mexico City, of course. So integrating their children into the schools, into the health services, assisting in housing, providing housing, temporary housing for them while they find more permanent spaces and so on. But it is those two areas of work. One is humanitarian assistance for people in transit. The other one is making sure that we are able to integrate migrants into the community for those who decide to stay and live in Mexico City.
So we're almost out of time, so I want to just end with just one question for each of you, and it is, we know that cities, they learn a lot, you learn a lot from one another, and I know, for example, the Mexico City and the Oakland connection But if you could take a lesson or a key takeaway that you would recommend elevating to the federal level or to the national level, a best practice, or as countries in the region are grappling with citizen insecurity, what would that be? And Diana, I'll start with you and then go down the line.
My recommendation would be look at the root cause of insecurity, and it is mainly young people looking for opportunities to have a good living. It is young people who have the energy and the intention of doing something that is interesting. The temptations to go into criminal activity are very high. In my country, it is expressed as engagement into wrongdoing. In other countries, it is expressed as overuse of drugs and other activities, antisocial activities, for the lack of positive opportunities for people to have a meaningful life. So if there is one recommendation that I would make, is look at the root cause of insecurity with a special emphasis on young people.
Thank you. Chinua.
I would say to continue the investment in youth-serving organizations and initiatives. As I mentioned earlier, the investment in the urban revitalization program, in that cultural space that can serve young people. Those kinds of investments in the long term will redound to our eternal benefit.
Thank you. And Eddie.
You know, it's interesting. I wish we had more time, because it's not just one thing, right? My encouragement to the folks in the room would probably think about, what does real collaboration, partnerships look like across sectors? How can you think about building a village, an ecosystem that includes the business community, that includes the government, and that includes community, religion institutions, and so on? It's not an easy task. If it was, I think you probably wouldn't have us up here right now. But I think that would be my strongest encouragement. And the last thing I'll just add is that, sometimes I think we forget what it's like to be on the other end. And maybe some of us never been on the other end, right? I think it's important that we see the goodness in people, even when they don't see the goodness in themselves.
Thank you so much to the three of you. And I'm leaving this inspired and hopeful. So thank you so much.
Thank you again to our wonderful speakers for these enlightening conversations. Now, before we continue with our next panel discussion, I would like to remind you that this event is being live streamed on the CAF, OAS, and Dialogue YouTube channels. You can join the conversation on social media. You can use the hashtag #DiálogoCAFOEA and follow @AgendaCAF and @The Dialogue. Also, you have the OAS handles, which are @OEA_oficial, @OAS_official, @OEA_BR. And with that, we're ready to begin our fourth session of the day. It's titled Transnational Organized Crime in the Western Hemisphere. It is moderated by Mr. Juan Carlos Pinzón. Juan Carlos Pinzón is the former Minister of Defense of Colombia. He was also named Ambassador of Colombia to the United States 2 times, on 2 occasions. He is currently a visiting professor at Princeton University, an economist by trade. He graduated from Pontificia Universidad Javeriana in Bogotá, Colombia, and he also received a master's degree from the same institution. He holds also 2 additional master's degrees, one in public policy from Princeton University, and another honoris causa in national security and defense from the Columbia War College. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Juan Carlos Pinzón, Ambassador.
¿Se escucha? ¿Sí? Okay. Hola a todos. It's a pleasure to be here. This panel is going to have English and Spanish. and Spanish and English. You know, we have a heavyweight team of people here, and some of them speak Spanish, some of them speak in English. So we're going to take the advantage of the OAS anyway. Presidente, un gusto saludarlo.
I greet President Iglesias, and I greet you, the current president of the INA. Thank you.
Let me introduce Roberta Jacobson, former ambassador of the United States to Mexico, former deputy secretary, assistant secretary for the Western Hemisphere at the State Department, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Paraguay, Rubén Ramírez, welcome, sir. Minister Albert Ramin, Minister of Foreign Affairs from Suriname, what an honor, sir. And finally, Ioan Marquez, who's the security expert and leader for multidimensional security here at the OAS. Please, let's have a seat. Well, speaking at these hours is a little bit more difficult. We are just before lunchtime. So, you know, most of the people is already at the coffee shop or, you know, or he's looking for a lunch. So we're going to try to be effective and focus very much on this interesting issue. Organized crime, transnational organized crime, is a major issue for Latin America. Let us remind ourselves that Latin America is the most violent region in the whole world. The region that gets more homicides than any other in the planet is Latin America. As Latin America continues to be this area of hope, of natural resources, of water, of minerals, the region continues to be very much affected by crime and violence on multiple ways. Sadly, drug trafficking, illegal mining, human trafficking, among other crimes, are usually very much handled by organizations that do not know about borders. They operate from the south to the north, from the north to the south, east to west, with no hesitation, no limitation. In addition to that, their presence implies handling power, taking power, meaning that through corruption, they influence politics, they influence power, and they, in territories, take control of communities. Of course, the question mark is why this happens. Sometimes it happens because it's very much related to inequality, poverty, lack of a state presence, but many other times happen because criminal structures take enough power in a way that they compete to expand. So that's a little bit of the discussion we're going to have here. We're going to invite our panelists to speak. Initially, each of them 5 minutes, so they can give you a little bit of an idea. Of course, the big question is, what have you seen about transnational organized crime in your case, and how do you see it all along Latin America? Voy a comenzar con el ministro Frank Ábrago. Ministro, la pregunta es, ¿qué has visto tú?
My question is, what experience do you have of transnational organized crime, and how do you think this is having an influence on you? Panama in your case and the others. Well, thank you. The unregulated migratory crisis, which at one point we considered humanitarian in nature, given the hordes of people seeking refuge and a better future and taking and risking their lives through the Darien Pass. I remember back when Panama tried very, very hard to help these people, sometime taking 8 and 9 days to get through that life-threatening jungle. Well, when I drill down and remember what the profile really is of most people here, and I'm sorry if this seems discriminatory, there are two lines of people. Let's say the ones on the right mothers, fathers, family, people that look to be a little more affluent. But then on the left, you know the instant you look at them that those guys are probably delinquents in criminal gangs. I mean, they look the part, and they very likely are. So, depending on what we choose to do, whether you're taking fingerprints or other ways of tracking, when we talk to Homeland Security, for instance, and our great ally, that's the U.S., we have decided not to deport, but let me tell you, I can assure you that people that are being deported from their countries because they have some police file or could have in their own countries. There's the Colombian cartel, certainly. Most of them had drug trafficking, homicides, who knows what types of violence in their own countries, but because of Interpol, we have, thank heavens, a chance at least to figure out who these people are and what their backgrounds may be. But here's the thing, and I hate to put it this way. We can't have 520,000 people going through this jungle last year, and this morning it was 200 and some thousand. You do the math. There's an average of about 320, we estimate, between now and the end of the year. At this point, we're dealing with about plus 90,000. You tell me, there is no, read my lips, no, N-O way to know who these people are. Vast majority of them are not, don't have identification of any kind. And you have the Gulf cartel that offers this passage. We're talking about Egypt. We're talking about China. 25,000 people from China. That's the People's Republic, ladies and gentlemen, that we found last time. 115,000 from India, Hindus. And by the way, they're going to be extradited back to New Delhi, paid for in a charter paid by the USA. So good luck tracking all these people. If you get to Ecuador and you cross into Colombia, and by then through Panama you can slip through, and that whole network, you already know before you leave who's going to help you along the way. And you may rest assured you can absolutely be certain that every person helping along the way is part of a criminal gang. And it goes down as far as Chile, Peru, Brazil. Just yesterday we were talking here with the minister of the Foreign Affairs Minister of Paraguay. Well, they're having the same trouble. They see the tentacles of this terrific criminal organization, which is, as you can see from my brief words here, is worldwide. These are criminal gangs that are vaster and broader than you have any idea. And they're landing in South America because they figure one way or another, no matter what it takes, they can creep up through the south via the north. I think it was last year somebody got to Miami that came directly out of Cuban prisons, and there they were suddenly on the beaches of Florida. We're having pretty much the same thing. And with the President of the Republic, I don't mind telling you, one of the greatest challenges is to see what we can do to hoard off. Don't really know what it takes to keep those masses of people coming from all over the place, coming into our country, and from thence up into the Panama Canal. Thank you. Well, Minister, thank you very much. That is very sobering, the question of immigration and how Panama is handling it.
You are a real expert on the whole Latin American region, and also you have a deep, deep understanding of both Mexico and everything about the border here. So it would be great if you can give us some of your thoughts on, transnational organized crime and what can we do, what has been done.
Well, thank you, Ambassador, and thank you of
all of the panelists. I start with two disadvantages. One, I'm not in government anymore, and I will occasionally, as you'll hear, say we, when what I mean is the United States government. It's just very hard to deprogram yourself after 31 years. The second is that I may not be as current as obviously the ministers are, or Ivan working on this project in the OAS. But I will say a couple of things that I think I've learned, One, we in the US government and in the United States generally, and perhaps in the region, I don't want to speak for others, have a tendency not to think of transnational criminal organizations in a way that I think would be more productive. Transnational criminal organizations are transnational corporations. And as corporations, we know in the private sector, if you wanted to put a competitor out of business, doing away with the CEO is not going to do that, right? You can, obviously, Sam Walton died and Walmart continued to exist. So that will tell you a little bit of my view on high-value target strategies. They can be very effective, but my view is that it is critically important that you look at the entire corporate structure. That means the consumers, that means the middlemen, that means the accountants, but most of all, it means the money. Follow the money is still true. The second is that there are new models of transnational criminal organizations in the region, even than when I left Mexico 4 years ago. Anyway, it was true at some times that if you were able to arrest, extradite, the heads of cartels or the top leadership, they imploded. They did not last. What Mexico saw over the last 15 years or so is not that. They simply fragmented into a situation in which you're dealing with 15 or 20 cartels instead of 5. And there is a new model, and the newest model, I would say, is that of the CJNG, the Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación, which has what I would call, again in corporate parlance, I guess I have been deprogrammed to some extent, they're a little bit like a Papa John franchise, right? If you are running a cartel in a particular area and CJNG wants into that area, they come to you and say, you can continue to run your business, but now you work for us. And if you don't want to work for us, we will wipe you out and your family. And this has enabled a cartel to have national reach, and I would argue beyond national reach, much faster than cartels who fought their way across the territory or to the plazas that crossed the US-Mexican border. I think one of the things that we know and we should be spending a lot more time on is the insidious effect that transnational organized crime of any sort, human trafficking, drug trafficking, or domestically extortion, auto theft even, that we've seen as areas the cartels can get into, the insidious effect it has on democratic politics. The notion that this is not a problem for countries of supply, it's only a problem for countries of demand, is simply not true. Because what these organizations do is slowly or quickly eat away at the democratic institutions such that they are hollowed out and they can ply their trade. And so I hope and think we've gotten past a blame game between demand countries and supply countries, because those borders, if you will, are much more porous than they used to be. Almost every country is also a demand country. But it's critical that we stay that way, that we not go back to the blame game. It's simply too big a problem, and frankly, as the ambassador said, the agility of these organizations who don't have to worry about national or international law means that the exploitation of any of our differences is to their benefit. So let me stop there. Thank you.
That's very good, Roberta. Thank you so much. Canciller, yo sé que puedes hablar en español o en inglés.
So we can speak in English or Spanish. Please go ahead.
More comfortable in my native language. But
I would first of all like to thank the CAF and the Inter-American Dialogue as well as the OS for organizing this panel, which is so key when in June of this year we were organizing this from the OAS-GA in Paraguay. We brought up the topic and it was unanimously accepted by all member states. That is integration and security for sustainable development in the region. And in the Asunción Declaration, we talked about the commitment and concern of all member states that is in our hemisphere when it comes to security. And I'm going to share some key messages which I feel are important to keep in mind. 1, there is a diagnostic for each region, and that sheds light on the fact that we have shared problems and we have specific problems by country and by region. And it's not the same when we discuss security in North America as in the Caribbean or Central America or in South America. Including in South America, we have divergences between each country, of course, and we have the challenge of producing and trafficking drugs, transiting drugs, drug trafficking, or issues related to trafficking in persons, money laundering, and others. Of course, these are shared throughout the hemisphere when it comes to migration, which of course also we all bear that burden. But the OAS has defined 4 pillars, which are fundamental to understanding how we need to address this and how we need to consider in each program of action in fighting the scourge. First of all, we need to strengthen democracy. That is fundamental. When there's no democracy in other countries, obviously this has a knockdown effect. Paraguay has the moral authority to state that over the 35 years of dictatorship that we endured, we saw a huge spike in poverty, and after 35 years of democracy, we have seen such a jump qualitatively and quantitatively when it comes to social well-being. From the perspective of democracy, we also can see, and this is something that is playing out in Venezuela, and it has a domino effect, and that is the diaspora of Venezuelans and the impact that it has not only on South America, but also the entire hemisphere. Therefore, strengthening institutions is key to fighting crime. The development pillar named by the OAS means that we have enormous migration underway due to poverty. Poverty, of course, leads to a demand for greater opportunities, job creation. And when we face a lack of economic opportunity, a lack of growth and development, obviously there is a direct link between transnational organized crime. This is an issue that besets us all. And the most horrific in this entire series of chapters on development is the fact that poverty has the face of a child in our continent. And we have heard this time and again. This is one of the most socially unequal regions in the world, if not the most. And so this is, of course, a human rights issue. That's also key. Today, we are delighted that to note that we saw that 160 people were deported from Nicaragua to neighboring countries. They were political prisoners. And these are key issues when it comes to comprehending the fact that without integration, as Roberta stated, when we have these multinational corporations in TOC and governments and states are able to come up with synchronized public policies and plans of action to defend themselves from this scourge, we see that then we have to have the same mechanisms in place. Otherwise, we can lose sight of the report from the IDB that 3.5% of the GDP comes from TOC. And the second element here is that these groups have been able to create a series of mechanisms that begin with corruption, with setting up government political candidates at every level of power. And that corruption, which is associated with these criminal organizations, then undermines the credibility of the state. It undermines the support that a government might otherwise enjoy. And when you lose that legitimacy due to corruption, that leads to discrediting democracy in general. And we see in the indicators, for example, when we look at the Latino Barometer and others, every 2 years they report that we have a huge setback in credit for democracy as a government system or a government model. It's undermining states as responsible actors who safeguard the safety and well-being of persons. And obviously, the issue of multidimensional security is also key in order to understand the fact that drug trafficking, arms trafficking, trafficking in persons, corruption, money laundering are all related in a cross-cutting fashion to one another. And as Roberta also stated, the issue of money is the end goal. Everything translates into profits, but everything begins with a lot of violence. And what we can say is that when we see these setbacks that are underway in many countries, whether in Latin America as a region which is becoming more violent, perhaps the most violent in the world today, this sends a key message insofar as if we do not build a hemispheric level capacity and a plan of action, we are going to have a proliferation of increasingly violent activities on our hands, because that is what these organizations do. They build spaces in their various entities, and we need to understand that we have shared responsibility among our nations to address this problem and resolve it. There are countries that want drugs. There are countries that produce drugs, and those that serve as points of transit. And this consumption of drugs rises each year, and what those that traditionally were acquiring drugs now have become transit countries. They've reduced their consumption, and transit countries have increased their consumption. We see greater poverty as a result of this, greater social conflict in our countries, and the hemisphere needs immediate actions. We've been saying it for more than 2 decades now, and our distinguished Secretary from Multidimensional Security at the OAS is here with us, saying the same. Over the last 20 years, we haven't had a meeting of hemispheric security authorities, and this is overwhelming. We need to do that. So we have fundamental tasks on our hands in order to ensure that we have a security policy approach in our countries. Thank you very much.
Please, sir. I think transnational organized crime touches the whole region, but your country and countries in the Caribbean in a subtle way, in a different way. I think it's interesting to see your approach to that.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good. Well, it's great to be on an OES podium again. First of all, congratulations to Inter-American Dialogue, CAF, and the OES, of course. I say that with a purpose because that's exactly what is needed, is collaboration among institutions. This problem of transnational organized crime in many forms, many phases. We have heard them all today. Cannot be resolved by one country on its own within its national borders. That's why the term is transnational, cross-border in nature. So it requires every single country in this hemisphere to collaborate. I think more of that is needed. That's the first point I'd like to make, more collaboration between national authorities at both the strategic level, the tactical level, and the operational level. Regretfully, what I have seen, because we organized in 2022, because of our issues in the region, a meeting with this purpose with 6 or 7 countries, Brazil, Colombia, Venezuela as well, and also Guyana, Suriname, French Guyana, Curacao, and so on. Simply because you need to work at the level of the different agencies in country. And what you then hear is that certain things are not possible. Operating together to interdict is a problem, it's a challenge. Some countries do not have the equipment. We got in Suriname, for instance, in 1 month, 10 pieces of intelligence saying this plane is coming your direction. They could follow it, we could follow it, but we could not interdict, we could not do anything because we did not have the equipment. So it's not only, that's why the operational side is critically important. Intelligence sharing is doing reasonably well, but making sure that those culprits are caught is a challenge for many countries. Keep in mind, these are territories which are not guarded. There is no tower, intelligence tower, in the southern part of Suriname near Brazil, which can monitor movements, flight movements. There is none. So you get the intelligence from far away until you pick that same signal up again closer to home. When you come there, you're half an hour too late. You're an hour too late. By then they have burned the plane already and they have gone. These are practical issues. This is one issue. So in my view, we need to work together, and that's why this is important. I think we should go beyond this. A summit on security alone, on transnational organized crime, is really needed in this hemisphere to align, to basically synchronize policies, but also operational efforts. The second point I'd like to make is, and then particularly with regard to small countries, keep in mind small countries are not the producers, are not the main consumers of drugs, if we take that as an example. They're not. They're just transshipment points for a reason, because there is less control, less capabilities to control, so those are used. Our vast interior is easy to access in that illegal form. And that goes for many countries in our region. So small countries are not the users, but they are transshipment points. Some of it leaks into society, which creates a social problem. That is a massive new challenge with lots of expenses. But more so, because a lot of money is involved, and I think we agree the money trail should be followed, you get influencers in your own political system. And even in government, even in parliament. So if you have that as a side impact, of a side effect, because of corruption, because of becoming part, the local scene becoming part of an illegal trade, whether that's contraband or other kinds of illegal crimes, it becomes very difficult to take decisions in such a way that it can, address the issue of illegal drug trafficking. In the Caribbean, hurricanes, a declining economy, issues with regard to small firearms are a threat to the stability in the region. And these need to be addressed head on. It's not only transferring knowledge and technology. It goes beyond that, institutional capacity. So we have a lot of work to be done here. A roadmap is needed. Not every country is the same, and not every illegal or internationally organized crime. It's the same for every region. We have spoken about migration. The key thing in all of this is, and this came earlier on as well, Secretary General Almagro spoke to this, fundamentally it is about addressing the underlying causes that facilitate, that make it possible for these crimes to continue to exist. Poverty, social exclusion, no jobs, economic development. If we address those issues, it will alleviate a lot of these things. So the question is also, what kind of society we want to build? In most of the countries, norms and values are eroding. If you see young children, they don't care anymore about whether they enter the job, because it doesn't sync with the values of being honest and not getting involved in criminal activity. But that is what they do still in most of our countries. So we have a lot of practical issues to deal with in this context. And the only way we can do that is by working together. On the longer term, also addressed earlier, is the issue about strengthening state institutions, your legislation. I can tell you that Suriname has gone through a process of the Financial Action Task Force in terms of AML. And we have done well to enact new pieces of legislation. And we have gone through, in a positive sense, through the audit with the FITF. But countries can do one thing, but when the surrounding areas are contaminated, it becomes very difficult to maintain that level of commitment. We went to tier 1 in terms of human trafficking, in terms of categorization by the US government. Tier 1 means you're doing pretty well in addressing human trafficking. We want to stay there. The question is, how do you maintain that position? And that's a major challenge. So let's be not only strategic, but also very practical in the way we address international crime, transnational organized crime in this region. Lots of work to be done, but I think this is a great opportunity to align our thoughts, but also make sure that the OAS and other institutions come together and put the programs in place to make sure that we at least address it. It's not an easy task because they run fast ahead of governments in terms of the capabilities they have, which we do not have.
Thank you, Minister. Very much appreciated your comments. So, Ivan, if you want to do your 5 minutes as fast as you can, will be great as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. ¿Me escuchan?
Can you hear me? I'm going to be speaking in Spanish so that I don't massacre the English language. Now, in order to address today's topic, I would like to first bring up the face of this problem. And at the OAS, we have this concept of multidimensional security. And we try and look at this issue of transnational organized crime in all of its aspects. And today we know that this includes financial crimes, arms trafficking, and much, much more. Often, as we've already heard, we are talking about people, individuals who suffer day in and day out due to the effect of these criminal corporations present in our territories. The influence of organized crime on individuals' lives is something that, to me, is the cornerstone of everything that we can do in the international community in order to alleviate this suffering. So financial crimes, and I can share some data and figures with you as we are apt to do. This is the #1 illicit economy in 2022 that generated the most resources for crime, money for crime, was trafficking in persons and migrant smuggling, which We've also mentioned today that's the second illicit economy in our region, followed by environmental crimes. And often with environmental crimes, this isn't an isolated issue. The issue has always been drug trafficking and trafficking in persons, but transnational organized crime often profit from drugs as well as resources, and environmental crimes go a little bit beyond what we often understand as the environment and its destruction. They include health problems, urban community challenges, and along with drugs trafficking, which has been the channel for security issues in our countries, we hope that with a new, broader vision and with a more wide-ranging ability to address this, we will see changes in the coming 5 to 10 years. And of course, violence, which has an impact on people's lives every single day. This is armed violence, everyday violence, arms trafficking, ammunition trafficking. These are fundamental issues in our region. And I always remember that while the world is killing with firearms, 40% of the times we see this over 70% of the time when it comes to homicides. That is, they are carried out by firearms, often at the hands of organized crime. And this is the dynamic of the violence generated, but also how we are organized as a society and our values, as the foreign minister already stated. They lead to so much violence in our region. And so I'm going to speak about what we have been doing at the OAS before I add to everything that's already been stated. We have 3 aims in fighting TOC, and I think that this is an interesting challenge because it's part of a coordinated effort by member states of the OAS, and in much of our region, we still have to implement it. So the first would be the need for a multi-sectoral coalition. And when I mention a multi-sectoral coalition, I'm talking about coordinated collaboration between the public and private sectors, multilateral sector, states, multidimensional, as we consider traditional and new threats alike. Under this new concept inaugurated in the 2003 Declaration of the Americas on Multidimensional Security, which in reality is one of the most modern views of security worldwide, particularly for our hemisphere. Within the OAS, we also have abilities for policy coordination, and the Ambassador Ramirez, Foreign Minister Ramirez, has already talked about this meeting in the Americas. It's a fundamental policy meeting coordinated by the OAS, and which should once again take place at the beginning of next year. But we have other tools available to us which can help us better coordinate still. For example, meeting of national leaders in fighting TOC, RENDOT, the group of experts on money laundering, JEVOLEX, the Inter-American Convention Against the Illicit Manufacture of Firearms and WMDs, CCAD for drugs, SEEK for fighting terrorism, as well as addressing the issue of borders. And this is, of course, also important for financing for terrorism and its relationship to TOC. So we have many different tools on the table for this true multi-sectoral coalition. And the second point would be a comprehensive strategy. And I think that we are in line with what Foreign Minister Ramirez has stated as well, that as many of the challenges are hemispheric level, but they are also sub-regional. And so we need to seek solutions within our territories and our environments, and I believe that this would also be a good step in the right directions. And we also have to have comprehensive responses ahead of time. We need to prevent. We need to invent greatly in our region to repress crime. And this is the last resource that we have to addressing these actual criminal corporations that are operating. We need to invest in investigation. That's also fundamental. And finally, as part of this tripartite strategy, we need, and I'm repeating this, I already stated this in Asunción at the OASGA, we need to invest in human capital and technology. Our countries often have the map of where we can go, but we're lacking in the actual boats. We're lacking in the capacity. We have to work with development banks and private foundations, with domestic capacities to work with the private sector in security. And this is something innovative for our region. Security has always been the red-headed stepchild of public policy. And so we need to invest in this from civil society to look at the diversity of our region. I apologize for interrupting, but I don't want to interrupt the foreign ministers. You know why, but I can interrupt you.
We have some, like 15 minutes to have a conversation. So we got to be a very fast conversation. We got to be very brief. So, you know, on my experience of fighting organized crime, what I can tell you is that, yes, you can be effective. You can defeat them as a structure. But then there are multiple layers. Social policy. If you don't do the social policy, you're in trouble. If you don't have the cooperation, intelligence, and other governments and other agencies, not just meeting, but really executing actions, then you're in trouble. And, you know, all of our leaders here were very strong to describe that this is a multi-layer problem. So that's something you need to watch. And then there's another point, political corruption. If you don't confront political corruption, organized crime can reinvent itself and even can lead to take power in a way that denies the action of, you know, good faith and good actors. With that editorial, my question to you, I will send two questions in one just because of time. One, how can we enhance coordination beyond the multiple set of meetings we have? What exactly can we do? Cooperation. How can we cooperate? The second question, about the political influence. How do we handle this? Because there are governments already in the region, I can say it, that already are very much influenced, if not taken, by organized crime. How do we handle that? Because that can be a reality. And when it happens, what tools do we have to confront that? Let me start with Minister Abrego. Esta vez te paso un minuto.
I'm going to give you 1 minute this time, if you can sum it up. On organized crime, what do we need to be effective in your experience? Practical elements. That's the first issue. And secondly, when organized crime takes over political power, what arms are left to fight against it? What defenses does one have? Thank you. Well, my sense of organized crime in this case, it's, you know, it's like Chicago, and people from way back when knew that, and that's where the expression comes from. You can tell from how people hang with each other that they're getting organized. And I don't know whether today we can say they become corporate entities. And I think that the whole of civil society, from a legislative standpoint, offers a judicial, legislative approach, but the problem is much broader than that. It goes straight to security forces, to the security, indeed, of the nation, not going political anyway, to one party or another, or one tendency or another. We're talking about security, People need to understand that we have to do what we need to do to be safer, to be one region. And I think the OAS, the UN, the different financial corporations that are helping us fight criminality all helps. But I think it's time we all ask ourselves, a little bit paraphrasing, ask not what your country can do for you. What can we do for our country? What we can do to make a difference? Thank you very much, Minister. Very, very compelling words. Let me pass the ball to you. What's the magic touch we've been missing thus far? Well, in our experience, coordination is very elusive, and it's certainly one of the tools that we need to hope for. What has worked, when it has worked, is to be able to share our problems. We, for instance, have had quite some success working on eliminating arms trafficking. We did this in the Caribbean. We're doing it in various other places. We're working hard in Central America. But at the end of the day, you've got to bring it home in the sense that you need to look at what you can do to make things better internally, domestically, through cooperation. Because it is true that we're talking about transnational crime. So you've got to bring it home and know what you can do, but you also have to do it with your neighbors.
In the whole region, as very few people. And you've seen how corruption gets to power. How do we handle that?
I think there are two things to keep in mind. Y realmente agradezco muchísimo lo que ha dicho.
I was very struck by what Yvonne said, and also.
There's a couple of things. The first, let us not kid ourselves that something like public financing for elections will take care of the problem. Mexico has had public financing for its elections for years. It does not mean that drug money doesn't get into campaigns. It's just perhaps even less transparent because it's outside of that system. But we do know from, and I think Colombia had some of this experience, certainly the United States does, we have to strengthen the watchdogs, right? And those watchdogs are within police and security forces, they're offices of professional responsibility, they're ombudsmen, they're inspectors general, there are all different names for it. But there's a reason why the Department of Justice in the United States, one of the larger sections of its lawyers, are the public corruption lawyers, the ones who prosecute corrupt public officials. Because there's nobody here who would suggest that it doesn't happen in the United States with this much money around. So you can create model legislation, you can talk about creating greater links among countries, but there is a certain amount of this that is sort of think globally and act locally, which is aterrizando, bringing it down to the local level. The second thing I would say, which is really basic, I know, but I'm not sure we've implemented well enough, any of us, is work with women and with mothers. If you're going to be working in communities, especially communities that have been hollowed out by gangs or cartels or other criminal organizations, the greatest and most lasting changes come when you work with mothers. And I think we in the United States have spent much too much time arguing about soft side and hard side in the past. I'm hoping we're beyond that. Because everything is hard side, in my opinion. Everything is essential, but we need to bring it back to the community level in its implementation, and we need to make sure that both the private sector and government partners are putting in their fair share of these kinds of programs, because in general terms, you want them to exist when donors, whoever the donors are, finish their work there, and to replicate successful programs.
That's very good points. Mr. Ramden, smaller countries usually get targeted by organized crime from other countries. They need to do their money laundering effort, and also they seek to use it as a platform to export even drugs into the larger markets. How do you think we should be handling that, and what can we do, and what is the lessons you have?
Well, as I said, we have to be very practical. In my experience, and this is nothing negative about any security agency, but these are particular people. They have certain standards, they expect a certain behavior, and it's not always easy to find them aligned at the same level. But within the region, within CARICOM, there are several institutions. Impacts is one of them, which is supported by many institutions in the region, including the OAS and IDB and others. It's a basic regional intelligence vetting organization. So that is one. Strengthen that even more is required, so that the impact is much more to the specific problems each island, each country has. Our problems with a vast territory of land, 150,000 square kilometers unsurveyed, is a different problem than an island surrounded by sea, by water. So there are particularities, and that's why I'm very practical about these things. The issue of firearms, that needs to be addressed, not by the small countries, but the countries which export, or from where, let me put it properly, from where small firearms are coming. And we need to address that head on, because it results in crime domestically, and that in itself is another major issue. Within the Caribbean, there is regular discussion about security arrangements. And I think it's going well in the right direction. But there are new types of transnational organized crime. Cybersecurity is one of them. And you need to have technological capabilities to address it. So with support, and this is what I then call for to smaller countries, is massive global regional support. The banks should align their work in terms of security with the needs on the ground. And that is different from making a policy and de-link it, basically. That's a practical issue. Also something which is really important, which I think many countries are trying to do, is sign agreements with each other. We are in the process of finalizing an agreement, which I hope to sign by next week, of intelligence sharing on air surveillance with the United States, which will make it possible to earlier interdict in drug trafficking, which is taking place. But certainly institutional strengthening, and with that I mean really the practical issues of mobility, cars, guns, vests, boots, and so on. Very practical issues. Otherwise you can't interdict. We have good people who are willing to fight the crime, but if they don't have the equipment, it becomes very difficult. But also stakeholder engagement. And I'm speaking here, I'm happy that the private sector is now really understanding that democracy is at risk if we don't address the crime issues. But the banking sector equally must be engaged in terms of anti-money laundering efforts. And updating and enacting new legislation is also critically important, because a government cannot act on their own. That's the difference between criminal organizations. They have no rules. They don't play by the book. Governments need to play by the book. And for that you need pieces of legislation. So enacting or updating or modernizing legislation is critically important. And I think if we can do those things, I think the environment will be much better in terms of the attractiveness some countries have in terms of
Thank you, Minister.
international organized crime.
Thank you. So, Minister Ramirez, you will be the person that will end this panel. What I will ask you to think a little bit about is, what can OAS do to work with the countries in the region to increase cooperation, to increase effectiveness against organized crime. What multilateral development banks as CAF can do with countries so we can get better tools to confront organized crime?
First of all, I think that OAS is always the only institution that has the government mandate to work on that. And that is quite important to coordinate with the international financial institutions like CAF, IDB, and really, I know in Paraguay, as a side event in the General Assembly, CAF and OAS organized a meeting of the authorities of security of the region, not of the Hemispheric, because it was everybody invited, but didn't came all. But I think that one of the most important issues today is that we have to coordinate all the agencies. The authorities on security, the authorities of the agencies are quite important to be coordinated. I can say some example. Today, we have under very deep and strong coordination the authorities of intelligence, the army, and the police force working together with Brazil. And we captured 12,000 tons of drugs, for example. We caught the trafficking of weapons and the biggest in the world, the trafficking of arms between Brazil and Paraguay. And that is an example how can we work together. And what can do us on that is, first of all, work as origins of several projects to give the strengthness on laws, as Albert said, the framework to work institutionally in different countries. Secondly, the equipment that the forces need today, that is a challenge for all the countries. And the organized crime is better organized, better equipment that they have today, and that is a challenge. And cybercrime, for example, that is a very important challenge. And human capacity building is our next work that we have to do on those issues. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Minister. Thank you to this incredible panel, very high-profile panel. And please join me with a round of applause to all of them. Have a good lunch.
Thank you very much to our distinguished panelists for their remarks, to Ambassador Juan Carlos Pinzón of Colombia. We will be taking a break for lunch. A reminder to check the hashtag DialogoCAFOEA on X for live action updates and highlights reels from the day. Please join us back in the Grand Ballroom at 2 p.m. for the rest of our afternoon sessions. Enjoy the break. Attention, please. We will begin the next session in 15 minutes. Please take your seats. Thank you. Atención, por favor, vamos a comenzar nuestra siguiente sesión en 15 minutos. Por favor, tomen asiento. Gracias. Attention, please. We will begin the next session in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. Thank you. Atención, por favor, vamos a empezar nuestra próxima sesión en 5 minutos. Por favor, tomen asiento. Gracias. Please take your seats. We will begin in 1 minute. Thank you. Buenas tardes a todos nuevamente. Comenzaremos en 1 minuto. Por favor, tomen asiento. Gracias. Distinguished guests and panelists, welcome back. We hope you enjoyed your lunch. So, moving on with this afternoon's agenda, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome Gabriela Frias. She is the moderator for this next Fireside chat. For the few of you that don't know her, Gabriela Frias is a Mexican journalist with more than 2 decades of experience. Frias is currently the anchor of CNN en Español Panorama Mundial, which is the network's primetime news program with an in-depth review of the most relevant events in the world. She has interviewed presidents, ministers, and high-level financial and economic authorities. She is one of the most recognized television journalists in the region. Please join me in welcoming Gabriela Frias. This is our next panel.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon. Tell people are coming back from lunch, okay? So expect a lot of noise while people come back. So it's an honor to be here, an honor to be talking about Latin America, and an honor to be talking about policy with people who were really involved in the policy making in the past Trump administration. Interesting, because I'm sure a lot of you would like to know how they feel it would look and how they would describe how it's going, you know? So I have the privilege to be talking to two people who worked at the highest levels of the US government, so please welcome Carrie Filippetti. Hello, please. And Carlos Diaz-Rosillo, please. Thank you. Okay. So I don't know how much you know them, but let me just, they have very long resumes, so I'm just gonna go for the things that are important in the context of this conversation. Carrie Filippetti served as Deputy Assistant Secretary for Cuba and Venezuela in the Bureau of Western Hemisphere Affairs at the State Department. Thank you for being here. Carlos Diaz-Rosillo, I mean, a long resume, but founding director currently of the Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom. He worked at the highest levels of the US government, serving as Deputy Assistant to the President, the Trump administration, and Director of Policy and Interagency Coordination at the White House. So without further ado, I'd rather have you explain or describe what you did during the Trump administration, what are the topics that you were involved with, and specifically, maybe the one thing that you work at that gives you the most pride, that you feel really proud about. Carrie.
Sure. So I'm really excited to be here. I loved collaborating with the OAS and with the dialogue when I was in government. So I had essentially 3 roles related to Latin America. The first was my initial role. I was the senior advisor to U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Nikki Haley, where I covered her Latin America policy. Then I became the DAS and Special Representative for Venezuela and Cuba. And then I also was head of the Havana Syndrome Health Incidents Task Force in the State Department as well, dealing with American service members who had been affected by Havana Syndrome. So what that really meant was most of my time was being spent on kind of countering authoritarians within the region, specifically the Cuban regime and the Venezuelan regime. I always sort of joke that I sort of failed because both of those are still horrific regimes. But I would say the thing that I was most proud of, there were 2 things that really come to mind. One related to Cuba, one related to Venezuela. The one related to Cuba was working with the European Union and specifically with Lithuania. Those of you who may be familiar with how Lithuania and the EU work, there was something called the Political Dialogue and Cooperation Agreement, basically a trade agreement between the EU and Cuba. We were concerned about it because it didn't have any human rights elements associated with it, and we wanted to make sure that those were added in. And through diplomacy with the Lithuanian parliament, we were able to get them to not put that forward for ratification, which I was really proud of, so that we could get human rights to be a larger part of the discussion. The second, as it related to Venezuela, was the genuine and people-based and people-focused that the administration, both the civil servants, the foreign service officers, and administration officials brought to our engagement with Venezuela, always meeting with the opposition members, really figuring out what would be most helpful for them, how we could help support their efforts, as opposed to trying to sort of lead from the front. And so I really appreciated that, notwithstanding the narrative, our approach was very much about how can we be of most service to the people of Venezuela and get them out of this horrific situation in which they found themselves.
Thank you. Carlos.
Sure, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. So I had a set of very interesting jobs for all 4 years of the administration, actually from before. I started in the transition in May of 2016 when Donald Trump became the presumptive nominee, all the way to January 20th, 2021. The first of these was in the White House as the Director of Policy and Interagency Coordination. As you mentioned, what that meant was I was the guy who was trying to make sure that policy was implemented according to the president's specifications. As you know, Washington is obsessed with policy formulation. What is in the project, what is in the bill, what is in the executive order. And then the president signs the project, the bill, the executive order, and then the departments have to implement it. So my job was to make sure that there was coordination across the departments so that policies were implemented according to the wishes of the president, not the secretaries and not other bureaucrats in the departments and agencies. And parallel to that, I became a spokesperson for the president on Spanish language television and radio and media. The then Director of Communications and Press Secretary decided to do away with the position of a Spanish language spokesperson. And the logic was interesting. He said all the journalists who are accredited in the White House from Spanish language networks speak English. So why have duplication? Why have a press secretary in English and one in Spanish? And I said, yeah, that's true, but the Hispanic community wants to hear what we're doing in the White House in their own language. And I think what we're doing is pretty impressive, and so somebody needs to communicate with them in Spanish what we're doing. Do you mind if I do it? And they said, sure. And so, in effect, there were two of us who split that responsibility and became press secretaries, if you will, on Spanish language media, parallel to my job as the Director of Policy.
So you pretty much had to tone down sometimes whenever President Trump said something that he really didn't mean about Latin America?
No, I don't think I did. I know he was elected president, right? And so I actually liked his policies. I liked the guy, and so I was comfortable defending his policies with a straight face because I thought they were good policies.
Because you understood them or because you liked the guy?
I think it's both. I think I had a leg up on communications people because most communication experts are really good at communicating, but they're not in the room where the decisions are made. And so as the Director of Policy, I was in the room. So I could explain the policies from the perspective of a policymaker who understands policy and can communicate it, hopefully, I don't know if I did it successfully or not, but hopefully in a way that people can understand. It's one thing for you to get talking points, and every administration, Republican or Democrat, gets a series of talking points, and you just repeat them when you go on television. And I didn't do that. I actually never read the talking points because I was in the room, so I could explain the policy, and I had the luxury of, because it was in Spanish, if I made a mistake, I was pretty sure the president wasn't listening to it. And so I was free to say whatever I felt had to be said to defend his policies. So I did that for the first half of the administration, and then I did cultural policy and then defense policy.
You're laughing because I'm assuming that you understand that was pretty much the ecosystem in which you had to work when it comes to a Trump administration.
Well, obviously, one of the main things that you have to deal with when you're in foreign policy is this sort of like, there's three components here. There's the rhetoric, there's the reality of the policy, and then there's the perception. And the perception doesn't necessarily ever match up with either the rhetoric or the policies. I mean, one interesting thing that I found is that if you look at the actual policies that were done by President Trump, especially as it related to Latin America, number one, the amount of time and emphasis that was placed on it. When I was in government, there were moments where we were in interagency meetings talking about Venezuela and how to help the people of Venezuela 3 times a day, every day. So the sort of just time emphasis that was placed on it, but also the actual outcomes. I mean, USMCA was a huge success for both us and the region. We had amazing successes in this building at the OAS, dealing with promoting democracy, dealing with promoting human rights. So that was the reality. But of course, the perception doesn't necessarily align with that. I actually think the Biden administration is sort of the reverse, where their rhetoric is great and they're very glowing about the region, but in terms of the actual accomplishments and relationships, I think are not as significant, both either for American interests or for Latin American interests.
Interesting. I'm going to go into that, but let me ask you. I come from a country, Mexico, where the president really criticizes the press, and Mexico is one of the countries where journalists get killed, and a lot of us think that he's opened the door for that. Don't you think that when it comes to laying out policy, having a president that speaks or belittles the continent does not help your implementation of policy? And I'm asking this because if he gets reelected, a lot of Latin Americans, from government authorities to citizens, are wondering how much of that, how much more of that we're gonna have to, listen.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think, again, a lot of this is rhetoric versus
Yeah.
reality. For me,
but it has a consequence. Do you agree?
Sure, but for example, a lot of people in France call Americans fat and lazy, right? They're not talking about me. I know they're not talking about me. But so what I'm saying is that people will use language, we were talking in the back that I am a childless cat lady. People are always like, are you so upset about what J.D. Vance said? He wasn't talking about me. And so when President Trump talks about some of the concerns that he's experiencing about Americans who have been killed by illegal immigration, by Americans who have been killed by fentanyl and all of the serious issues that Americans really care about, we need to understand and appreciate that he is not talking about all people from the region, but he is talking about a real issue that we in America have to deal with.
I agree, and obviously rhetoric matters, but I would venture to say, and there's no proof, right? There's no survey that shows this, that if you were to ask Latin American leaders, they would tell you that the policies of the Trump administration were pretty good. And so what I always did when I approached defending the policies is yes, rhetoric matters. I'm not going to say it doesn't, but look at the policies, look at the record more than the rhetoric, because I think the record speaks for itself.
Now, you mentioned Venezuela, both of you. From what you worked on, your projects, the implementation of all your projects, the sanctions back in the day with President Trump, to what you're seeing right now, how do you gauge what's going on compared to what you were working? Go ahead.
I mean, to me, it's a puzzle how so we authored pretty significant sanctions. True, the dictator's still there. So if your way of evaluating how effective the policies were, the sanctions were, and you use, is the dictator still there? Yeah, he's still there. So from that perspective, yeah, they didn't work. I wouldn't use that perspective, right? Did we put pressure on the guy? We did. I think the elections, or the sham elections that took place a little over a month ago, things would have been a little different, I think, if Trump were in power. Sanctions need time to work. Sanctions need other members of the international community to go along with them. And I think if you were to ask leaders of the opposition if our policies were more effective, less effective, or equally effective than the current administration's policies, I think they would say they were more effective, even if the ultimate goal was not accomplished in the 4 years that we were in power. But we put a lot of pressure on the regime. And I think what I don't get, and I generally don't understand, is why the current administration would reward the regime and believe that there will be meaningful change when every piece of evidence pointed to the contrary. Now they reverse course, but for a little while, right, the administration was pretty much bending over backwards to negotiate with the Maduro regime, and believing that there would be a meaningful change, that there would be an honest election. And I think, to me, that is just incomprehensible.
Yeah, it's always hard for me to answer this question succinctly because there's a million different ways that I can take it. But I want to just start by saying I think a huge amount of credit needs to go to the people of Venezuela, opposition leadership, including Maria Corina Machado, Edmundo Gonzalez, but others as well, who are all part of this unbelievable system that was able to do what they did in July of this year. I mean, it is truly remarkable and a testament to everything that they have been fighting for. I was really disheartened to see that the Biden administration said that the only reason they were able to do that is because of the Biden administration policies. That's not true. The people of Venezuela are their own people. They are not governed by the United States. They don't need the United States to do anything. It is themselves. So I would say that first and foremost. So I think what they have done is they are really leading, and they've proven that without a shadow of a doubt. You know, this idea of like the emperor has no clothes. Maduro cannot hide behind any fraudulent sense of having been democratically elected. Now, those of us in the Trump administration knew he had no clothes back in 2018 and 2019, but at least now the Biden administration is there, so I want to give credit to them for kind of waking up to this and now considering the use of sanctions. What I will say is, it's really important that we appreciate that sanctions were not the policy, right? Like sanctions were an important tool that was one of many tools that were used to try to get the Maduro regime to negotiate. A key difference between how Biden thinks about sanctions and how Trump thought about sanctions is that in the Trump administration, we saw sanctions as a tool to use to increase American leverage so that we would have something that we could remove if Maduro started to negotiate in good faith. The way the Biden administration saw it was, why don't we start removing sanctions to try to induce the regime to negotiate in good faith, which I think is what Carlos was referring to over the last couple of years when we saw the removal of certain sanctions, when we saw the release of certain prisoners, when we saw direct exchanges between the US government and the illegal Maduro regime. Those were all things that were done as inducements, which, as Carlos pointed out, did not ultimately come to fruition. So the ultimate answer here is that there needs to be a balance between incentives and pressure. And I think figuring out exactly what that calibration looks like is going to be very useful to try to get the people of Venezuela back to being the free nation that they once were.
Go ahead.
And I would say to the president's credit.
Can you raise your voice?
Yes, I would say to the president's credit, he was willing to do things that had never been done before. And let me give you one example. It has nothing to do with the Western Hemisphere, North Korea. Our policy towards North Korea had been exactly the same with Republicans and Democrats in the White House. Trump comes along and says, I'm going to try something different. And all of his advisors said, that's not going to work. The leader of North Korea is not our friend, and things are not going to change. And his point of view was, we have tried the same thing over and over again for decades, right? And so let's try something different. It may work, it may not work, but let's do it differently. And to his credit, there were a number of policy areas. This is one example where he was willing to try things that nobody else was willing to do because the previous actions, again, Republican and Democrat, just hadn't worked.
8 minutes left. I'm going to take one question or two questions, so if you can raise your hand while I ask another question. So I know you worked with him, and I'm not asking you to, just guess what's going to happen, but if past this prologue, we've heard in the past hours, we need a different engagement, we need a different relationship, we need a different concept of how to deal Washington with Latin America. We have authoritarian regimes. We also have a lot of drug trafficking and criminal gangs. Just judiciary systems are under threat, if not by authoritarians, it's by criminal gangs. And considering and linking that to immigration, when we already talk about over 8 million Venezuelans out of the country, don't you think it's time to rethink and probably place Latin America in a different prism as a US administration when it comes to policy? It's a long question, but hopefully you can give us practical answers.
Yeah. Well, I'll start, and I'm curious also of Carlos's view here. So first and foremost, Latin America is one of, obviously our major national security threat is China, and I think there is general consensus within the political establishment that China is a major threat. However, American direct domestic interests are no more hugely at risk than our relationship with Latin America. That's everything to do with, yes, immigration, yes, drug flows, weapons flows, but it's also to do with protecting existing democracies in the region. It also has to do with China, Russia, and Iran, who have used, and Cuba, of course, who have used the region as sort of a staging ground to try to antagonize the United States. So when you look at the current election, I think people in Latin America who are seeing that this election is very focused on domestic issues. That can be a good thing because those issues are so deeply tied to our relationship with the region. In terms of how we think about the region, I think America has gone in sort of this pendulum swing between not caring at all and not prioritizing the region at all, and then saying they prioritize it, but doing it in a very sort of like paternal way and kind of patronizing way of like, we're America and, pat on the head, we'll tell you how to, what's best for you. And I think what needs to be done is viewing the region in a true partnership model. It's what we tried to do with the Venezuelan opposition, and I think this is how the USMCA was negotiated as well. It was really both leaders, AMLO in Mexico and President Trump and his team, recognized that there were direct interests, national interests at stake for both countries in order to negotiate this, do it under better terms, and deal with some of the immigration problems that were happening as a result too. And so we were able to address a lot of illegal immigration, we were able to address trade relationships, and it was because that particular relationship, notwithstanding some of the rhetoric that you mentioned before, the reality was it was a real partnership model, and I think that's how we need to be approaching the region writ large.
Carlos.
A great journalist once said in a promotional piece for her network, México es un semillero de oportunidades. That was you. I would say Latinoamérica es un semillero de oportunidades. And I think there's two issues that bring to life the tremendous opportunities for Latin America as it relates to US foreign policy. And there's no question that the US government has ignored the region. Again, that's a bipartisan issue. Democrats have ignored it, Republicans have ignored it at their peril. And there's two issues where I think could help policymakers pay more attention to Latin America. One is China, right? We now understand, and I think Trump eventually is going to get credit for refocusing the world's attention on the real danger that China presents to US national security. And so if we look at what China is doing in Latin America, not just in Latin America, by the way, it's around the world, with their Belt and Road Initiative, with their acquiring access to airports, ports, roads, bridges, key points, technologies. If we tie US national security to that threat that the Chinese are presenting in Latin America, A, and B, the border. And not just immigration, right? But also the illegal crossing of drugs, right? Fentanyl, a huge issue for the US. And the other way, arms going into Mexico as well. If we tie US national security policy towards Latin America, towards the Western Hemisphere, Latin America and the Caribbean, to the Chinese threat and to what's happening on the southern border, I think that's a great opportunity for Latin America to rise on the policymakers' agenda. And it's a great opportunity for policymakers in Latin America to realize that this is a great opportunity for them. Nearshoring, for example, is a way for them to put themselves on the map. It's not just going to come on the US side. They have to come up with policies that are attractive so that US investors and the US government can pay attention to Latin America, the attention that it deserves, in my opinion.
And can I just add one quick thing?
Let me just, questions, any questions so that I'm gonna go over time. No question, oh, one, okay. So, yes.
Just very quickly,
Yes.
to Carlos's point, one major tool that we can have, it's sort of a combination of the partnership point and the China point, is the DFC. And the DFC, this is a perfect example of like...
The DFC?
The Development Finance Corporation.
Thank you.
So it's a perfect example of an institution that was created for very good purposes, but it's not really, it's self-limiting. 87% of countries in Latin America have restrictions because they're qualified as upper middle income countries, and the DFC traditionally focuses more on lower income countries. And so as a result, we see a lot of partnerships between the region and China because the United States is just not competing in that space. And so
adjusting to that reality.
Correct. And so something like reforming the DFC, just in terms of just like a very simple, tactical, concrete thing, is one small way that you can get at the partnership model as well as getting at the countering China model.
So I guess it's being more ambitious as the US, not only in Latin America.
But there's no reason why the US cannot be the partner of choice for every Latin American country. And right now, for most of them, it is not.
It cannot be either US or China.
With a few exceptions, the US is not the #1 trading partner for most Latin American countries.
Brazil.
And it should be every Latin American with 4 exceptions. And so I think we need to be the partner of choice. And unless we're present, unless the government is present, unless American corporations are present to do the bids, to build the roads, to build the bridges that the Chinese are building, we're not going to get ahead. And that begins with the US saying, we're here and we want to be your partner.
And I didn't even mention the values, if we are aligning in values, but let me just give the opportunity. I'm going to have those 2 questions and then let you, give you the floor.
10-second answer.
Yes? Who raised their hand? If not, I can go on.
No, there we go.
Can it be a question, not a comment, please? Because we're really running out of time. Yeah, I work on TV, you can tell.
Hi, my name is Sonia Schott. I'm with Schott International Consulting. I would like to know what will be for you the Achilles heel on the US-Latin American relations. It is immigration, it is investment, economics, politics. What will be the issue for you both? Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay.
I think it's taking the region for granted and thinking as policymakers that because we have a geographic advantage, a cultural advantage to the Chinese, Latin Americans are going to go with us as what I mentioned, the partner of choice. And that ain't going to happen just because, right? If the Chinese are providing immediate benefits, as bad as they might be in the long term, and I think they will be awful in the long term, the job of a Latin American leader is to provide for his or her people. And so if we as policymakers take for granted that we need to say we're here, we're present, and we need to be that partner of choice because we're offering something to you that is valuable to you and we want a true partnership, if we take that for granted, they're going to eat our lunch, as they're doing right now.
Karen.
I would just say, 3 seconds left. No, I would just say that I agree with Carlos, and I think there's sort of two that I would say. One is if we start putting what I would consider like American progressive values as at the center of our engagement with some of these nations, as opposed to understanding what they need and what their people need, I think that's a huge risk, particularly on the Democratic side. On the Republican side, I think there's a risk of having immigration completely overwhelm all of the rest of our foreign policy. Our immigration policy and our Latin America policy should both be working towards the same general purposes. The more democratic and prosperous the region is, the less likely we are to see illegal immigration. And I think there is a risk of doing things like offering incentives to dictators to take back illegal immigrants, for example, on one side, or on the other side, allowing citizens of foreign nations to regularly violate American sovereignty without consequence, because we don't want to antagonize that country. So we need to be very mindful of how immigration policy on the domestic side and our foreign policy towards Latin America are integrated.
Feels like you're giving examples from the current reality. I don't know if I'm right.
I'm just coming up with things that are, as they pop into my head.
Well, we're over time, so thank you so much for your time and for your ideas, and thank you.
Thank you.
You guys.
Let's go.
Thank you, Gabriela, Kerry, and Carlos for this fascinating conversation. The next panel taking place is titled Combating Gender-Based Violence. For this session, I am pleased to introduce the moderator, Michael Stott. He is the Latin American editor of the Financial Times based in London. Stott reported from Latin America between 1990 and 1998. He lived in Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico. Formerly Moscow Bureau Chief and Editor in Europe, Middle East, and Africa at Reuters, he joined the Financial Times in 2014. He graduated from Cambridge University with a master's in modern language and speaks fluent Spanish, Portuguese, French, German, and Russian. Please welcome Michael Stott and the session panelists to this stage.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call in my panelists. So first we have Margaret May Macaulay, former president of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights and a commissioner of the IAHCR now. Margaret, welcome. Great to sit here. Thank you. Next, we've got Alejandra Mora Mora from Costa Rica, who's Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission of Women in the OAS. Welcome. Please do take a seat. Thank you. Marie-Noëlle Baeza, the Regional Director for the Americas and Caribbean at UN Women. Welcome. Thank you. So sit down. And lastly, Eduardo Vergara, who is the Undersecretary at the Interior Ministry in Chile. Please do come and sit down. Thank you. Thanks. So, violence against women, gender-based violence. It's a painful subject. It's a difficult subject. It's a subject that shows in some ways the best and the worst of Latin America. Why do I say that? And the Caribbean. Very important. Apologies. Why do I say that? Well, because in 1994, many of you will know, the Belém do Pará Declaration was a pioneering piece of work under the auspices of the OAS that
we will talk about a little bit more in the session, but was a landmark piece of work in terms of codifying crimes against women, violence against women, and action that could be taken to be more effective in policing it. So that, if you like, could represent the best of the region. The worst of the region, why do I say? Well, because the levels of violence are so high, and we heard earlier this morning about how violent crime in Latin America is a huge problem across the board, so it's perhaps not surprising that gender-based violent crime is also a huge problem, and femicides. And the levels of femicide have been stubbornly high. There's those shocking statistics that 1 in 3 women has been the victim of a violent crime, either from their partner or from a stranger. And of course, that makes one reflect that probably, given the numbers here, there are women in this room who have been victims of such a crime, and maybe even men who have perpetrated them, if we're honest about it. So that's cause for thought too, isn't it? This is something very personal too. This isn't an abstract subject we're discussing that's just for experts. This is something that touches all of us in our lives as parents and as citizens. So I think that's probably enough by me for way of introduction. I was going to come first of all to Marie-Noëlle for a little bit of a sort of sense of the general perspective here, and also how that Belém Convention, that landmark piece of work, how effective that's been in practice.
Well, thank you very much for the dialogue, the CAF and the OAS, to invite us to this amazing event. Thank you so much. For us in the UN, gender-based violence is the most extreme expression of human rights violation, and is the most extreme expression of a system that we need to leave behind, the patriarchalism. But it's also, it perpetrates this discrimination into home, into public spaces, everywhere. So this is the premise that we have to address. And if we talk about 4,000 women being killed every year, just for the sake of being women, we are talking about feminicides. We're talking almost a war. Every year it happens. 11 women a day in Mexico, 9 women a day in Brazil. So we are talking a serious issue of public policy. And a serious issue of public policy that doesn't have the political attention that requires and doesn't have the budget that requires to attend. So those are the two issues that we need: political stability, political attention, and budget. 6 to 8 out of every 10 women have been victims of violence in our region. And it's gender-based violence, but it's also the technology-based violence that is really rampant in Latin America, together with the panel that was before the lunch, the organized crime. We see those two types of violence growing very, very rapidly. And also violence against women that decided to be in politics, because politics is about power. And of course, when women enter into that space, you know, men don't like that. But it's about sharing power. That's what equality is. So for us, it's important also to mention that only 6% of feminicides have been before, registered, saying, well, I have a problem with my partner. I want to come and say, listen, let's have some measure to protect me. Only 6%. It means that the majority of women do not go to the public sector, to the justice system, to denounce that they are victims of violence. So that is a reality that we have to change.
Has that proportion changed at all?
No.
Just out of interest?
No,
it stayed the same?
Unfortunately, it stayed the same. It's pretty stagnant. There are some countries that have made some improvement, like in the Caribbean. Yep. But unfortunately, it's a number that is there. Maybe a little bit in Uruguay and Argentina that have been reduced, but at the same time, when we see the feminization of poverty in Latin America, the violence is growing.
Okay, well, thank you very much for those opening remarks, Marie-Noëlle. I'd like to turn to Margaret now. And Margaret, of course, is a great legal expert, and the Caribbean has passed some legislation in this area, which I think Margaret's going to talk to us about a little bit, including how men reacted to that legislation.
Yes, I'm not going to go to the background that you've dealt with, but in the 70s, the women's movement in Jamaica and the Caribbean, I'm from Jamaica, so I'll focus specifically quite often on Jamaica, but it's the same because CARICOM listened to the voice of the women's movement because the criminal law failed in rendering women to come to the law, to use the law. And they would go to court and beg for their partners who had abused them and almost killed them. So they passed various kinds of legislation which were gender neutral and protective and not to punish the violators, but to try and change the actions of the violators. And one of the most important pieces that gave access was the creation of the family court system. And these were done, as I said, on model legislation from the CARICOM Secretariat. And that court was innovative. It dealt with everything, and its processes were completely free. And initially, it was said to give access to women. Then it was decided that when the Domestic Violence Act was passed, to make the legislation gender neutral. And this was not very popular at first with men because they felt that the women were always going to complain about being beaten and being this and that. But when they realized that they would be treated in the same way and be able to obtain the same orders as women could, it became more popular. And about 2 years after it came into effect, the Domestic Violence Act, men started applying for protective orders, which are injunctive, like protection orders, occupation orders when the perpetrator is put out of the house. And in some instances, it's the woman who's the perpetrator who had to be put out of the house. So they felt more comfortable in dealing with that. There are several others. The Child Care and Protection Act also covers every child who is abused, and every adult in Jamaica is given a legal obligation to report cases of abuse to the court, wherever it springs from. And of course, there's the Family Property Rights of Spouses Act, which gives even access when there's a breakdown in a relationship for man and woman to apply for the division of property, whereas before, the man walked off with most of the property or put the wife of 60 years out of home onto the street. So and the Maintenance Act is equal responsibility of mother and father to maintain their children, unless there is clear evidence that one is financially able, whereas the other is not. And then the court goes into these situations. Those were gender neutral. And then there's the Sexual Offences Act, which is also gives a responsibility to the perpetrators, be they man or woman.
Thank you. Yes. Thanks very much, Margaret. I'm going to turn to Eduardo now to ask about the experience in Chile under the Boric government, because we're keen, I think, all of us, to make this a session where we talk about some positive solutions and things that work, rather than going over again and again the statistics about how bad it is. Yeah. We know it's terrible, but we want to talk about how we make it better. So, under the Boric government, Eduardo, I understand that some of the figures in terms of sexual abuse and rape have got a little better. So I thought you could perhaps talk to us a little bit about what actions the government has taken which have led to those more positive outcomes.
Well, thank you, first of all. I would say that there are three elements that have been key components or in getting results regarding not only specifically about these types of crimes, but crimes in general, while at the same time we've seen an increase in homicides overall, particularly between 2021 and 2022. But I will say that the three key components are better data, better programs, and better response. And if we look at the first one regarding data, last year we duplicated the amount of households that we surveyed on a national security survey. It became, you know, in Chile we have an obsession with data, we pay attention to data, and our national survey became the second largest security survey in Latin America behind Mexico. So the amount of data we have helps a lot. We also have a national survey on violence against women that specifically gives a lot of information regarding that. And thirdly, we decided to categorize crime by harm. We had one category before where even violence within the household was not part of the priorities. So having better data also has an impact on operations, on response. So the second level behind data is better programs, working with victims. We've increased our programs to work with victims. We've increased our community-based programs. Actually, a few days ago, we signed with organizations from Chicago, Cure Violence and Crime Interrupters, and we met with the city, and we're implementing a lot of programs that are working to interrupt violence at the community level. Understanding that communities are different, understanding that response needs to be different, but understanding also that society is changing. I mean, the amount of, if we look at data regarding victims and in terms of homicides particularly, we also seen an increase of foreign victims. I mean, there are new actors that are playing new roles. So these programs have been increasing. We evaluated programs that they've been working in the past government, and we decided to continue those, but we decided to create new ones. And lastly, the third element, it has to be with response. We're going through a process of police reform in Chile. Gender-based policies and actions have become a key component of that process. We've also been working with municipal corps. We have preventive corps. We don't have municipal police. We have a unified national police, so we've been working with them, training them, designing ways of approaching how to, with the new way we've categorized crime, police operations can set clear goals. If we don't have violence against women or gender-based violence or violence within the household as one of the priorities in terms of the list of crimes that a police officer needs to see before acting, it was very hard for them to make decisions. So I would say that response also has a lot to do with making sure that this, not only as a debate, but as a priority, is present on day-to-day discussions for police deployment. So I would say those three elements could speak a little bit about how institutions are better prepared to respond, but also to adapt.
Thank you, Eduardo. Thanks very much. Y ahora quiero pasar a Alejandra.
I'd now like to turn to Alejandra, who spoke of the first international treaty with legal force that criminalizes any form of violence against women. I'm talking about Belém do Pará. The Convention of Belém do Pará now has a good number, a majority of the members, signatories of the U.S. How do you feel this has made a difference to the sexual situation and protection in Latin America? Thank you very much, and what a joy to be on this panel. Because after all, our focus is, let's tell it like it is, to focus on half of the population, no less. And let us also recognize, as is being mentioned, that we're talking about the multifaceted violence that is aimed towards women and the tremendous impact it has on their lives. And before I drill down more into this magnificent instrument, because I think it is such, and historic, Belém do Pará, it's changed life in the region, at least in terms of our recourses, let me also just invite you to think, what would it mean if, what does it mean, this isn't a hypo, what does it mean for light weapons to be brought into a home where there is violence? And how do you think that feels to a woman who has already been the victim of trafficking and has her partner sitting there with a weapon? And when we speak of migration, how must it feel to be afraid from place to place for your life? And we know that so many women are tortured, are raped, and are killed not just by the riffraff, also very much by officers. I won't say more on that. But for all of these reasons and more, this is a big deal. This is the ratification with the highest number of ratifications from the SIM, from SECFIS. This is the proverbial success story. To begin with, it was a success story because of how it was conceived, no pun intended. This came from the voices of women. It wasn't a bunch of people sitting around a room thinking, gee, what would we come up with? What might be a good treaty? It was women themselves crying out. And they were finally heard. And the first thing the convention said is that it is a human right to live free from violence. Now, let me tell you something. You may think that, well, duh, so what? This is 30 years ago, ladies and gentlemen, that we first started working on this. And very often when we raised it, jointly and severally, we were told time and again, wait a minute, but that isn't a state issue. Let people figure that out at home, or you figure it out domestically. It was a very big deal to show the states that, A, women's lives count more, count also that women's lives are being lost, and that those who were concerned, those of us who were involved in this way back then, and a couple of us are up here on the stage, know how taboo this was. It just wasn't spoken. I am telling you, in the proverbial example, there was a before and after. Belén du Pará, friends, was a before and after moment for the legal life of women in this hemisphere. This was transformed virtually overnight. Listen, there were specialized juries that, when called in to weigh, suddenly were looking at it from what today we call, and was indeed then, even as rare as it was, a gender-based perspective. And one sought to see, wait a minute, what kind of cycle is here? But even today, Belén du Pará, 30 years on, continues to have terrific impact, because what we understand by violence still covers the new forms of violence that is coming up. I'm referring to digital violence, political violence, violence in the public space, and so forth and so on. But it's the same old thing. An abuse of power. Looks different, sounds different, dressed different, but guess what? It is not different. And that is why Belén du Pará was, is, and remains a vital instrument. Now, there's a lot more to be done. I'm not saying we're done here. We need a monitoring system because, you know, a dead letter is a dead letter if you don't have a means of tracking what's going on. And the OAS does well in pointing out, and we stand for that here, conventions work, ladies and gentlemen. When you've got a legal instrument, that is a terrific message to share. This isn't dead letter, far from it, to all the contrary. Very much alive, and it changes people's lives. That's how alive it is, no pun. In the 6 hours that we've been sitting here, 3 women in this hemisphere have been killed. That's the statistics. But there are many, many more lives that have been saved in that time because of prevention, because of the legislation that through this effort here has made a difference, and the jurisprudence that is now out there. Thank you, Alexandra. After so much distraction at the hemispheric level, how great it is to hear that we're focused back on this.
Opening remarks, organized crime, which has been the subject of some of the panels earlier today, and I think we've all agreed that this is an enormous problem, a growing problem, a major threat in the region, but it also has implications for violence against women, doesn't it? I wonder if you could talk a bit more about that.
Yes, of course. We believe that the impact of organized crime in women and girls is alarming. And it's alarming in 3 ways. The first, the use of women as target because they are not willing to be submissive in the organized crime supply chain, if you want. Or the violence against women when they are submissive and they enter into the organized crime machinery, but then they are disregarded in a violent manner. And then when they're used as mules, because when you think about the petty crime that women are imprisoned, is because of being used as mules of drugs. So it affects all of this. But the involvement of organized crime in the violence against women, it's in their bodies, it's in their lack of freedom, the disappearance of women, the feminicides that are increasing related to organized crime. In Ecuador, we are alarmed to see how the organized is committing more feminicides on a daily basis. So we need to see it very, very closely. But also, we need to see how we create more networks. We have a very important network, which is the Prosecutor of Sexual Violence Network. We started with 10, and now I think it's 3,000 prosecutors that are exchanging their way of how to preserve the evidence, how to do the due process, etc. So we need that. We need integration. I think the thread or the silver line of all the speakers has been how to integrate, how to work more closely. And with violence against women, it happens. And I think that the civil society organizations are the weakest link. Don't forget that Latin America is the region where the defenders of human rights and the defenders of environment that are women are completely alone. They are killed in massive way. Last year it was 97 of human rights defenders, and they don't have protection from everywhere. So we need to support the human rights-based organizations more and more, and particularly against organized crime. And I think this is something that is not talked about. I think violence against women and organized crime is not related yet. We need to start relating, because the patriarchalism and the brutality of the killing of women is terrible. And maybe none of this is known because they just disappear. And we have to stop this.
Thank you. And a sort of related trend, something we've discussed, is also, Margaret, is the increasingly intense violence, increasingly brutal forms of violence used, which is a newer trend, perhaps related to the increased involvement of organized crime, perhaps related to technology. Perhaps you could enlighten us a little bit on that.
And perhaps because of the change in time. Because there's one thing I just must add to what they said, is that there are a larger number of cases now of women who are actively involved in violent crime with organized gangs. They are common partners, equal partners, and it's growing. It's certainly growing in our countries, and we do not talk about it enough, because there's a reason why they go, because they're mostly from the poor areas who go and join the gangs in order to also benefit as they see the gang male members benefiting. And I think we have to really focus on it. But of course, I have been working on violence against women for about here in this part of the world for about 50 years. I look younger than I am. and really, the women's movement has done enormous work. We all know that. But yet, each year, the statistics show things are getting worse. And as you mentioned, the crimes against women, the violent crimes against women, are getting more and more brutal. We have victims of violence whose bodies are found in pieces. Yeah. We have husbands who contract for their wives to be treated in this way. And we also have wives who contract for their husbands to be killed as well. And children, I mean, that really burns my heart. And sometimes I become speechless. And for me to be speechless is difficult. And they are captured, they are kidnapped, lots of times by taxi drivers, because the public transportation system in lots of our countries is not very good. And so taxis are used a lot. And young women medium-aged women, older women, young girls are captured by these taxi drivers, and they're disappeared for a while, sexually abused, and then they find their bodies discarded somewhere, and sometimes with their heads cut off and their hands cut off in order to make identification difficult. They forget about DNA now. And the police have been doing great work in the last few years to solve these crimes. And so lots of it is coming to light, whereas they would have been kept hidden because lots of governments don't want to frighten the public too much. But yet we need to know in order to take precautions ourselves and to speak with others and try to share information as to what to do. And ideas are given about how to secure ourselves in using taxis, but lots of us women also are very stubborn, don't do it. Because you could just take a photograph and let the driver see you take the photograph of his car and himself and send it, openly send it, and talk to your friend and say, did you get the taxi driver's face and number? And that has saved a number of people. And really, we ought to do that far more often. And also, making reports. That's why the family court was established, because women were reluctant to make reports to the criminal courts because of the sentences that would be passed against their partners. But the family court, their hearings are in camera. So nothing about the trials there, the hearings there, can be published. If they're published, you commit an offense and you face a very heavy fine or fine and imprisonment. So in that way, people feel secure to go to the courts to ask for protective orders. And the court has wide powers to make protective orders. That you cannot approach your wife, your partner, your visiting friend within 2 miles or 5 miles at any time and for any reason. And also put the perpetrator out of the home. And yet order the perpetrator to continue to maintain his part of the contribution, the maintenance of the children, and maybe of the victim, his main victim. Because one of the things we recognize in Jamaica and the Caribbean, the CARICOM laws, is that the children within the home, even if the wife is being attacked in the bedroom, are also victims of that violence, because they know what's going on, and it affects them psychologically and otherwise. So the family court, the domestic violence court act are innovative in the sense that they are more protective to try to save families which can be saved. They have counseling facilities in the court for the partner, 2 adults, they have for the children, they have schools within the family court process, they have drug treatment groups for young persons, and they have a children's room because lots of mothers have to take their children to court, which is very user-friendly, and it is social, it is juridical, but yet the whole underpinning idea is to protect when we can. And then they can order counseling for the parties to go to. And if they do not go, they can be brought back to the court to explain why, and then the court will think of other avenues to take.
Thank you, Margaret. That's great explanation of that pioneering system, and perhaps one that's worth
I should
copying
add,
as well.
but these brutal perpetrators do not go to the family courts. Right. They still go to the criminal courts.
Okay, well, Eduardo, I mean, following up on the theme of organized crime, we know that sadly organized crime has reached Chile, and we were talking a bit earlier, Chile is a country that's historically had very low rates of violent crime, but actually now Chileans have become much more fearful, haven't they? You think you have some numbers on that. Tell us a little bit about that, because that's another form of oppression, isn't it? The rise of fear.
Yeah, well, my Spanish is a little faster than my English, so I'm going to
Como quieras,
answer in
como
Spanish.
quieras, adelante.
So bear with me, because I only have a few minutes. I want to give you a lot of information.
Generally speaking, Chile has addressed and faced a spike in homicides between 2021 to 2022. There was a 60% increase, which we have a registry of the homicides, and it's the greatest increase that we have seen. But that increase also has some information with it that's very relevant. First of all, we see the participation of women as victims as well as victims of the state, and we see them also being perpetrators. But the difference in the case of male victim or perpetrator, in the case of women's, we see that a significant majority at that, continues to be homicides due to interpersonal reasons, that is, intrafamily violence, is about 45%. And when it comes to organized crime, of the total, it's not even 10%. So that is the nature of homicide with women as either victims or perpetrators. The nature of the crime is very different. And in 2022, we created the National Center for Homicide Prevention because Chile we had a single homicide figure. We didn't have any additional information broken down. And so this allowed us to act, and at the same time, despite the fact that we have seen a particularly interesting spike in violent crimes between 2016 hitherto, and I don't know if we could talk about the index or the rate of fear, is very high in Chile for a long time now. And we've seen different tools with polling, surveys, both nationally and globally, is one of the countries with the highest gaps between actual criminality, that is criminal acts, not just homicide, and the feeling of fear, which is the highest. And so we can see what is it that women fear versus what men fear in order to have an idea of what sort of fears and victimization there is. And the figures are very interesting, and I'll just read a few of them to give you an idea. 71%. Now, this is despite the fact that we have seen a reduction in crime, significantly in many different crimes. 71% of women avoided walking in certain areas due to fear of being victims of a crime, and that's compared to 56% of men. 67% of women has avoided going out at night because they don't want to be crime victims versus 50% of men. 54% of women avoided walking alone compared to 30% of men due to the fear of being a victim of crime. 25% of women avoided using a bus or public transportation compared to 16% of men. And so, one of the main errors that we've made in Latin America for a very long time, and I'm not just talking about Chile, but the entire region, is underestimating the feeling of fear and how subjective that is, and where we are seeking perpetrators and then we don't actually do anything else. And so the issue is that we need to reduce criminality, but we haven't been able to reduce fear. And this is important because when a person decides to not do something, whether they're male or female, a child, a grandparent, whoever it is, when they avoid using public transportation because they're afraid, and obviously more women than men are affected, when they avoid walking down the street, going to the park, or when they are anxious or afraid because their grandchild is walking home from school, the state has failed. And so if we are not able to understand and address the importance of this and stop generalizing this feeling of fear, if we avoid understanding how subjective that is, independently of who is afraid or the actual situation on the ground, whether security has improved or not, people watch things on the media, and so that means that does that mean we need to blame the media? No, not at all. But This is something that we need to understand, and it is quite central, particularly when we are dealing with violence, gender-based violence, as well as when we are breaking down criminal figures in order to take action and implement public policies. This also has to do with the trust in institutions, trust in the police, trust in the work of the judiciary. And I continue to work in a regional contracts where this underestimation, I think, has brought us to perhaps not understand how important criminality is versus the feeling of fear. Thank you very much for that. Yes, I would just like to add to what you stated with regard to prevention. Prevention, of course, is fundamental, and we don't do a whole lot with prevention, and often we forget that that goes hand in hand with education. It's so important. We also need to work on masculinities, and we see that men have been very important. We see that judges need to understand where continuous violence comes from, and in 99% of violent homes where that comes from, we need to work with men. We need to work on masculinity. Thank you very much. I would just like to give Alejandra some space. She hasn't really had the chance to speak about this, but you were talking about violence against women, and I thought about the fact that in Argentina we had a case that really was shocking, striking even, and it was against former President Fernandez, who apparently was violent against his partner. And so can we use that as a point of reflection on what's going on? Because if that can happen in Argentina, a country that's very advanced in this area, particularly when it comes to human rights, education, women's rights, if that can happen in Argentina, then how much further do we have to go? Violence doesn't have a social class, an age, and it is present in all spaces. And that's why it's so important for us to have the tools necessary in order to identify violence. What is it? Because what happens with violence? In a way, it sort of becomes part of the photo, part of the background. It's always present. And the great cultural shift is if we are able to say, this is not okay, we will not tolerate, we cannot tolerate it, and so we will transform the way we are. And I'll relate that to what the minister from Chile was saying when it comes to perceptions. Nothing is more real than perception because decisions are real. And that means that the perception materializes. And so based on what's happening with female politicians every single day, they make decisions which are influenced by this. They're on the digital platforms. And so imagine a female politician who sees her digital voice just disappear because she's avoiding being present online. And that is what is happening among female politicians. They disappear from the digital space in order to protect themselves. It's self-defense in a space that is so nefarious with so many negative implications for them. And so this is all to say that perceptions are important. We need to make a change. We need to ensure responsibility from the state because we are talking about rights, but we also need to ensure that individuals are responsible. All day we've been talking about inclusion, about people being important, and violence is important. This isn't a private affair. This is an issue of the right to life, and so it is important. We need to organize communities based around this, and of course, it's also important for us to eliminate the impunity that has reigned when it comes to violence, because we see that women are victimized by the system, but then we say, why didn't they come forward? Because the system discredits them. A legitimate system will respond to their needs, and I will close with that. And, of course, we need to engage in due diligence and prevention, which is the great cultural shift that we need to carry out. We need to research the death of women or violence against women. Of course, this is different from investigating the role of a thing or a machine. This is related to other instruments in order to make this change happen. That is why we need to sanction. Otherwise, we will continue to delegitimize the system, and we need to have sanctions that are pragmatic, that are actually dissuasive in the logic of the legal system. And so this, of course, is the great debt that states have, that is to pay the victims, to pay for the violence. How many victims are in our region because their mother was killed before their very eyes, because they face all of these challenges? And certainly we also need to improve time, because time is important, and sometimes it is a race against time. Thank you very much, Alejandra. And I think we have space for just a couple of questions. If anyone in the audience would like to raise their hand. Sir, I see you have a question. Please come up to the microphone, and I have another microphone right here. Thank you very much.
Bueno, enhorabuena.
Thank you very much. Congratulations for this wonderful panel. Thank you to all of the presenters. Thank you to the CAF and the OAS, as well as the Inter-American Dialogue, for putting together this conference and the opportunity to be here. I am the Spanish ambassador to the OAS, and as a permanent observer, I have been watching all morning, and we've talked about vulnerable people. We've talked about women as well as other groups. Women, of course, are half of the earth, and so for us to be reduced to a group, that's interesting. But we're now hearing women are afraid. But then there is also an implicit question that I think we need to address in our domestic fora, and that is the fact that we need to look at who are we afraid of. Thank you. Any other questions, please? If we could move the microphone, we'll take two, because I think we don't have time for more questions, but we'll hear the second question. I'm the Vice President of the Puerto Rican Bar Association. Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here with all of you. So we have seen the statistics in terms of weapons in other countries, and I can give ours. In 2020 in Puerto Rico, we adopted a gun law in order to be more accessible to people. So one of the consequences of this is that before 2020, 33% of femicides were committed with firearms. And that rose to 77% after the law. And so they amended the law. They needed to have it very clear in 2020 that they had 1,200 requests for a law on firearms, and that went up to 182,000, from 1,200 to 182,000. And 76% of those femicides committed with a firearm are done with legal guns. And so in our case, we can't deny that there is a link between femicide and gender-based violence with the issue of regulating firearms. And I don't know what the reality is in your countries, particularly in Latin America, but I would love to know. Thank you.
Bueno, yo creo que
I think that we are afraid. We are afraid of the patriarchy, of the system in place that incriminates, that still is very present in all aspects in our society. And that is why this is an issue of power, equality, and that is why it's so difficult to make that change. But I think that the fear is so rooted in all of us that we carry it with us everywhere. I'm from Uruguay, and certainly when we talk about the fact that in 11 years I was never afraid in Uruguay, but when I went to other countries, I felt that fear that I hadn't felt before because I was growing up in a free society. But this is something that is passed down from one generation to the next, and that is why it's part of our DNA. But we need to address it. We need to confront it and say, this is discrimination. We can't allow this. It can't be that women earn 25% less for the same job. We can't allow women to have 30% less access to credit because she's a woman. We can't allow this lack of equality in politics. Still, just 15% of mayors in the region are women. 70% of the parliaments are made up of men. We have 2 female president-elects in Mexico and Honduras right now. And then we also have the situation in Barbados. And so politics is very macho. And so until we have role models, until we don't have women at the negotiating table making decisions, we will continue to be afraid. And this is something we need to keep in mind. Thank you very much.
I always speak briefly, unlike my Latin sisters. I just want to wind up saying, women in some countries are afraid of the police. They're afraid of men generally around them in their own communities and in other communities. And in addition to that, they are afraid of who will take care of them if anything happens to them and their children. So this is one of the reluctance about going to the law. But states cannot, and especially small island states, cannot afford the cost of gender-based violence or domestic violence or any kind of violence.
This is crucial.
We really
it's
cannot.
A huge cost.
It's
3% of GDP.
The Jamaican about two years ago was over $1 billion US for 1 year. This is ridiculous. It's impossible for us. So therefore, I suggest that states have to make sure that they work consistently with all partners within the state, including, as the law says in the CARICOM countries, all adults who should have responsibility. And to make the public know how much it is costing their country, the gender-based violence. So instead of monies being used for development and social processes, because the public doesn't know. And the governments don't talk about it, the cost nationally. They have to bring it. And police must be trained every year of their service, not just once when they go into the force, how to deal with violence, violence and the victims of violence. They don't know. And when you train them once, they've forgotten. And they go back to their customary attitudes. So they must be trained every single year to effectively deal with it. And then encourage people. In fact, they're supposed to, in the laws of CARICOM, help people to go to the family court with these things.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. I must thank Rosie. It was good to hear your voice, Rosie, as usual, interpreting.
Thank you, Margaret. It's always a privilege. A privilege.
We're not vulnerable, and of course, that we are made vulnerable by a system, and the issue of guns certainly is very important. The guns, of course, are the implement most used to kill women, and they have 12 times greater capacity to kill directly, or the greater likelihood of resulting in a death. And this, of course, is something that we need to study. And finally, I think that we need more women making decisions, because these decisions need to be part of the mainstream, because if we are not bringing them as women and men in solidarity with us, then we will always remain on the outside when we discuss issues of security in the region. Thank you very much, Alejandra. Thank you to the entire panel. Thank you so much. You were stupendous.
Thank you to our wonderful speakers for that participation. And now we've reached our last fireside chat of the day with President Laura Chinchilla and Mr. Chris Dodd. Laura Chinchilla Miranda was elected the first female president of the Republic of Costa Rica on February 7, 2010. Her efforts to promote the rights of women, protect children, and advance environmental sustainability, especially in the protection of the seas, earned her 2 important international awards. I'm talking about the Excellence in National Management of the Ocean, Peter Benchley of 2011, and the award of the Shark Guardian of the Year in 2013. Mrs. Chinchilla holds an honorary doctorate from the University for Peace of the United Nations, Georgetown, and Kyoto University of Foreign Studies. Also, we have Mr. Christopher John Dodd. Over his 3.5 decades in Congress, Mr. Dodd was an active legislator. He authored or co-authored several landmark laws. These include the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, also the Affordable Care Act, and the Family and Medical Leave Act, amongst others. Dodd is the current Special Presidential Advisor for the Americas. He served as a United States Senator from Connecticut from 1981 to 2011. Dodd is the longest-serving senator in Connecticut's history. He served in the United States House of Representatives from 1975 to 1981. Please welcome President Chinchilla and Senator Dodd to the stage.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you very much to all of you who are still here in this room. It has been a really fruitful session that we have had today with many important issues. And in this occasion, I first need to say that it is for me a great pleasure, Senator Dodd, to be in this stage with you. Let me express my admiration for your long and fruitful career in the United States Senate, but especially for your commitment with our hemisphere. And precisely our conversation will be focused on one issue in which Senator Dodd has been deeply involved, which is the America's Partnership for Economic Prosperity, and an initiative that, as probably you must know, was launched by the Biden's administration in June 2022, aimed at fostering the economic recovery and growth of the Western Hemisphere. It is important also to remember that after the COVID-19 pandemic, Latin America and the Caribbean needed all the possible support from recovering from the deepest economic contraction, the deepest one in history. A situation that, among other things, left our countries in extremely weak financial and fiscal situation. So the America's Partnership was presented as a comprehensive response to such challenges, and I would say that it was really timely and necessary when we look at the reports, the most recent reports of the World Bank. The World Bank alerts that, and I quote, the region's central task still remains boosting the lackluster growth rates. The organization forecasts growth rates for 2024 and for the next 2 years very low, the lowest as compared with the rest of the regions. So the assumption behind the launching of the America's Partnership are as valid as ever, and the work of Senator Dodd has been, as I told you, remarkable as a special presidential advisor for the Americas and as a coordinator of the implementation of such initiatives. So I will I would like to give you the floor to start with this conversation, Senator Dodd, telling us how the initiative came about and what is the role that you have been playing.
Well, first of all, President Chinchilla, thank you very much for agreeing to participate with me today in this conference, and thank all of you for staying. I presume your planes are a little later in the day, so you're here. You have to listen to us after a long day. I appreciate immensely the President Abinader, who was here earlier. I don't know if it was mentioned in the introduction, but I was a Peace Corps volunteer. I think Thomas Jefferson was president when I was a Peace Corps volunteer, back about 100 years ago in la República Dominicana. Entonces yo tengo un cariño para los
in the Dominican Republic, so I have great affection for the Dominicans. In the town where I spent 2 years working with the Peace Corps, and so I was teaching English, I can speak English or Spanish. If I don't like the question, I'll answer in English.
First of all, to the OAS, as well as to the Inter-American Dialogue and CAF for having this remarkable day today, beginning obviously with an address by Luis Almarago, the Secretary General, and then of course the speech by President Abinader. It's been a full day for you, and I think you've covered a lot of ground. And I'm delighted to be with President Chinchilla, if I may still call you Madam President in this process, for participating. I often tell her that I'm one of her fan club and have been for a long time as a political figure, a leader in the hemisphere. And it's a great question, how did this all begin? In a sense, you've answered the question. This would not have started at all had a new president of the United States about not even halfway through his only term, we now know, in Congress, gave a speech in Los Angeles at La Cumbre de los Estados Unidos y otros países. And he talked about America's partnership for economic prosperity. Now, a lot of times speeches are given, and there's some follow-up or none. In this case, there was a tremendous amount of follow-up. And let me just digress for a minute on why that happened. I served next to Joe Biden for 30 years in the United States Senate on the Foreign Relations Committee. Joe Biden had a lot of interests. He was involved in arms control issues in Europe, the Balkans, institutions, and did a tremendous job as chairman of the committee. But President Barack Obama asked Vice President Biden to become familiar and get involved in the Americas. He had never had much of a history at all in the region, but he assumed the responsibility that President Obama asked him to assume. Made some 20 different trips to the region. Now, that doesn't automatically make you an expert, but he fell in love with the region, as most do, who don't know the region well. And he came back determined to try and follow the issues and do more about the problems of our own hemisphere. And of course, when he became president, he then fully engaged as a president and chief executive of our country. That's not to say that other people I served with 7 presidents over the years, and all of them have had involvements of one degree or another. But frankly, I've never had an American president that dedicated as much of his time and effort. We had bilateral meetings, I think, with around 13 different heads of state over a 6-month period when we were beginning to initiate this effort of America's partnership. And with one head of state after another about the importance of economic development, of private sector growth in the region. If we're truly interested as a hemisphere of doing the quality of life in terms of job creation, of healthcare, of education, of climate change, of immigration, of security, you cannot begin to answer that equation of problems without considering the economic vitality of the region and the importance that people have aspirations that are reachable, that are attainable. People don't walk away from their country of birth and language and culture and family and neighbors and friends unless it is desperate. They feel they have no other alternative but to pack up and walk. Today, around the world, by the way, there are 150 million people as we gather here in this great chamber who are walking today because of pestilence, disease, drought, wars that go on. So we're not unique in that regard. It's going on all over the world. And so we need, at least in our hemisphere, a hemisphere that has so much to offer the world, not just to ourselves, that we have an obligation, in my view, to make sure that we understand the economic element of all of this if we're going to be successful in dealing with these other issues. So, Madam President, I was delighted when the President asked me to be his special advisor. The title was too long. I couldn't even remember the title for a long time. It's much a special advisor at all. But a lot of meetings, a lot of discussions, as I mentioned, a lot of work with heads of state and governments in the region moving forward. And so we began to develop this message. The key and operative word was partnership. Again, it's a word that's been used in the past. You've got to go back to the good neighbor policy or the Alliance for Progress under Jack Kennedy when there was an actual effort to make in this regard. But President Biden was determined to do so. So that's how it began. And when we started talking about it during these bilateral meetings and conversations with leadership, both private sector, public sector people, at the IDB, at the dialogue, at different organizations about how can we make something like this happen. I don't want to go too long on all of this, but we've had remarkable success in the Biden administration, from Secretary Yellen, Tony Blinken, this trade representative, the USTR, as well as Gina Raimondo in Commerce, I get out a long list, have embraced the importance of developing this partnership in the Americas. We even had bipartisan support. Rarely in these days, but we have both the House and the United States Senate, bicameral and bipartisan, Democratic and Republican leaderships in both chambers that have embraced this idea. Not every dotted I, not every crossed T, but the notion of coming together and recognizing the importance of regional integration economically within our Americas, capitalizing on the resources and talents we have as a hemisphere. Our population is 1.5 billion people out of a global population of 8 billion people, a little more than 10% of the world's population, highly urbanized in many ways. 50% of all the forests in the world are located in our Americas. 50% of the fresh water in the world is in our Americas. 33% of the food the world eats every day comes from our Americas. And the list goes on. Rare minerals, important policies on agriculture and so forth that make a huge difference. So we're living in a hemisphere that not only has the answers for its own economic growth and well-being, but also critically important for the world in which we live. So the Americas partnership is a bold idea, and I know we've had them in the past, and they don't always succeed, and I'm aware of the history of that. But I believe this is a chance worth taking, that if we can come together as a hemisphere and work together to build this, and because we have bipartisan support and bicameral support, I know everyone's wondering what will happen on November 5th in this country, and I'm one of them that worries. But I feel fairly confident that almost regardless of the outcome, we've got the kind of leadership in the Congress that I think will continue to embrace this partnership idea moving forward. So that's the genesis of that. I apologize for the length of the answer, but
not at all.
There's every reason why we ought to. If we do nothing, I can tell you absolutely what will happen here. A continuation of what we've seen far too often. There were over 10 free elections in the Americas in this last 2 years. An incredible result that have. And many of us in this room with a little gray hair can remember a time when that would have been a phenomenon, and to have that many free elections in our own hemisphere. Today, that door is open. We have an opportunity with a window being open to go through it and to try something new and come together. If the window closes, and it will and can, if we let it happen, you may wait another generation or more to try and do something like this again. So regardless of people's ideology, regardless of their political persuasions, this ought to be something that all of us can embrace to try and make a difference in our Americas.
Well, wonderful. I think it is very refreshing first to listen such a kind of positive message in a region which is being hit by many kind of problems. We have been talking along the day about our concerns on migration, on organized crime, violence, of course, the most structural problems like poverty, inequality, etc. So it's very refreshing to listen to you, but also very reassuring to know that there is a positive environment here in Washington, something which is very difficult to find those days. And so that means that independently of what can happen during the next election, that window will remain open. Right. So that is something very reassuring. There are usually other issues which in certain way do not facilitate the sustainability of this kind of initiatives. One of them has to do with, not necessarily with the consensus here in Washington, but with the problems we have in Latin America and the Caribbean. Right. Basically, for example, ideology, that is one issue. Most of our regional schemes have failed precisely because the approach is more ideological rather than trying to have concrete impacts on the people. And so ideology is something, and now we are experiencing a quite polarized region. So that is something I and some other people are concerned about. And the second issue is how to mobilize most of the resources coming from different sources to our region. For example, it is impossible not to go back 50 years ago with the Alliance for Progress. Right. The Alliance for Progress was supported at that time by the World Bank, the IDB, and the United States USAID. Right. And those institutions were key for one of the most successful experiences that we have had in terms of regional cooperation. And in this occasion, we are creating this initiative. We have a more fragmented context with many financial institutions, regional financial development institutions. We have bilateral programs coming from different countries, even Europe. So what kind of efforts are you implementing in terms of coordinating all those different organizations and sources, so most of them can really follow the strategic guidelines that you are going to define as the most important ones at the partnerships?
Well, that's a great question. And a couple of things. I've been asked, why the 12 countries that are part of this to begin with? Who made that decision? Why those 12? There are 32 nations in our hemisphere. 14 of them are the part of CARICOM, the Caribbean nations. The rest, obviously, in South America, Central America, and North, the United States and Canada. The countries represent 90%, the 12, 90% of the GDP of the Americas here. And they represent 2/3 of the population of our hemisphere. But it's not an exclusive list. We had to begin someplace. And by and large, the countries that are part of this have embraced what we're talking about as the values. This is not an organization like a country club, where if you pay the dues to get into the club, you're automatically in. This is where people will agree and embrace a certain value system. Mm-hmm. First of all, you got to want to be a part of it. If you don't want to be a part, there's no reason to joining. And so you have to begin with the simple questions. Secondly, do you embrace democratic values? If you don't do that, then it doesn't make any sense to be a part of something that is anchored in democratic principles. Do you embrace free trade agreements and a free market economy in your country? Here, do you understand the importance and the value of that? Do you embrace as well the policies and the commitments of your fellow nations who are part of this coalition of countries? So it's in the process, as we talk about going forward, there are a lot of countries that have already expressed a strong interest in being a part of America's partnership. Argentina, Paraguay, Honduras, Guyana. I'm not suggesting you're going to have a consensus. People are going to have to decide whether or not they think someone's ready to be a part of this or not here. But those are the sort of the criteria they're beginning with. In the next few months, we'll be having meetings in Costa Rica with, again, the 12, 14 nations, plus those who've been invited to join the coalition of partnership as a result of that, and start moving forward. And we've already done an awful lot in the process. Let me first of all tip my hat to Ilian Goldfein at the IDB. The IDB voted unanimously. And getting an unanimous vote anywhere today is a miracle in many ways. But they voted unanimously to invest $3 billion in the IDB Invest program. It's private sector dollars that have gone for their fund into that particular fund, which is to encourage private sector growth and investment. And we've spent a lot of time with private sector investments. I spoke at a conference in Southampton that Michael Milken hosted last week on Sunday with people from the region that wanted to know why Latin America ought to be a place, or the Americas, where we can make future investments. I participated in this conference in Los Angeles earlier this year as well. And I'm going down to the Concordia when the UN General Assembly opens up. I'll be speaking with them with Senator Cassidy of Louisiana, who's one of the authors of the America's Act, where we're working together here on one bill that we can have, joined by Michael Bennett of Colorado, Congresswoman Salazar from Florida, along with Adriano Espaillat of the Dominican Republic, New York Congressman. That's your bicameral, bipartisan coalition, working together here to draft something that can make sense. And ongoing, on a regular basis, our conversations with those countries that are already a part of this, so we can build that kind of structure. And obviously, Madam President, you said something that's critically important. First of all, thank you and CAF for the tremendous work that you have done and others have done, recognizing that municipalities, the equation cannot just be heads of state and private sector. It's also got to be local governments that get this. And that's where you begin, in a sense, to understand this. And so, to the credit of the State Department, when we had the meeting in Los Angeles in 2022, we also had in Denver, Colorado, for the first time. I don't know why it hadn't happened over the years. We invited mayors from Canada, from the United States, and throughout Latin America to spend 2 or 3 days in Denver at a conference talking about municipal issues in our hemisphere. How can we deal with security issues, with infrastructure issues that need attending? If you're going to grow that bridge, that road, those buildings, you don't get private investment for anywhere in the world unless people can see the opportunities exist in certain communities and grow with it. So there's a lot of building that's going on and recognizing we're not going to solve the problems that the municipalities have to engage in, but we can be a great partner in helping that along. I realize there isn't one single bullet that does all of this, but I think economic growth and investment in our region, and if you don't believe me, if you don't think I make any sense, make a call to Beijing. Ask them whether they think there's any interest in Latin America. Call the Russians, call the Iranians. They'll tell you. They have deep interest, and they're not slowing down in any way. I'm not suggesting that ought to be the rationale. I think there's a better rationale for seeing and contributing to the growth and involvement in our hemisphere. But it exists, and we need to get it and understand it quickly. Opportunities will not last forever. That window is open. It will close, I promise you. I've been around long enough to watch it close more often than open. But it's open right now, and we've got to make a determination whether or not it's in our common interest to do something about it and to provide at least a ray of hope and opportunity for people who live in our hemisphere.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. Thank you for introducing the very important topic of the subnational level.
Right.
Because I am also convinced that there are many, many issues that cannot be addressed only at the national level.
Yeah.
And the other level is the regional. When we analyze, for example, all the situations, the challenging situations with climate change, it is almost impossible to pretend resolve the problem of climate change if you only go nation by nation. Yeah. You need to coordinate the policies. Yeah, in our region, we have the amazing Amazon.
Right.
And in Amazon, you have, I don't know, I think it's like 9 countries.
Yeah.
And of course, Brazil has probably the 60% of the Amazon. But it is going to be impossible to do something in terms of improving the sustainability of this important region without thinking in regional rather than in national terms.
Right.
And the same happens with organized crime. I don't know if this is an issue that you have singled out as part of the agenda of the Americas Partnership, or if you see the problem as part of this integral approach to economic prosperity. And that will be my last question, because I already see I had forgotten about the...
Just getting started.
Yes, I'm so sorry. But that will be the last question, and your last...
Well, you're so right. Look, I mean, this is such common sense. I don't know what there'd be a debate about it. But all of us recognize, if you were to list, as I said, pick the 5 biggest problems that exist, not only in our hemisphere, but globally. Immigration obviously is one, obviously. Climate change is clearly one. economic opportunity is clearly one. You get on a list here. And if democracy cannot produce for people, people make other choices. We may not like it, they may think they're wrong-headed about it, but that's what happens historically. People make different choices. Unless you can prove that our system of governance can produce the quality of life that people have aspirations for, in a sense. So every one of these programs, as the president points out, require cooperation. You just can't do them. I mean, I appreciate the commitment of a President Petro. When you ask him, what are the 5 most important issues? He starts with climate change in Colombia. If you talk to the new president in Paraguay, who's desperate to be involved, by the way, with America's partnership, and has talked about it, him talking about what he can do to encourage economic growth in Paraguay as it happens. You go down that list of the heads of state in these governments, this is what they're looking for, a real partnership. And it's not one nation doing it all. Europe ought to be involved. Asia ought to be involved. This is not exclusively a U.S. deal at all. We need to be developing those relationships. So it's critical that people embrace the idea of regional economic integration. If you don't regionalize economic integration and expect nation by nation by nation, all 32, to necessarily develop their own policies in their own way, it doesn't work. It just doesn't work any more than in this country if we did state by state by state on trying to develop the kind of needs we have. It's hard enough as it is in this country here to get cooperation, but you have to work at it every day to make it happen. And so what I'm suggesting here with the partnership doesn't happen automatically because we come up with a plan for it to happen. It happens if people are committed to it or something like it. There's not a pride of authorship here where take my plan or nothing. We need to be working together on how this could work to go forward. And I'm excited that there are members of Congress now showing a great interest in the region and want to make a difference here, and that's important. I don't know if that answers your question, but I so agree with you on that particular point.
And well, we will need to finish here, but if you allow me to say the final words in Spanish, I know, do you understand them? Yo creo que van a...
I'm sure you will agree with me if I say that, of course, we don't know who will win the next presidential elections in the United States, but be it the Republicans, be it the Democrats, we sure as heck know that Senator Dodd, you better stay where you are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Chinchilla and Senator Dodd. Now, in order to prepare for the final session of the day, which includes a very special presentation, I really recommend you do not miss it, we will be taking a 10-minute break before convening once again. A reminder to use our hashtag #DiálogoCAFOEA, and these are our X handles, @AgendaCAF, @TheDialogue, @OEA_oficial. A special thanks to our media partners, NTN 24, El País, UCL, and Latin Finance. We'll see you again here at 4:33.
grave está sonando.
Welcome back. And we have officially made it to the final panel of the day, titled The Power of Art, a Tool for Security and Social Resilience. This session will be moderated by Tonija Hope Navas. She is the director of the Ralph J. Bunche International Affairs Center at Howard University. She holds a bachelor's in Latin American Studies from Macalester College, a master's degree in tourism administration with a focus on international education from George Washington University, and a PhD from Howard University in higher education leadership. Dr. Hope is active in a variety of initiatives to promote racial equality throughout the African diaspora. She is a member of the U.S. Civil Society Committee for the Joint Action Plan to eliminate racial and ethnic discrimination. She is also chair of the U.S. Civil Society Committee for the U.S. Colombia Action Plan to promote racial and ethnic equality. Please, with further ado, join me in welcoming Tonija Hope Navas and the panelists to the stage for this session.
Buenas tardes, ¿cómo están?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Tardes. Hope, as was mentioned, it is an honor and a privilege to be here with you all this afternoon. Thank you to all of you who have stayed for what I think will be a very special session, probably unlike most sessions at a CAF conference. So appreciate that. As was mentioned, I'm the director of the Ralph Bunche International Affairs Center at Howard University here in Washington, D.C. And I often like to give just a brief explanation of what Howard University is and the space that it holds, because it's not often understood. So Howard University is a historically black university. It was founded 157 years ago here in Washington, D.C., with the express purpose of educating people of African descent. It is one of 105 remaining historically black colleges and universities, and it is an institution that was created to serve students of African descent, but not exclusively students of African descent. And we have students from all over the world, from different religions, different races, and we are very proud of it. And we are also very proud of one of our graduates who you may have heard of, our Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Just give a little shout. Just, you know, happy for one of our graduates, that's all. So the panel that we are here today to discuss is focused on the power of art as a tool for security and social resilience. And I would like to congratulate CAF for including a panel session that incorporates art into a conference that doesn't typically include conversations about that topic. I would like to encourage CAF, however, in a future conference, to have a panel that focuses on issues facing people of African descent that is not focused exclusively on art and culture, but maybe explores education, health, entrepreneurship, and the like. So I hope to see that in a future conference, and I would be happy to moderate it. So with that, I would like to introduce our panelists. We've agreed to be brief on the introductions because you can access those in the program, because we've got greater things to do while we're up here. But the first panelist is Mauro Castillo. Actor, singer, composer, musical producer, trombone player, etc. You may know him from Disney's Encanto.
Yeah. We don't talk about Bruno. Yeah, let's go.
So we will.
Yeah, in order to
we will start with the first. Okay, so I'm gonna switch to Spanish now because we're gonna speak Spanish.
Okay.
Mauro.
So Mauro, you have a very special life story. You were born in Cali, and you began your musical career very young. You have played in many places, including Hollywood. So how do you, in your words, define the power of art? Well, I am from Browser Sur, which is a neighborhood in the city of Cali, Colombia. It is made up of immigrants from different places around the country, including those from Ecuador and from the there's not a lot of help in that part of the city. My parents bought some land. My father's a retired school teacher, and so he had to stop going to school in order to take care of the land, not even construction, but just the land itself. And so we already began seeing those manifestations of violence then, because in order to protect your family, it's very complicated. But what I wanted to tell you is that education isn't everything. Education is what has me here talking to all of you specifically. And it's what allows us to transform lives, not only in a family. We've talked a lot about that. There are many different indicators. We all know, as a child, I always wanted to be an astronaut. I wanted to be a drummer. At some point, I wanted to be an economist. I spent 2.5 years at the University of Del Valle studying economics. And then I was drawn to music. I'm an opera tenor from the University del Valle in Colombia. And I wanted to speak about my city, or at least the place where I live. The people who came to that place were fleeing violence, and then they had to address it in different ways. And so I feel like nobody wants to stay on that path. At some point, it's the only option. Because of work, you need to make the wrong decisions with regard to your aspiration to have some sort of economic support. And so I just wanted to say that education isn't everything. It is, for me, the way for us to transform our lives, and it's also a way to transform our communities. And now I am dedicated to that, teaching through different methods that are closer to the communities. And this is just a quick example, but to be closer to the communities, traditionally, the way that we teach the arts, that's what I do now. That is the path that I am on, and I've done that with concert shows, movies, and I spend some time on that. Not everything is money, of course. So sometimes it's good to make a difference. And did you always know that this was the path for you? I didn't always know it was my path. It's the issue of perception. You have a perception, and you feel that you come to a certain place, and you are that's going to represent or complement something, and it's not necessarily what you are looking for, but you find it. For example, you want a university degree, a certain position at work, but I feel like life reveals the way to us, and I was very lucky. Thanks to my academic records, I was able to study economics, and I had music as a hobby at the time. And then I had to sort of switch gears. But I feel like the path starts to reveal itself as you go along. And I feel very honored to be able to connect everything that I've been able to learn, everything that I studied, and to reach people, to use art to communicate, to know how to say something, what's the foundation. And that itself is security, because that is the way that we are able to control our own memory as mankind. That is what we see as the impact of art, and of course education, thinking about academics, thinking about things from more of a scientific perspective, also being a little more romantic, putting everything in its place, and traveling through time. And not to be 90 years old and think, oh my gosh, what have I done? But rather it allows us to assemble all of this information and say, okay, I came from here, here are my roots, but I also need this to connect to the world and to understand what the connector here really is. Thank you very much.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. So we'll now give the floor to the other man on our panel, Carlos Valencia, aka Tostao. You might know him as a member of the band Chokib Town. He's a singer, composer, actor, and a human rights, civil rights activist, among other things. So, Tostao, you are another one of these inspiring stories. You were born in one of the regions with a mix of wealth and talent, cultural wealth, in the middle of insecurity. And so how do you build a life through art in that kind of context? Well, I'm from Chocó, which is on the Colombian Pacific coast. It is Africa, a slice of Africa in Colombia. And if you ask me today, I would say that this is something you live every single day. I started my career looking for a way to express myself, to find a way to express the way we dance, the way we sing. And when I started with Chokib Town, the idea was that nobody is telling our stories. So I thought, how can I build a career in this context where you have a guitar, you have somebody dancing, but at the same time you have a bunch of gang members right there flirting with the girls in front of you. And so there's a phrase that might be a cliche, but with art, we are fighting back the violence. We're fighting for our kids, for our young people through art. And so today, the reality in Colombia is much more multicultural, much more diverse than on TV, because I always give the example of TV. We had a show called Children and Parents. It was on TV for about 90 years, and I never remember seeing a single Afro-Colombian on that show and on a single episode. And so I said, wow, our story is not on TV. And so my mom and my dad, my uncles, aunts couldn't convince me that I could do something big, that I could be great. I didn't realize that because I didn't see myself reflected. There were other stories that were on television, and it was people in Guayacan, Arroyo, and I said, okay, so this is the line that I'm on, and I fell in love with that path. Writing songs to tell stories. When people ask me where I'm from, it's not easy, but we've always been able to survive, and we always say, okay, it might not be easy. We know that. We have a lot of things going on in our reality, but what can't happen here is we cannot give up. We have to be great. And I was able to achieve that. Thank God. Thank you to everyone who's given me the opportunity to open a door. Thanks to Chokib Town. And so we are delighted to be here with CAF and say we can be great. We are great. And to tell all these kids that your greatness might not be on TV every day. You like to dance? Let's dance. You like exotic rhythms? Let's play exotic rhythms. And that's what we do with Chokib Town. And so just a few weeks ago, we were on Billboard magazine. And I think that little by little, we are able to build that reality. And it's gone viral on TikTok. It's gone viral on various platforms. And so I've told all the kids that are part of this movement that don't think that this is something that can be done in a day. There is a liquor called whiskey. Maybe have a shot. No, I'm just kidding. But you don't make whiskey in a year. No one says, oh, I have a 1-year-old whiskey. No, no, no. Minimum 8-year-old whiskey. So if whiskey took 8 years, you are not going to do this from one day to the next. Rome was not built in a day. And so, first of all, we can't be in a hurry. We need to have the tools. If you're going to the forest, what tools are you going to take? You're going to take a hatchet. You're going to take a lighter. All right, so you need the right tools. We need to be professional. We need to be great. You want to sing? Sing better. I'm going to play the piano. I'm going to play better. I'm going to dance. I'm going to dance not 8 hours, but 12. And so when the time comes, boom, you're just going to take off. When opportunity combines with preparation, when luck and opportunity and preparation come together, the magic happens. People often say, oh, you're lucky. It's not luck. That's a lie. People need to be prepared for the opportunity and not let the opportunity pass them by. For you and for everyone who comes behind you. Thank you.
Muy bien dicho. Gracias.
Right. Let's move on to Lisa Senders. Singer, composer, with a wonderful mixture of jazz and Brazilian music and wonderful different traditions that live in her own music. You have the floor.
We're going to do English, okay? Or we can do... One of the goals of your music is to connect the diaspora. You live in Salvador, Bahia, Brazil, the city with the largest presence of Black people in the hemisphere. How has this path, this music path, diaspora, how have you connected the cultures, the roots of Black culture?
How to connect it? For me, I think she already has. Oh. Okay, no, I'm good. Thank you. So for me, the connection between the Americas is really through art. I was born in the United States. My family's from here 200-300 years, so, you know, what way could I be connected? To me, when I heard the music from Salvador, Brazil, when I saw things of that culture that were similar to things in my African American culture, I understood that there was a connection. It was a connection that I might not have understood by language because I didn't speak the language at the time. The religions were different. We were obviously, there are different countries. There's an ocean and a continent between me and Brazil, but the art and the music spoke to me. And to me, that speaks to the roots of the Afro cultures in the Americas. Which even though we speak different languages, we have different surnames, our people came from the same place. Maybe they came over on the same boats. They went through the same struggles, and they chose to resist, they chose to stay, they chose to live. And one of the things that allowed them to do that then, and that continues to allow them to resist, to stay strong, to feed their spirits in the midst of the violence and the challenges to survival, is art. And so I think art is one of the most powerful methods we have for connection in the world. You know, it knows no limits. You don't need to speak a language, the same language as someone else, to understand what they're feeling, what they're trying to say through their music, through their painting. So that's my connection to Brazil.
Oh, cool. So a few days ago, you had, in Salvador, Bahia, there was a program that was held called Salvador Sonora.
Yes.
It was an initiative from the Secretary of Culture, and it was supported by Somos Grande, and CAF, and Tostao. How was your experience in this program?
Sure. Well, you're seeing part of it on the screen. These are some images. Because I'm here speaking on behalf of Salvador Sonora, which is many people. I just want to read in Portuguese quickly how they have explained what Salvador Sonora is, and then I'll speak a little bit about the experience. So forgive me those who don't speak Portuguese. Let me see. Oops, hold on, let me find the right notes. There we go. Salvador Sonora é uma iniciativa de estímulo.
Salvador Sonora is an initiative in which there's a blend of black music, cultural music, tapping deep into the roots of Salvador itself. So this speaks to black professionals of the music and gives them a chance to create their own sense of where it can take them. The project is going to be sponsored by the Latin American Development Bank through the project Somos Grandes, We Are Huge, and one that, as you know, seeks to tap the talent of emerging artists in this field.
It's one of the richest places for music and for art, in Brazil. It's the birthplace of Caetano Veloso, Gilberto Gil, Isa, Luigi Luna, samba. But nowadays, artists can't survive. Artists are increasingly being asked to give their gifts for free, to create music that they're not paid for, to play in spaces that don't want to pay them, and they simply cannot continue to make art if they can't pay their rent, if they can't feed themselves, take care of their children. So Salvador Sonora was really important in saying to artists, we understand that what you're doing is important. We understand that you cannot continue to do this without the resources. So instead of driving Uber, instead of doing something else, we're going to pay you this week to come together, to collaborate, to create art. We're going to show you that your work has value. And so it's an initiative that I hope is recognized and repeated in other cities and throughout Latin America, because we need to support our artists. Otherwise, they can't continue to do the work that they're doing. And these pictures just show a bit of the experience. We were 8 artists, me, who's American Brazilian, 7 other Brazilians. We had Alexi from Colombia, Play from Colombia, and Yael from Uruguay and Argentina. And for 7 days, we just got together and we played. We learned a lot. We had a lot of conversations that were really beautiful in that Yael would play a rhythm from Argentina, and the Brazilians were like, oh, I recognize this. We call it something different, but ours sounds this way. And so there were all these conversations happening through the music that culminated in creating 3 new songs that were disseminated from these 3 different cultures. And it was a beautiful experience.
We family, man, at the end of the day.
Okay, we're going to open it up to questions from the audience in 1 second, but I forgot to ask Mauro, se me olvidó preguntarte sobre tu nuevo proyecto.
I forgot to ask you about your new project, The Other Side, Al Otro Lado in Spanish. And how do you connect that to what we're talking about here? Well, I promised you that this was going to be fun. So this is not going to be boring, people. Let's do something really interesting. Shake it up a little bit. We are all affected by technology. Don't let anybody tell you opposite. And okay, artificial intelligence, well, everybody knows that sounds kind of weird and spooky in a way. There's a link to artificial networks and numbers of other things, including immigration. Don't ask me why. But it's funny. When we hear that kind of music, we all start tapping our feet. We all start moving in a particular way, our shoulders, our arms, or tapping our feet, you tell me. And it comes from a lot of places, you know. But everybody moves in their own way, no matter where you come from originally. We all move. That's the thing. And sometimes there we are, taking a selfie, you know. God, we want to look good here, you know. Let's project success here, okay? But I say, in one way or another. By doing that, we are migrating, are we not? We are migrating, my friends. We are moving into another space, becoming someone different and hopefully better. And let me continue. When we're in the process of migrating from Marcel and from others, let's not forget that a lot of people are migrating through Darien, through that frightful jungle. We all migrate for a reason. Let me get serious here. And when I try to think of my music and what I can communicate through that music, you know, music is broad. Music is encompassing. It encompasses science. It encompasses, dare I say it, all of our cultures, all of us. And it pushes us not to be afraid. Go ahead, step up, step out. Go look for what you don't know for sure is there, but your sense is there. So go for it. You know, it isn't quite to say, well, I may try to be I may try to go into different activities that are considered delinquent, but we can be attracted by a lot of things. But here's the deal. No matter what the statistics show, perception, this is where I'm going. Perception is a lot. And let me be more holistic and show you. Do you know anybody who are, I don't know, opera singers? You know, they don't stop for a minute. They'll start singing at you before you know it. So let me go. Okay, let me just make a little noise here. Let's make a little music. Let me get myself together. Are you ready? Ready or not, man? So, you know, Pythagoras is the one who first figured this out. Who knows? He may have been in primary school when he first started figuring that out. But everybody knows who Pythagoras is, again, since your primary school. That's an opera singer. And that high pitch just don't have it in them to jump that high. They think, gee, wow, could I do it? But, no, I don't think so. But if ages ago, if you could tell that in the middle of that high reach, there's a note that's connected with everything else, and if you think I am kidding you, I am speaking science. These are the facts. Listen for yourself. Here we go. I hope you hear it, so when you hear this, that's easy, is it not?
Entonces, ¿qué es lo que hay que hacer?
So what do we have to do? What we have to do, I would hope, is what my lab is investigating, and Mick Jagger, Wizard, and a bunch of other people who know more about this. I don't care what floats your boat, okay? But what we're trying to do is to get together, my friends and I, to see how we can explain this better. Let me try. Listen.
Ese es
Did you listen to those, the couple of notes at the end? And here we go. Put a little jazz into it. Maybe for those who initially thought of bel canto in the Middle Ages, and subsequently you can hear on all of the operatic stages in the world, started in the same place. But what if in that small quaver of a note you get people to say, hey, that sounds like my people. That sounds like me. Be grateful for your ancestors is what I'm saying here. Be grateful for all of those semiquavers. And the courage to go farther and check to see what's in your background. And let it be a responsible migration. Because you know what? If you find that wonderful way of singing, you may dump opera for good. Find what works for you is what I'm saying. And make sure it works. So where I go, I use examples of science and technology, I've only hinted at it here briefly, to show we are all connected. We all have that potential for music. And thank you, Ambassador Pinzon, for having recommended this. And it's nice to be able to come to a place and to a conference where people can talk about this. I just got an invitation from the School of Music at Berkeley to discuss this. Not going to go into the jargon, the deliverables, and what people are willing to pay for. And if you want me to sing and dance and play some more, I'd love to do it for a long time. To CAF, why not? That's where we are. But leaving aside the statistics, what I'm saying is let's find what makes us vibrate, what really resonates within you, in your heart, in your gut, makes you want to tap your feet and get up and dance. And I'm about to sing about it. And what comes later is a little different. You'll hear salsa in it, but here it goes.
We are really short on time, but if somebody has like one burning question that you want to ask, there's a microphone in the back. Otherwise, we can skip that.
Yes, just one small question.
One burning question.
Sure.
Buenas tardes, como alguien que...
Well, good afternoon. I was taught music as a child. I loved it. And I'm surrounded by musicians, not only in this room, perhaps not so much here as I am in others, but I am thrilled to have this kind of vibrations going on at the OAS in this hallowed room. And you know, when people like Salvador Sonora try to put a program together, it's interesting to ask how they go about it. And when you look to find out who they're looking for, they very often say, well, we want to speak to the different identities and backgrounds we have so that they're not lost. But how do you manage that? How do you keep us all from getting lost in the shuffle? There's the question.
Okay. Okay.
Somebody's speaking without a microphone, and the interpreters can't hear. I hope you can. Well, what we're trying to do is to hold up the example of what is indigenous and what is of African origin within us. And that may or may not be what great artists work on, but I will tell you that in Latin America and in the Caribbean, there are great artists indeed, even if they didn't end up, you know, on the billboards on Fifth Avenue, who knows? But maybe you'll say, well, this one has a better voice, or the other one is terrific, you better go and listen. What I'm trying to say is that we're always on the lookout for people who are talented in the context we're discussing of indigenous origin, of African origin, of Caribbean origin. That's who we are. And you know what? Pass it on. Look for the greatness within each of us. Don't dumb it down. Build it up and take it to industry. Make it well known. Some of us were in Argentina, and we had great success there, and we tapped into what is most Argentine. They're big entrepreneurs, and they know a lot about art and culture, history, and Afro-Argentinian history. Believe me, you don't hear, but keep thinking about football, Maradona, Messi, and the rest of it. But it's there, and they know it. Messi and Maradona know it. And very often, the Latin American essence of what is African and indigenous is lost. Thank you. Well, let us move on to something that is good fun. But before I do that, allow me to say something. I'm a citizen of the world. And in my world, I am not a part of any minority. So I'd like to invite you all to think the same thing. Let us stop calling ourselves minorities, for heaven's sake. Stop it. We are a majority. We're our own majority. So let me put that right out there. Thank you for your own thoughts and comments. And at this point, I will let you do your thing.
One, two, one, two. One, two, one, two. La pieza que viene a continuación se llama...
What is next is called Al Otro Lado, on the other side, and it's followed by Breakfast in America.
Viene el celular, que allá todo es más fácil.
¿Que por qué estoy pasando por aquí? Porque yo vi en el celular que allá todo es más fácil.
Espérame, amor mío, como yo espero verte al otro lado del río. Yo tengo la esperanza, tengo puesta mi alma al otro lado del río.
Todos somos migrantes. De una forma u otra.
We are all migrants one way or another. We are all migrants. For some, it may be akin to picking up your old iPhone and putting into a new one. For others, it involves crossing the Darien Pass to move from one world to another. We try to reach for an ideal and don't in the process generally forget who we are and where we came from. We don't forget who we are or where we came from.
Tengo la esperanza, tengo puesta mi alma al otro lado del río.
Take a look at my girlfriend. She's the only one I got. Not much of a girlfriend. I never seem to get a lot. Take a jumbo across the water, like to see America. See the girls in California, hoping it's going to come through. But there's not a lot I can do. Could we have keepers for breakfast? Mommy dear, they gotta happen in Texas, 'cause everyone's a millionaire. I'm a winner, I'm a sinner, do you want my autograph? What a loser, what a joker, I'm playing my jokes upon you. Nothing better to do. Come on, dice, la la la, la 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 la, la 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 la. Seem to get a lot. Take a jumbo across the water, like to see America. See the girls in California, hoping it's going to come through. Nothing better to do. Come on, dice, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la.
Qué contraste.
What a contrast. What a contrast. So you can dance if you like. We'll have a little cumbia to bring all of the Americas together. And here you go.
Cumbia. En esta canoa rancha que tú me mandaste a adorar, venirte a ver en esta canoa ranchar que tú me mandaste a traer. Ya viene rompiendo el agua solo por venirte a ver. Compadre se muere, no es por falta de cuidado. Debajo en la cama tiene su plátano sancochao. Si mi compadre se muere, no es por falta de cuidado. Debajo en la cama tiene su plátano sancochao. Adiós canoa, me voy pa' Beté, rayando la aurora, al son de la luna, oliendo la bruma. Ay pa' Beté, ay pa' Beté, ay adiós canoa, pa' comerlo con café, y esos panes pa' que son, ay adiós canoa, rayando la aurora, al son de la luna, oliendo la bruma, canoita de oro. Que el ritmo nos une. ¿A quién le gusta la cumbia? ¿A quién le gusta la cumbia? Ay, pa' comerlo con café, y esos panes son. Adiós canoa, rayando la aurora, al son de la luna, oliendo la bruma, canoita de oro. Ok, gracias. Bueno, lo que viene ahora es una bella improvisación, así que quiero invitar a Lisa para que suba a la tarima, a Tostado también. Ella trajo... ok. Que estaba bailando allá, pero no podía salir. Pudieras venir, ¿no? Tonija también está invitada a bailar.
¿Cómo fue la abuela? ¿Cómo fue la abuela?
Bueno.
¿Cómo fue la abuela?
Colombia, sí señor. ¡Ey, saludo! Hay gente de Colombia ahí. ¿De México? ¿De Centroamérica también? Ah, bueno, muchas gracias. Nos han tratado muy bien, nos han tratado muy bien. Esta es una, mira, nos ha unido a todos esta tarde. Qué bueno, me siento muy honrado por eso.
Oh, there we go. Sound is here. Hi, everyone. Thanks for sticking around. So, what I wanted to offer today, because I'm here as part of a collective. So there are many with me today. It's not just me. And our experience of Salvador Sonora was very interactive. So what I decided to do was to bring a song that we created collectively. And I'm going to use this looper, which will allow me to make many voices. And then I'm going to invite my fellow artists and you to join. So if you feel like getting up and dancing, if you want to clap, if you want to sing with me, feel free. This is participatory music. All right, so.
Traducción. Todo el mundo arriba, pues, vamos a pararnos.
Ok.
Vamos arriba, todo el mundo de pie para que se liberen, siente la vaina, siente
sí,
la
claro
música.
Que sí.
Un aplauso para todos ustedes. Damas y caballeros, un aplauso para todos ustedes. Saludos mi gente de CAF, saludos a la gente de la OEA.
Sí, señor.
Aguante, tú sabes. Red, Alisa, show me
That's how we
some
like
love.
it. Okay, so I'm gonna actually create the track in front of you guys. So this is a, oh wait, hold on. I'm doing it backwards. First, I want to actually bring a traditional samba to you guys, and then I'm gonna create this track. This is a samba made famous by Carlinhos Brown, but it's a song that's probably 100 years old that comes from the Recôncavo region of Brazil, which is where samba started. So this is called De Longe Benzinho. And someone in this audience knows, you can sing along if you want. And you were going to play trombone with me?
Yeah, I will sing and play this trombone. Yeah, if you want it.
Yeah, I know.
Whatever you want. Okay.
Amor de longe, benzinho, se favor não me querer, benzinho, dinheiro eu não tenho, benzinho, mas carinho sei fazer até demais. De longe, benzinho, se favor não me querer, benzinho, dinheiro eu não tenho, benzinho, mas carinho sei fazer até demais.
Aguante mi gente de la OEA y la CAF. Aguante Alisa que se viene a pasar. Dice, dame un sonido que no vamos a parar. Hay que sube la mano así. Sube la mano. Aquí todito siempre nos conectamos. Gozadera total, arriba no paramos. Sube la que siempre la vacilamos. Dice Mauro, que es lo que trae pa' mí. Alisa, pura gozadera, sé que sí. ¿Cómo que lo va a pasar? Sube la mano mi gente de la CAF.
Yeah. Hay sabor. El aplauso ahí. Alisa.
Bueno, esto es
Saunders.
totalmente improvisado.
Improvisado
para
ahí,
ustedes, pero
gozando, vibrando.
sí, con todo el cariño del mundo.
But that's the magic of this music. This is
La
something
magia de
in
la
the
música.
DNA of music of the African diaspora. We don't need to know what's coming. We find a way to speak to each other through the music, and it's magic every time.
Vamos a gozar. Bueno, seguimos gozando.
Sí, tostado.
Vengo desde Chocó con
No
mucho ritmo
avanzan.
exótico. Esto se llama No Avanzan. La hice con un gran talento del Chocó que se llama Luis Eduardo Acústico. Y vamos a gozar aquí, mi gente. Siente la música, vaya. Suéltala, loco. Dame la palma, todo el mundo. Sigue. Si es wiki, toma con gusto. Que sea wiki del caro. Y si es biche, rico, biche. Rico, guaro. Por andar pendiente de la vida ajena. Es que pena. Por andar pendiente de la vida ajena. Es que ustedes no avanzan. Sí, siente la música, suelta la mano. Siente la música y suelta la mano. Y siente la música, suelta la mano. Ponte pa' tu número, que todo el mundo se reveló. Y tú cogiendo bochinche, no. Es de la zona extranjera, al pecho con fuerte y espeso como el borojó. Lengua larga, cuerpo chiquito, antes 2000 lazos, ahora 8000 y pico. Si van a hablar de alguien me quito, mala está la charla, pero pollo está rico. De lengua larga, cuerpo chiquito, antes 2000 lazos, ahora 8000 y pico. Si van a hablar de alguien me quito, por años de viaje, pero el pollo está rico. En la vida ajena es que ustedes no avanzan. Por andar pendiente en la vida ajena es que ustedes no avanzan. Y si coquetea a la muchacha es su problema, con extensiones es su melena. Y si sale el viernes a disfrutar con las amigas y se seca la botella, ella misma la lleva. Y si es biche, rico biche. Guaro, rico guaro. Y si es whisky, que se lo tome con gusto y que sea whisky del caro. Y si es biche, rico biche. Y si es guaro, rico guaro. Y si es whisky, que se lo tome con gusto y que sea whisky del caro. Caro. Baila, caro, caro. Y hace que corrió y para, dice. Hace que corrió y para. Y hace que corrió y para, dice. Hace que corrió. Por andar pendiente de la vida ajena es que ustedes no avanzan. Por andar pendiente de la vida. Todo el mundo conmigo, vamos allá. Para este lado, empieza conmigo. Por allá. Hace que corrió y para. Todo. Hace que corrió y para. Dice Sinelli. Para. Hace que corrió y para. Dice. Hace que corrió y para. Hace que corrió y para. Hace que corrió y para. Hace que corrió. Vea, exótico. Más o menos. Pa' que sepa cómo es la ricura de mi mari. Sigue la marimba suave. Dame las palmas. Agradecer a la gente de la CAF, a la gente de la OEA por la invitación. Recuerden que somos grandes. Dios los bendiga. Alisa, Mauro.
Muchas gracias, aquí
Solo
estamos.
cosas
Gracias
chéveres,
a todos.
positivas, Eddie. Muchas gracias.
Juan Carlos Pinzón, muchas gracias a toda la mesa
A
de acá.
Sinelli.
Gracias a todos por hacer eso posible.
Y como en los
Acá
grandes
está la CAF,
conciertos,
¿cierto? Sí.
regálame una
Sí,
histeria, mi
gracias.
gente, ¿cómo fue?
Bueno, gracias Eddie. Bueno, gracias Tonija.
Eso,
Bueno,
aguanta.
gracias.
Eso es sanador. Si gritan, de verdad, yo digo como en los grandes conciertos, regálame una histeria, ¿cómo fue? No, esa no es la actitud. Ahora con la mano arriba, como en los grandes conciertos, regálame una histeria, ¿cómo fue? Ya tú sabes, mi gente, con todo el amor y todo el cariño, ya tú sabes, aguante CAF, aguante la OEA.
Gracias.
El poder del arte, nunca se olviden, el arte es transformador, de adentro hacia afuera. Dios los bendiga.
Así es, y gracias. Gracias por compartir.
On behalf of CAF,
Bueno, ¿qué hay por ahí? ¿Tenemos alguna salsa por ahí?
Tires una salsa.
¿Alguna salsa? No sé, de pronto una rebelión por ahí no sirve, ¿no? Sí, si una rebelión no sirve, bueno, vamos a darle a la rebelión. ¿Por qué
En
no?
los
¿Por qué
años
no?
1600.
Ahí estaban los... Ok, ya, solo un minuto. Bueno, les dijimos que iba a estar divertido, ¿no? Así que gracias por estar aquí tras esa jornada extenuante. Quiero agradecerle a todas las personas que han venido trabajando por meses, ¿no? A todos los que han hecho grande se va a veces. A todos los que han hecho grande este evento. ¿Estamos listos? Sí, bueno, quiero contarle a mi hermano un pedacito de la historia negra, de la historia nuestra, caballero. Y dice... Ya dice. Quiero contarle cómo dice, cómo. En los años 1600, cuando el tirano mandó las calles de Cartagena, aquella historia vivió. Cuando allí llegaban esos negreros africanos en cadena, besaban mi tierra, esclavitud perpetua. ¿Quién se la sabe cómo dice? Esclavitud perpetua. Sí, señor. Esclavitud perpetua. ¿Cómo? ¿Usted me lee? Chaco, chaco, chaco. Check, check. ¿Cómo dice? Un matrimonio africano, esclavos de un español, que les daba muy maltrato. Eso es salsa, eso es vida. Y a su negra le pegó. Y fue allí, se rebeló el negro guapo, tomó venganza por su amor. Y aún se escucha en la oreja: no le pegue a mi negra. ¿Cómo dice? No le pegue a la negra. No le pegue a la negra. Óyeme y no le pegue a la negra. Oh, no, 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 no le pegue. en fin, por todo el mundo, sí, por todo el mundo. Que viva nuestra cultura y lo que hemos aportado para la humanidad. Ok. Ginastera, en fin, todos, que quepan todos aquí. Un abrazo grandote y bueno, gracias por esta gran oportunidad. Bueno, no sé si haya más tiempo, creo que nos están haciendo hacia allá. Pero no sabemos quién manda realmente, pero quisiéramos quedarnos hasta mañana. Es verdad. Ah, qué joven. Ah, bueno, no sé. Sí, no sé. No, que hay. Bueno, no, algo técnico parece que está pasando. Pero de corazón les quiero agradecer por esta invitación, por tenernos aquí, por hablar, por abrir esos espacios, por hacer que las cosas sucedan. Ojalá sigan sucediendo. Y como lo escuché en algunos paneles, pues bueno, que siga así, que transcurran, que nuestros nombres queden para la historia, como los que pusimos un aporte importante. Así que bueno, sigamos haciendo historia. Gracias a todos. Ok, encontramos una más. Es que había un problema por ahí, pero ya. Ok, esto dice así: salsa para todo. Tuve la oportunidad de hacer un papel en una serie e interpretar esta canción, así que bueno, oye, te hablo de la prisión, ve. Bueno, con todo cariño, ustedes saben, todo eso es improvisado y aquí estamos poniéndole el corazón también. Y dice: en el mundo en que yo vivo siempre hay cuatro esquinas, pero entre esquina y esquina siempre habrá lo mismo. Para mí no existe el cielo, ni luna ni estrella. Para mí no alumbra el sol, para mí todo es tiniebla. Ay, 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 qué negro es mi destino. Ay, 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 todos de mí se alejan. Ay, 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 perdí toda esperanza. Ay, adiós, solo llega mi quejas. Baila salsa, ve. Y decirle que abra, que soy yo, Mauro Castillo. Mauro Castillo. Ay. ¿Cómo? Bueno, háganme una bulla si le están pasando bueno. Sí, sí señores, que viva nuestra cultura. Vamos. Condenado para siempre en esta horrible celda, donde no llega el cariño ni la voz de nadie. Así me paso los días y la noche entera. Solo vivo del recuerdo eterno de mi madre. Ay, 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 solo espero que llegue. Ay, 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 el día que la muerte, ay, 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 me lleve a estar con ella. Ay, así, ay, cambiará mi suerte. Dice: dímelo, pau, pau, pau. Pam, 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 pararam, pam, pararam, pam, pararam, pam, pam. Sí, señor. Baila mucha salsa, ve. Otra bulla si te gusta la salsa y la música nuestra, caballero. Herencia mundial. Gracias a Isha y a Tostado por participar también, a César. Bueno, aquí vamos. de todo aquí, mira. Bueno, sí señor. Gracias, CAF, gracias a todos. Ay, muchas gracias. Yo soy Mauro Castillo. Nos vemos en la próxima. Gracias.
Wow, wow, gracias por cerrar esta conferencia con ese positivismo y ritmo de nuestra región. On behalf of CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, Organization of American States, and the Dialogue, thank you all for being here, for joining us in this 27th annual CAF Conference. It was a real pleasure to have you all here in all these discussions, in all this analysis with such important keynote speakers and speakers. We hope to see you next year in the 28th Annual CAF Conference. Please, this is a reminder that before you leave your headsets on your chair or where you found them. Thank you very much, and please, the last round of applause for all of our speakers and participants. Thank you.